A new day dawned in the capital of the Ares Empire, where a golden statue of a hero on horseback dominated the main square. People wandered through the streets as children played, but a guard patrolling with his partner felt a sense of unease. He wondered aloud if it was too quiet. His partner sighed, replying that no one ever knew when the revolutionaries might strike again. Revolutionaries? The first guard laughed. What revolution? They're just a bunch of country bumpkins. He was right. Everything had been peaceful lately. Perhaps they finally understood their little rebellion was utterly pointless. His partner agreed, certain the Imperial Knights had already dealt with them. He hoped this peace would last forever. But deep in a cellar below, the revolution was very much alive. A man leaned over a map, addressing his comrades. "Tonight," he declared, "we will assassinate the Emperor and bring this empire to its knees. It is the only way to restore our kingdom." The others remained silent, giving sharp nods of agreement. His attention then turned to one man. He told him that his task was the most crucial of all. Logan McLaine stepped closer to the table. The man's voice was grim. "You must protect the secret manuscript, no matter the cost." The protagonist nodded. He understood. Later, as he emerged from the basement, a knight hurried after him, catching up to him. "You truly are a patriot," the knight said. When asked why, he explained, "I'm talking about the secret manuscript. Countless people sacrificed themselves to obtain it and keep it from the Empire. Now that the manuscript is your responsibility, it means the Empire's army will hunt you first. You'll be forced to risk everything to fulfill this duty." Logan's voice was cold. "You speak as if I volunteered for this." The knight replied that he understood it wasn't a choice. It was because of his fluency in the ancient language. "But you didn't even complain. That's a sign of true patriotism." Logan told him to be quiet. His words were an unintentional insult to their fallen comrades. The knight froze as Logan continued, his voice low. "This isn't about patriotism. It's about revenge." He was once a worthless person. The day he fought his younger brother, he lost. A voice from the crowd sneered. "Unbelievable, young Master Logan lost to his brother, Ronan. But Ronan only picked up a sword 3 years ago." "He's a genius," another shouted. "Young Master Logan trained to be a knight for 10 years. Is this fool really the eldest son? The future of the McLaine family is bleak." As the protagonist lay on the ground, listening, something inside him shattered. Not long after, he was summoned to his father's office. His father's hand crashed down on the table with rage. "You used paralyzing poison on your own brother. Have you completely lost your mind?" Logan stood in silence, his lips pressed into a thin line. His father ground his teeth, his face a mask of fury. "Get out of my sight," he roared. "You are no longer my son." Logan, driven mad by his inferiority complex, had committed an unforgivable sin. He had harmed his own blood. For this crime, he was cast out of his family. That was the man he used to be. After leaving home, he became a mercenary. Only after 10 long years of hardship did he finally realize what a terrible person he had been. But by then, it was too late. One rainy day, as he walked through the city, he overheard a conversation between 2 girls. One whispered to her friend, "Did you hear? It seems there's going to be a public execution in the square today. And the prisoner's name is McLaine." Hearing his family name, the protagonist froze. And when the girl uttered his brother's name, he spun around and ran. The girls' voices faded behind him. They said he was an aura user who fought the Empire. On the front lines, the royal family all ran away, didn't they? Everyone abandoned him. The main character raced toward the square, picturing his younger brother being dragged away by guards. A desperate prayer formed in his mind. "I have something to tell you. So please, just be alive." But when he burst into the square, it was too late. The guillotine had already fallen, and his younger brother's blood stained the ground. A guard's triumphant shout attracted everyone's attention. He held Ronan's head high. "Look, this is the end that awaits any fool who dares to rebel against the Empire." The crowd cheered joyfully as the protagonist cried. That day, he swore an oath of revenge on the Empire, for murdering his family and for stealing his only chance to beg for forgiveness. As he remembered this, his mission was already underway. Guards began to chase him, their shouts echoing. "It's him! The secret manuscript is with that red-haired guy." The protagonist sprinted down the corridor, his energy fading fast, but he suddenly froze in place, seeing a dead end before him. He was trapped. One of the guards caught up, panting heavily. He shouted to his comrades, "He's over here!" The main character cursed quietly, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword. The guard charged forward, sword extended. Their blades clashed with a piercing screech. When he blocked the blow, he pressed harder, forcing the guard's blade back and making him stumble. The man screamed, "You're worthless!" And then his scream turned into a gurgle. A scream died in his throat as the tip of Logan's sword pierced his neck. Seeing his comrade fall, another guard roared with fury. But our protagonist wasted no time, closing the distance in a blur of motion. He was on him in an instant. His blade found its mark, sinking deep into the man's throat. He pulled the sword free, adding another to the body count. Just then, an enemy lunged from behind, his sword raised high for a killing blow. But Logan was faster. He spun on his heel, his own attack a blur. More Imperial dogs to kill, he thought. But as his eyes scanned the area, he froze. He was completely surrounded. One of the guards sneered, "How dare you steal the Empire's treasure? Surrender the manuscript, and you might live." Logan took a sharp breath, a bitter thought crossing his mind. Is this where I die? A grim smile spread across his face. He tossed his sword aside, declaring, "Then I have no choice." In his hand, a brilliant blue sphere appeared. As he clenched his fist, its color bled into a furious red, and streams of raw energy began to swirl. With a wild grin, he announced, "We'll all die here together." A blinding light erupted from his body. The guards were frozen in shock, having no idea what was coming. A moment later, the light exploded outwards with a deafening roar. Logan's life flashed before him, a story defined by regret. He had lived only for revenge, and he took some solace in taking down those Imperial dogs. But his greatest regret, that was something he couldn't escape, even in death. There was an apology he needed to make. He could only hope that if he met his family in the afterlife, he could finally ask for their forgiveness. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes shot open. 1 second, he was in the empty void, and the next, he was lying on a soft bed. He let out a loud gasp and sat up abruptly, wincing at a sharp pain in the back of his head. How is this possible? He wondered. I'm sure that I died. Hearing the noise, a servant rushed into the room, calling out to him, "Young master, are you all right?" The main character looked at him, confused. "Rick." The man blinked in surprise. He confirmed his name, adding, "I am your personal servant, young master. How are you feeling?" But all Logan could think was, he died 30 years ago. He pointed a trembling finger at the servant. "Why are you alive?" His servant flinched at the strange question and bolted for the door. "It seems the head injury was severe," he shouted. "Someone call a doctor, quickly." He grabbed another servant and urged her to hurry. Meanwhile, the protagonist turned his gaze toward the window. Outside, he could see the knight's training grounds. The emblems of his house were on every shield, on every wall. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Am I dreaming all this? Just then, a sound broke the silence. The door creaked open, and his younger brother stepped inside. "Brother, are you okay?" a hesitant voice asked. Logan froze. That voice, it sent a jolt through his very soul. He slowly turned his head. "Ronan," he whispered. His younger brother, Ronan, looked away, drenched in a cold sweat. His clenched fists betrayed just how nervous he was. A memory flooded Logan's mind. He remembered this moment. It was right after their first duel. He had lost to his brother, and when Ronan came to visit, Logan had lashed out in anger. He had cruelly reminded him that he was just the illegitimate son of a mistress. Ronan had always followed him like a shadow, no matter the insult. But after that day, he never came back. The weight of that memory crashed down on him, and he gripped his head, gritting his teeth in pain. His younger brother cried out his name in alarm. Rick quickly intervened. "The young master needs to rest. Please, let's give him some space." But the protagonist waved him off. "No, it's all right." His servant stared in disbelief. Logan then offered a gentle smile. "Ronan, come here." Seeing the kind expression on his brother's face, Ronan's fear melted away. He hesitantly walked closer. The personal servant just scratched his head. Utterly baffled by this sudden change in his master's demeanor, he quietly exited the room, leaving the two brothers alone. Ronan immediately apologized. "Brother, I'm sorry. I should have been more careful." Logan swung his legs over the side of the bed, a soft smile on his face. "It's fine. Really, you don't need to apologize. You did nothing wrong." He paused, his voice trembling on the final word. "I'm the one who should be sorry." He suddenly lowered his head, hiding his face in his hands. Seeing his older brother tremble, Ronan grew worried. "You really should get some more rest." But Logan was lost in thought. "This kind boy. I let his life be stolen away." He remembered how Ronan fought on the front lines by order of the kingdom, and died there. He pursed his lips, then placed his hands on his little brother's shoulders and stood up. "Forgive me." Tears streamed down his face. "I have wronged you so terribly." With those words, he pulled his brother into a tight embrace. Ronan, shocked, could only ask, "Brother, why are you crying?" But his older brother didn't answer. He just held him tighter, until Ronan himself began to cry too. They stood like that for a long time. Eventually, Ronan, his eyes red and swollen, pulled away. He smiled through his tears. "I'll come visit you again soon." With his own eyes equally puffy, Logan waved. "Get some rest," he said, watching him go with a warm smile. But as soon as the door closed, he turned to the window, his expression hardening. "If this isn't a dream." This was no dream. He had truly returned to the past. And this time, he vowed to change everything. His reverie was shattered by an unexpected visitor. A maid called out to him, her voice trembling with worry. He turned, his eyes meeting hers. In a state of bewilderment, he watched as she bowed deeply, begging for his forgiveness. He couldn't grasp the situation, apologizing for what he asked. Just then, Rick burst into the room, an awkward smile plastered on his face, explaining that Maria had disturbed his master's rest. He claimed it was his mistake for not warning her about a mix-up with the rooms. Both he and the maid apologized profusely to the young master. Logan shielded his face, a burning shame washing over him as he recalled how cruelly he used to treat his servants. "It's fine," he managed to say. "She's done nothing wrong." He then made a request. "Bring me a pen and paper." The two servants stared back, their faces filled with shock and dread. Rick's mind raced with horrifying possibilities. What are you going to do to Maria with a pen and paper?" The main character snapped. "Just get her out of here, and bring me what I asked for." A short while later, Rick returned with the items. Logan sat at his desk. "Thank you," he said calmly. "You may go, and let no one disturb me." Rick's eyes went wide with disbelief. Did you just thank me? Are you certain you're all right? My lord, does your head hurt?" The protagonist's patience was wearing thin. "I'm fine," he yelled. "Now get out!" Rick clutched his chest, sighing in relief. "I understand, my lord." He bowed and left, wishing him a good rest. Finally, he was alone. Logan crossed his arms, letting out a heavy sigh. But through the door, he heard Rick's voice. "What did Maria say?" "He yelled at me, so he's definitely back to normal. Now, back to work." Hearing this, our main character buried his face. In his hands, he needed patience. This was all the fallout from his own past actions. But there were far more, crucial matters at hand. He had to record the catastrophic events looming on the horizon. A devastating war against the Empire in 10 years. A disaster that would not only shatter his house, but bring an entire nation to its knees. His mission was to stop it. But first, a smaller conflict loomed. The Vassal War, just 1 year away. It would erupt suddenly, partially crippling his family and ushering in an age of darkness. He had to prevent it, and to do that, there was only one person he could turn to. Moments later, he stood before the imposing door of his father's office. A servant announced his arrival. "The first young master is here to see you." Baron McLaine, who stood by the window, turned in surprise. Logan, he thought, just minutes earlier, as the main character, walked through the halls. Servants scattered in fear at the mere sight of him, scrambling to hide. One maid, carrying a pile of linens, stumbled and fell right at his feet. She trembled uncontrollably, her mind screaming in panic. "What do I do? Why did I have to fall in front of him? This is the end. But then, Logan extended a hand to her. Are you all right? He asked. She nervously accepted his help, looking up to thank him, with a tentative smile. But her eyes suddenly widened in sheer terror. With a horrifying grin, the main character told her not to worry. The maid let out a blood-curdling scream. She dropped to the floor, her hands clasped in prayer, begging for mercy for her grave mistake. He was completely baffled. What's wrong? He asked. Why did you scream? As she frantically gathered the scattered laundry, he scratched his head, lost in thought. It seemed his sudden change in personality was deeply unsettling to everyone. It would take time for them to trust him. All he could do was wait and prove that he was a different man. He glanced at his reflection in a nearby mirror, a faint smile playing on his lips. It couldn't have been, because of my creepy smile. Could it? At last, he reached his destination as the servant announced his presence. Our protagonist's heart began to race. Memories of his past life flooded his mind. He remembered the years of resentment he held for his father, who had sent him away. He had always seen him as a cold-hearted man who had abandoned his own son, a cruel father who heartlessly cast his child aside, not even visiting after he was injured in an official duel. How foolish. How blind he had been. He clenched his fist, steeling his resolve before entering. No parent's heart could bear sending their own son away, he thought. Stepping inside the office, he called out with a newfound warmth. Father, he said with a smile. It's me, Logan. His father, Patrick McLaine, turned to face him. He spoke his son's name, his gaze filled with a pity that Logan now understood all too well. He was truly, deeply sorry. You look better than I expected, his father stated, his voice as cold as ice. Why are you here? The main character wasn't surprised. He expected this cold wall between them. After all, for him, 20 years had passed. But his father had seen his face every single day. I came to ask your permission, he replied. I wish to begin some private training near the family cemetery. His father's interest was piqued. He knew exactly what it would take to win the coming war. The answer. The plan was simple, yet audacious, to bolster the territory's forces, making every knight and guard unmatched in power. This meant forging new weapons and crafting legendary gear. But such ambitions required a mountain of gold. And in the Empire's eyes, the McLaine family was notoriously poor. Their coffers were practically empty. Yet, Logan knew of a way, a single opportunity to gain immense wealth, an event destined to unfold in just 3 months. It would secure a year's worth of the family budget in one fell swoop. But to seize this future, he first needed to hone his own power. He had to sharpen his skills and finally earn his voice. His father, Patrick, spoke with a cynical tone. Are you running away after losing to your younger brother? Logan's gaze was firm. Not at all. I've finally realized just how far I've fallen behind. Though it's late, I've learned my lesson. But his father remained unconvinced. A lack of perseverance was always your problem. In my opinion, you still haven't truly come to your senses. The main character expected this disbelief. Years of disappointment couldn't be erased with mere words. He replied calmly, I understand. My past behavior is also to blame. Patrick just shook his head, closing his eyes in weary frustration. I am tired. All you ever do is talk. He turned back to the window, dismissing him. Leave. But this time, Logan stood his ground, his voice ringing with conviction. For so long, instead of admitting my flaws, I blamed others. I was arrogant, stupid, and childish. This training will help me finally take control of myself. Please, grant me your permission. Hearing that desperate plea, Patrick paused. This time, your words don't ring hollow. How long are you planning to train? About 3 months, Logan declared. His father scoffed. And you think that's enough time to catch up with your younger brother? My goal isn't to defeat him, he shot back. I set this short time limit to push myself beyond my absolute limits. At those words, the faintest hint of a smile touched his father's lips. You truly have changed. A little. Very well. I will allow it. A triumphant smile spread across the protagonist's face as he thanked him. But as he turned to leave, his father called out once more. It may be spring, but the ground is still cold enough to kill. Try not to freeze to death out there. Logan smiled warmly. I understand completely. A few days later, he arrived at the desolate training ground. He threw his pack and sword to the earth. This place was restricted to immediate family members. Here, no one would disturb him. It was the perfect space for his solitary training. Besides, he couldn't let anyone witness the methods he was about to use. He pulled a worn book from his backpack, a knowing smile on his face. This was the legendary secret of the divine sword. In his past life, he had memorized its every word, before burning the manuscript to ash to keep it from the Empire's grasp. The book's cover once bore the emblem of a golden falcon. Its contents described the ancient secrets passed down by the legendary hero who defeated an evil dragon that once ruled the world. He had transcribed it using the secret code of the Independent Army, ensuring no one else could ever read it. To think he would have to decipher it all again. But if the legends were true, once he mastered its teachings, the aura masters of the Empire, and even the archmages, would be nothing more than insects before him. In his past life, his old body and lack of talent held him back. But now, he had a second chance. He clenched his fist, feeling a new power awaken. A brilliant golden aura erupted around him. This life energy, the force that reshapes the very body, is called strength. It is the foundation of the secret of the divine sword. He had to concentrate this power in his heart and forge a core. This was no easy task. For a person with average abilities, it was nearly impossible. In the past, this stage would have broken him. But as expected, after returning to the past, he felt his latent power working at its absolute peak. He estimated 3 days and nights of hellish effort would be enough. But suddenly, something he never expected occurred. Feeling the incredible change, he snapped his eyes open. Has the core already been created? He saw a blinding orb of energy hovering over his chest. He felt it sink into him, becoming one with his heart. It seemed that as the core formed, an extremely dense energy had overflowed, which his body absorbed like a parched desert drinking the first rain. He was ecstatic, clenching his hand into a fist. He then picked up his sword, deciding to test the secret manuscript's power, planting his foot on the ground. The very earth cracked beneath him, then concentrating his power. A light swing of his sword split a massive boulder in two. He was overjoyed. His physique and his senses had completely transformed. They had adapted to the path of the sword. He had no idea why the core was created so quickly, but at this rate, in 3 months, he would become unimaginably stronger. He continued his brutal training, honing his mastery of the blade. Day after relentless day passed in this way. Returning to the training ground one morning, he stopped before a towering tree. Today, he thought, was the last day of his training. Of the 10 sword techniques recorded in the secret manuscript, there was one that transcended space, and time itself, the space-time slash. He raised his sword above his head, settling into a perfect stance. He believed that with a single, 1-star core, he could reproduce the technique. His blade and body ignited in a radiant golden aura as he prepared. With absolute certainty in his eyes, he knew this would work. He swung his blade in a great arc, releasing a wave of pure slashing energy. The shockwave crashed into the ancient tree, and with a deafening crack, the world exploded in dust and falling leaves. Logan collapsed to his knees, gasping for air, but a triumphant laugh escaped his lips as he saw the tree trunk, cleaved perfectly in two. His laughter grew louder, filled with pure joy. This power, it was beyond all his expectations. No mere beginner could ever hope to master a technique like this. He stared at his trembling hands, realizing that a single strike had drained him completely. But it was worth it. To have an ace like this up his sleeve. He had finally achieved his training goal. Now, he could report his success to his father with his head held high. But first, a thorough wash was in order. A short while later, he approached his father's chambers, only to find his path barred. A knight offered a smug grin. "Apologies, young master. The Lord cannot see you right now. Please leave." Logan frowned. "Why is my father unwell?" The knight's smirk widened. Family law dictates that even direct relatives cannot meet the master of the house without a prior appointment. "Have you forgotten?" Rick, his servant, whispered anxiously. "Young master, Those laws are a couple of 100 years old. Logan agreed. I met with him just 3 months ago without any issue. Then that simply means, the knight sneered, that the previous guard failed his duty. Logan sensed something was wrong. This had never happened in his past life. Just then, his newly sharpened senses picked up whispers. That knight seems to be really laying into him. The sound was coming from inside the house. It seemed his power had enhanced his hearing as well. Whatever, another voice scoffed. He's still the first master, a coward who tucked his tail and ran after his own brother beat him. The knight at the door didn't even try to defend him. His comrade chuckled. Right, if anything goes wrong, I'll take care of it. Hearing this, Logan realized the grim truth. His reputation had sunk into the abyss. While he was busy training, even his own family's knights saw him as a joke. The guard spoke again. Next time, come back when you have an official appointment. Logan let out a weary sigh. This was unpleasant. He had planned to reveal his new strength gradually, rebuilding his honor piece by piece, but it seemed there was no other choice. He slowly reached a hand into his vest. Knight, state your name. The knight stiffened. What is he doing? My name is Dominion. Logan closed his eyes, nodding slowly. Dominion? You're blocking me from seeing my own father, citing a law that's been dead for centuries. And you've humiliated me with your insolent tongue. Rick began to panic, crying out, Young master! The knight grew tense. What the hell is he trying to pull rank on me now? Dominion, Logan said, his voice cold as ice. He pulled a glove from his vest and threw it in the knight's face. For this unforgivable insult, I challenge you to a duel. A wave of shock went through the other guards. What did he just say? They exclaimed. Logan just smirked. What's the matter? Are you silent because you're scared? The head servant began to look around nervously. Or did you really tuck your tail in fear? Logan taunted. At the sight of the very coward you all gossip about. I guess your best years are behind you. Those words finally lit a fire in the knight's eyes. He ripped the glove from his face, clenching it in a fist. Through gritted teeth, he snarled, I accept the challenge. Soon after, they stood on the training grounds, armed with wooden swords. One of the guards asked, So the young master is actually fighting a knight? His friend laughed. He's going to get destroyed. It's not even a contest. Didn't you see his younger brother flatten him? They say he hid in his room for 3 months after that. How long do you think the coward can last? I'll bet 50 gold he won't even make it 10 minutes. His comrade snorted. I'll bet on 5. Logan heard every single word, crystal clear. So, no one believes I can win, huh? Dominion sneered. You look awfully relaxed. You should worry about yourself. He could barely contain his fury. Logan just smirked back. He had the nerve to accept my challenge. But talking trash behind my back in front of the other knights. He's the real coward here. His servant, Rick, was on the verge of a breakdown. In the end, the young master actually went through with the duel. He held his breath, a nervous smile plastered on his face. We're finished. A nearby maid gasped in alarm. Rick, you've stopped breathing. At the center of the field, the two opponents faced each other. The referee announced, The official duel between Logan McLaine and Sir Dominion begins now. For safety, this will be fought with wooden swords. Before continuing, he glanced nervously at the young master. Seeing Logan give him a firm nod, he gulped. Should I really let this continue? The master is a stubborn one. He had no choice. They were handed wooden weapons. But Knight's channel force, even with these, a killing blow is possible. He raised his hand, thinking whatever unfolded now was not his responsibility. For heaven's sake, Sir Dominion, go easy on him. With a wave, he announced the start of the battle. The duelists created distance, each preparing their stance. Dominion took a firm position, his body suddenly enveloped in a crackling aura. One of the guards gasped in surprise. Is he actually using force? His comrade smirked grimly. Against a normal person, is he really going all out on him? Rick, at this moment, began chewing his nails. Isn't this cheating? If the young master gets hit, it'll be a disaster. The judge pleaded, asking Sir Dominion to show mercy. But the main character thought, this might scare a novice. But not me. He's clumsy with his force. This came from a severe lack of control. He looked at his opponent. You seem on edge. Did something upset you? The knight gritted his teeth, fury flashing in his eyes. Did he just say my best years?
We're behind me. Time marches on. Juniors rise through the ranks. At 40 years old, he was the weakest in his order. Already planning his retirement, he was just trying to quietly wait for that day. And then this arrogant kid showed up,
spitting those words. Who is someone like him to say such a thing? With that thought, he exploded forward to attack. Rick lunged at the nearest knight, terrified. Stop him! The young master will die. But all the judge could do was reply. He agreed to this himself. What can we do? Dominion launched himself from the ground, soaring through the air. He thought, I've already decided to retire anyway, so I'll finish this with a secret technique. He raised his sword high above his head, yet despite the blistering advance, Logan stood his ground, unshaken. The moment the opening appeared, he took a subtle step aside. He unleashed the great triple kill technique. His weapon came down, deflecting the knight's sword with impossible speed. To an outsider, it looked like a light tap, but Dominion's face, twisted in agony, told a different story. His wooden sword clattered to the ground. He collapsed to one knee. The main character, now shrouded in his own powerful aura, calmed his energy. You call yourself a knight. Is this truly all you have? The surrounding knights and servants stared, jaws agape, at the unbelievable outcome. Dominion remained on his knees, unable to process what had just happened. His comrades exclaimed, that was unbelievable. We couldn't even follow his movements. The first young master can use force. Logan called out to the judge. The knight scurried over to him. Logan declared that he would give Dominion a second chance. What do you say? The judge agreed and rushed to the knight. Are you all right? But Dominion didn't seem to hear him. He stared at his trembling hand. What in the hell just happened? Am I weaker than this brat? Unwilling to accept it, he channeled his strength once more. Raising his sword, he roared, this can't be happening. Our hero thought, he's enraged, pushing himself beyond his limits. He met the wild swing with his own blade and countered with a crushing blow. Oh, but this can... And it is happening. His strike sent blood erupting from the knight's nose. The man lost, his balance crashing to the ground. The protagonist grimaced. I even gave you a second chance? It's time to tuck your tail between your legs. The defeated knight clutched his face, his pride shattered. He turned to the young master. I admit, defeat. But before he could finish, Logan slapped him hard across the face, sending him sprawling again. I've shown enough mercy to a vassal who dared to rebel against his lord. Now, it's time you receive what you've earned. His lips pursed in cold anger. He glared down at the Michut's knight. He raised his sword and began to punish him. The man writhed in agony, begging him to stop. The servant began to bite his fingers in horror. This is so cruel, Rick pleaded. Can't someone please stop him? The other knights were completely stunned. One of them whispered, is that really our young master? How could he change so much in 3 months? He didn't just awaken his power. His entire sword technique has been reborn. It was as if he had been a master swordsman for decades. Finally, the main character finished the punishment and lowered his hands. The judge announced, the winner is Logan McLaine. Later, he met with his father, who simply said, that was impressive. It seems you have awakened. What happened during your training? Logan considered. Was he watching us? He replied. I finally cast aside my selfish desires, and I was ready to let go of the past. While clearing my mind, at some point, I felt power begin to flood my entire being. It was an incredible sensation. He thought, in my past life, this is exactly how it felt. Only after he abandoned his quest for revenge against his own family did he finally gain true power. After awakening from a 40-year slumber, Patrick admitted he had truly changed. But his son's first act was to attack a knight. He shot his son a look of disapproval, but Logan simply replied, he deserved it. He'd heard the entire story from the guards. Patrick confirmed this, but still had to ask.
Was it truly necessary to go that far? Logan's answer was firm. It was.
His father sighed, surprised. Is that so? Logan explained the man was trying to deceive the master's son, to make a complete fool of him. If he hadn't stopped it, it would have shattered the discipline of their house. In his mind, hierarchy was the very pillar that held their world together. If it crumbled, the balance would be lost. Besides, after 10 years as a mercenary, he learned one vital lesson: insubordination among armed men must be
crushed before it can sprout. Today's display would be a chilling lesson for every other knight. Hearing this, his father conceded.
The knight was definitely in the wrong. He had forgotten his duty and tried to play his lord for a fool. But still, Logan had gone too far. He warned him to control himself in the future. The main character was stunned he was forgiven so easily. Noticing his shock, Patrick smirked. What, were you hoping for a punishment? His son waved his hands in denial. Not at all. Patrick's expression turned serious again. He didn't condone his son's actions. He warned him never to pull a stunt like that again without his permission. After all, he hadn't officially received his rank yet. Logan acknowledged his father's words, but Patrick had one more thing to add. His fiancée, Rena, would be visiting them very soon. The news hit Logan like a thunderbolt, a tremor of anticipation running through him. A smile crept onto his face. His precious milk cow was finally on her way. Soon, a grand carriage arrived at the estate, and from it, a beautiful young woman emerged. The guards announced the arrival of Lady Rena Wolves. She glided into the estate, capturing the admiring glances of every servant and knight. One of them whispered, "The young master is a lucky man." Reaching the stairs, she greeted Lord McLaine, stating they hadn't seen each other in so long. A brilliant smile lit up her face as she asked if he was well. The Baron laughed, remarking that she'd grown into a true lady. Rick, watching from the side, was captivated. He remembered her from childhood, but now she was a breathtaking beauty. He then glanced at the young master and saw a thunderous look on his face. What was wrong with the chaise?
One person who should be the happiest man alive. Lady Rena took a scroll from her servant's hands, announcing
she would now read the letter entrusted to her by the Count. The letter began by addressing Lord
Patrick McLaine as a dear friend, followed by an endless stream of pleasantries. Half an hour later, the knights were groaning.
Finally, she reached the end of the letter. Due to unavoidable circumstances, Tran Wolves, request to dissolve the engagement. She handed the letter back to the servant and said, "That is all." A heavy silence fell upon the hall. Logan scoffed internally. All those flowery words, just to hide the ugly truth. What he really meant was, I thought Patrick McLaine would become an aura user, but he's been stuck as a high-ranking knight for 20 years. And frankly, his son is even worse. Why should we lower our house's prestige and tie ourselves to you? That was the dagger hidden in his words. At last, his father's voice boomed through the hall. By breaking this engagement without just cause, does House Wolves intend to insult House McLaine? The knights tensed, feeling the killing intent from their lord. But Rena, with a face of pure innocence, claimed that wasn't it at all. She guessed he might take it the wrong way, which is why she insisted on delivering the message herself, to clear up any misunderstandings. Tears welled in her eyes. She spoke of her memories, of the entire year she spent with them as a child. The moments I shared with young Lord Logan, in this beautiful, serene place. My young mind holds them as precious treasures. She had no wish to forget them, but she was bound by her duty to her family. So, she felt it was only right to apologize to him, and to young Master Logan, in person. The maids were completely taken in by her act, weeping as they whispered how her heart was as beautiful as her face. The sound of quiet sobs filled the hall. Logan just smiled, cursing her masterful performance in his mind. The Baron's wife, Moran Kiro, spoke up. "So, what is the reason?" she asked coldly. "I want to hear about these inevitable circumstances." Rena looked up, her eyes stained with tears, but said nothing. Logan glanced at his stepmother, Ronan's biological mother. He knew she'd long seen him as an obstacle to the succession, a bitter rival. He thought she'd stay out of this, but an insult to the family's honor. That was an entirely different battle. Rena lowered her gaze and, with a pained expression, she apologized, confessing she couldn't explain the reason because she didn't know it herself. When asked about her own marriage, with sorrow in her voice, she explained she was destined to be wed into another family, as her father never discussed such vital decisions with her. Marian's voice grew cold. So you came to announce the end of an engagement without a single reason, and expect us to simply accept it? Rena grew flustered and quickly added that, in exchange, her house would pay 3 million gold as compensation. Hearing this, the financial manager of House McLaine, a man named Dwayne Filner, had his eyes light up with greed. A smirk played on our protagonist's lips. Everything was falling into place. If he could just secure that money. But then, his father's voice boomed with pure rage. How dare they! The very estate seemed to shake. A nearby knight whispered that he was too powerful. Rena recoiled in fear as her knight stepped in front of her, declaring loudly, I am Rocker, a knight of House Wolves.
I implore you to calm your spirit so that we may continue this discussion. The Baron's eyes narrowed. So, a high-ranking
knight, much like myself. Quite impressive for your age. He then added menacingly, perhaps wounding the rising star
of House Wolves would be fair payment for the humiliation you've brought upon House McLaine. These words
made the knight turn pale. Closing his eyes to gather his courage, he spoke. The head of my house refers to you as a man of honor. Surely, such a man would not persecute a young lady and her knight. Rena quickly added that they were not attempting to purchase honor with money. She pleaded for them to accept the gold as a sincere gesture to maintain the friendship between their houses, despite the public scandal that was sure to follow. Patrick gritted his teeth in fury, realizing that if he pushed any further, he'd be seen as a cruel tyrant. Is this what that old fox Karen wanted? Sending 2 children to corner me? He forced himself to calm down. A guest is a guest, even if they bring ill tidings. House McLaine will not oppress them. Lady Rena breathed a sigh of relief, but the Baron continued. However, we will not accept House Wolves' offer. We ask for only one thing in exchange for this broken promise. Have Earl Wolves himself come and personally apologize to my son? I will accept no other compensation. The knights of House McLaine swelled with pride. This was how a true aristocrat should act. This was the way of the nobility. But Logan strongly disagreed. He raised his hand and addressed his father, as the man directly shamed by this broken vows. I have but one request. He offered a strained smile and asked to be heard, while internally he was screaming, we need that money. He's letting them off with an apology. This is insane. 3 million is our house's entire annual budget. Even worse, half of that amount comes from my stepmother's family as aid. The moment that support vanishes, we'll be completely bankrupt. What is he thinking? We have to get that 3 million, no matter the cost. Logan stated clearly. I would like to accept their offer. His father's eyes blazed with fury. Are you trying to make me swallow my own words? The sheer force in his voice was crushing, a heavy pressure bearing down on our hero. Even without an aura, his power as a high-ranking knight was immense. But it was a trifle compared to the true monsters of the world. If I can't even overcome this, Logan thought, I'll never move forward. His father's voice cut in. Our house isn't so poor that we'd sell our honor for gold. Taking a deep breath, the main character stood tall and retorted, Father, our house is poor. We owe the bank 3 million with an annual interest of 150,000. Without our current support, we face bankruptcy. His father and stepmother were completely stunned by his declaration. He wanted to add that they'd become a great house of beggars, but he knew that in an official meeting, he had to restrain himself. Instead, he told his father, the reason we must accept the 3 million is precisely for the sake of our honor, Patrick questioned. For honor, you want me to break my word? His son apologized respectfully. House Wolves is superior to us. The Earl rules the entire East, and while our lands are located there, we do not command his forces. I fear a simple apology will only spread rumors. Rumors that we are weak and attempting to curry their favor. The servants began to whisper. Rena intervened, declaring that her family was reasonable and respected House McLane's honor. Logan's cold gaze snapped towards her. You came here to break a sacred vow. and yet you speak of reason. Do not make a contact.
Fool of yourself. His sharp words silenced her instantly. In his past life, Logan had believed she was sincerely
saddened by the inevitable breakup. Just before it happened, she had called him to her room for one last time. She thanked him for coming, and with a sweet smile, said that even though they were parting, she wanted to create one last memory. His last memory of her. He had been utterly enchanted. His life as a young master, once so bright, was now in ruins. He chose to risk everything for the woman he adored, believing their escape was the only answer. He was just about to ask,
when she suddenly produced a knife. Lifting the hem of her own dress, she took aim. He cried out her name, his voice a mix of shock and concern.
Then the blade sliced through the fine fabric. For a moment, he was paralyzed by confusion, but instinct took over. He drew his own sword, swatting the knife from her hand, clutching the torn cloth to her chest. Rena asked with a chilling smile, could a boy like him ever truly possess her? It was time he learned his place. Why did he even bother carrying a sword? He had made her task so much easier, and for that, she was truly grateful. He demanded to know what she was talking about, but she offered no answer, only a piercing scream. Instantly, a knight burst into the room as she collapsed into a flood of tears. She wailed that young Master Logan had become aggressive, and in that frozen moment, the protagonist knew. It was a trap. He was framed for countless offenses. The family's trust in him was shattered. In the end, his house was forced to bow to the Wolves family, paying an immense compensation. Because of that venomous girl, he swore he would never trust a woman again. And now, here she was again. He was certain this was another scheme to profit from a broken engagement. What a pity for her, so things would be different this time. At first, he'd planned to slowly rebuild his reputation within the family. He thought that if he cautiously showed them a new side of himself, he could win them over, that one day, they might even see him in a new light. Those were his naive thoughts. But the clash with Dominion opened his eyes. He saw how the guards turned a blind eye to the blatant disrespect shown to him. In his absence, vile rumors had taken root and spread like weeds. Could he really change his family's mind by winning over people like them, with only 9 months left until the regional wars? His personal reputation was a luxury he couldn't afford. With his decision made, he gripped the railing. A thought burned in his mind. He had to save his family, no matter the cost. Turning to Lady Rena, he declared he would accept her offer of compensation. The family's wishes be damned. Her eyes widened in genuine shock. His father's voice boomed with displeasure, questioning how he dared to defy his will. The son calmly replied that empty apologies meant nothing to him. If their honor was worth only a few words, that would vanish into thin air. Then that honor had no weight at all. Lady Rena grit her teeth, clearly furious with this turn of events. After a tense pause, she stated that House Wolves would submit to the will of the Lord of House McLaine. She then faced Lord Patrick McLaine, asking for his final decision. But her gaze shot daggers at Logan. He could read her thoughts plain as day. She was only saying this to protect her father's reputation, seething at the thought of having to pay 3 million gold. The Baron declared that, as the head of House McLaine, a sincere apology was sufficient for him. The guards shifted nervously, but then he continued. However, his son would make the final decision. His wife cried out his name in protest. A wave of murmurs washed over the hall as everyone debated their master's shocking choice. Rena clenched her jaw, realizing the young master would ultimately demand the compensation. His father, meanwhile, gave him a solemn warning. If he sold his honor now, he would find it easier and easier to make such a trade in the future. He fixed his son with a serious stare, and Logan could only apologize to him in his heart. Unfortunately, he could not back down. He then announced that as the party who suffered from a broken engagement, he would accept monetary compensation from House Wolves. Marin smirked from the sidelines while Rena's face turned crimson with rage. After hearing his son's final answer, Patrick's face fell with disappointment. He thought Logan had changed, but it seemed it was only for the worse. He blamed himself for failing to teach his son the true value of honor. The protagonist lowered his head, feigning guilt. I'm doing this for our family's future, he thought, a silent promise to his father. A short time later, the payment arrived. He gazed at the chest overflowing with gold. He finally had it. 3 million gold pieces. He needed to stay calm, to not let the excitement show. First, he would secure this money in the bank. Just then, a knock came at the door. Thinking it was Rick, he told them to enter, but to his surprise, it was Dwayne who walked into the room. The man immediately bowed, asking for forgiveness. Logan was taken aback by the visit and asked for his name. Dwayne smiled, placing a hand on his chest. As he gave a formal greeting, Logan's mind raced. This was the family's financial manager, his father's most trusted advisor. A man like this didn't just show up for a friendly chat. What could he possibly want? A hint of a frown crossed his face as he watched him with suspicion. Dwayne felt that piercing gaze and broke into a nervous sweat. He knew he was about to face the greatest challenge of his entire life. As the financial manager of McLaine, he was in charge of cutting the budget for the whole castle. But people were constantly at his door. He had endless complaints. The servants were running out of winter supplies, and the guards were desperate for new weapons. He'd been forced to beg his father-in-law for money, a deep humiliation. Was he the finance manager, or just a glorified beggar, if not for his hometown ties? He would have left long ago. But now, a golden opportunity had appeared. His opponent was nothing more than a foolish child. From his perspective, Logan was just a sniveling brat. He would manipulate that immature mind and make him hand over the money.
He put his plan into motion, laughing as if he just dropped by to say hello. Logan had certainly surprised him.
Yesterday, Logan had shown unexpected backbone. He told him to hold firm, to ignore the unreasonable pressure. Now, with a wave and a thumbs up, he laid the flattery on thick. A wide smile plastered on his face. He was shocked by the new air Logan carried. He thought, "How do you like my praise after all the stupid things you've done? Surely I'm the first to compliment you. Now open your heart and your wallet." But the main character was unfazed. He simply tilted his head, asking what kind of nonsense he was spouting. Dwayne was completely
unprepared for such a cold reaction. He cleared his throat, shifting tactics. In these desperate times, 3 million gold is like
rain in a drought. Your genius will allow the family to finally breathe, Logan shot back. Why is the money yours?
Though the finance manager's face was friendly, a fire of rage was burning within him. He expected this, but it was still infuriating. This brat was hoarding all that money for himself. He clenched his fist, forcing himself to stay calm. He had to remember his 20 years of experience as the McLain's finance manager. He remembered begging Viscount Kiro on his knees for aid. He was an expert at humiliation. And now, this situation was no different. His body began to tremble as he burst into tears, covering his face. Seeing this, Logan asked, "Is it really that bad?" Hearing this, Dwayne knew this was his chance. He immediately stopped crying and said, "I don't know if you're aware, but we owe Cooper Bank 3 million. The annual interest alone is..." But Logan
cut him off. "The interest is 150,000 gold." Dwayne could only stare at him in utter shock. "You knew..." The protagonist placed a hand on his belt. "It's harvest time. We can pay the interest?" The man was stunned. How did he know so much? He let out a nervous laugh. "As you know, running a barony costs a great deal. We're always short. If you could just help a little, it would be a great blessing." But the young master simply shook his head and apologized. His answer was a clear refusal. Dwayne sputtered in disbelief. "Why, I thought you defied your father for the good of our domain." Logan confirmed his words, leaving Dwayne speechless. Just as he was about to argue, the young gentleman's answer finally sank in. He asked in surprise. "You agree," Logan clarified. "I will use this money for the good of the family, not to cover day-to-day expenses. We must think of the future." The chief financer's anger flared. It's as if he already knew. "Just give me the money." The main character then posed a question. "If we pay off the debts, how does the family's situation truly change?" The financer replied that their budget would increase, making things easier to manage for the next couple of years. A chance to breathe. The young master pressed on. "And then what?" Dwayne looked at him, completely lost for words. "We'd be trapped in debt again, wouldn't we?" Logan continued. "We have nothing special to sell. It's a vicious cycle, and I'm going to break it. This money is for my plan." Speechless, the financier could only stare. Was this truly the spoiled bully he once knew? The kid who never cared about the family's problems was gone. The protagonist then said, "However, I have a favor to ask of you. Do this, and I can help cover some family expenses." Dwayne's interest was instantly piqued. "What is the request?" Logan smirked. "I need you to gather some mercenaries." A short while later, he was
packing a bag for a journey. Rick, his servant, asked with concern, "Are you truly leaving again?" Logan adjusted his armor and confirmed it. "But what is happening? You just returned from solo training." The protagonist paused for a
moment. "I need to earn more money," he replied. The head servant exclaimed, "But don't you have enough?" The main character slung the backpack over his shoulder. "I need much more." Rick grew pale with worry. "I'm certain the Lord will be against this. The atmosphere in the castle is already far too tense." The protagonist nodded in agreement. "I know. That's why I'm leaving in secret." Rick's eyes widened in alarm. "What do you mean, loin?" Covered his ears and hushed him. He thought to himself, "If I can't even change my reputation, I can't change anything. I have to build my forces from the outside. Luckily, thanks to my past life, I know exactly what's about to happen out there." And just like that, he was cast out from his own home. But first, Rick cried out, "What in the world is he doing? Trying to run away at his age?" The protagonist simply slung a pack over his shoulder, remarking that the old man was incredibly persistent. The servant collapsed onto the floor in sheer despair. "What am I supposed to do if he escapes? I'll have to answer for it." Logan let out a weary sigh, raising his foot over the man's head. Just as he was about to press down, the old man panicked. Terrified, he pleaded for him to wait. A smirk touched our hero's lips as he told him not to worry. "I left a letter for my father. No one will blame you." The head servant, calming slightly, asked what he had written, but his master only offered a cryptic smile in return. Soon enough, he would learn the letter's contents himself, while kneeling in the Baron's suffocatingly silent office. In that tense silence, his nerves frayed as he watched his master practically burn with rage. Patrick clutched the letter. From his son, its words like poison. "The broken engagement has shattered my heart. I've decided to leave for a time,
but I will return soon." It seemed such a short letter only fueled the Baron's inferno, and he roared his son's name to the heavens.
The head servant could only weep, mentally begging his young master to return quickly. 200 years ago, House McLaine was not the shadow of its former self. It was now. It was a vast and powerful county, its influence stretching from the neighboring Zhou, Vice County of Tesron to the lands of Sylvan and Perrin, and the plains of Bean. They were revered as the undisputed rulers of the southern part of the Kingdom of Grandia, but the fruitless reigns of 3 generations before the current lord. Patrick McLaine led to his family's downfall. They were demoted in rank, their territory significantly reduced. The vast grain holdings, once known as the McLaine Plains, were seized by a powerful vassal, and their fertile lands were carved up among various farmers. The territory McLaine was left with was a hard, dry land near the southern mountains. It boasted no valuable regional products, nor did it have the copper mines typical of such mountainous terrain. In these conditions, even winning a regional war was meaningless. They would be forever indebted to others for aid. To break this vicious cycle, they needed a fortune far more than 3 million. And here, in Kai, the greatest trading cities of the Kingdom of Grandia, there was someone who could provide that money. Walking through the city's streets, the protagonist found himself on a shopping lane, alive with the calls of merchants. The long road to get here reminded him just how far McLaine truly was. If he wasn't mistaken, that man had spent his youth in Kai. Locals say that. The gold beetle, Philip Cloud, lives somewhere around here. The Ares Empire is the mightiest nation on the continent. A powerful, centralized government that runs on a system of merit, regardless of gender or age. A person with talent can succeed here and claim immense power and wealth. Even foreigners are given that right. A prime example is Philip Cloud from the Kingdom of Granda. He is one of the wealthiest merchants influencing the empire, and the greatest military trader, who is considered a traitor to his own kingdom. However, the reality is, despite his nickname, the Gold Bug, he secretly supports his countrymen and uses his money and power to make Granda a sovereign state. Logan then noticed a gaunt man on the street, sitting on the ground, with a look of utter dejection. Could this really be him, he wondered. Philip was completely broken, muttering to the floor. How could those bastards deceive me like that? What am I supposed to live on now? He grabbed his head in agony as our main character thought. He'd heard his business had failed due to a betrayal, a pathetic sight. Philip then whispered, "Maybe I should just die." Our hero approached him and cleared his throat. With a confident smile, he asked, "Are you Philip Cloud?" The man looked up and confirmed it, warily asking who he was. He eyed the stranger closely, the red hair and eyes. The unwavering, strong-willed gaze. The main character grinned. "Good, I was looking for you. Do you have a moment to talk?" Philip grew nervous and shuffled back. Who is this guy? Do we know each other? In Logan's gaze, he saw something he had seen many times as a merchant greed, judging by the man's timing and his worn armor. He was likely a mercenary. Panic began to set in, and just as Logan opened his mouth to speak, Philip interrupted him. Now is not the time to collect a debt. I'll receive the funds from the property sale in 3 days, so come back then, our hero replied calmly. I'm not here to collect any debt. But Philip, like the fiercest chihuahua in the world, shrieked, I told you I haven't received the money yet, so get lost. He was nearly out of breath from pure rage. The main character remained silent. Logan just smiled and said, Calm down. I didn't come for your money. In fact, I want to invest. Those words stunned Philip into silence. He stammered, You want to invest in me? After receiving a nod of confirmation, he stared in utter surprise. So, he didn't come for the debt.
What kind of madman is he? He clenched his fist, thinking, he's truly insane. To invest in someone like me.
A man on the verge of ruin. But what if this boy's offer was real? His eyes narrowed with cautious hope. How much can you offer? Logan countered, his voice steady. Tell me what you need. Philip's mind raced, enough to clear his debts and return to Kyle.
A cold sweat of pure excitement broke out on his brow. Could this truly be my chance? But then his gaze, once full of admiration, fell upon Logan's travel-worn armor, soiled and dusty, as if from a long, arduous journey. And then he saw it, an emblem. Instantly, the hope on his face curdled into bitter disappointment. The main character pressed on. So, how much I'll do what I can? To help! But Philip exploded with rage. You little fool, he roared. The protagonist stood there, completely stunned. The man jabbed a finger accusingly. If you're going to scam someone, at least do your homework. You're just like all the rest. No investor. He tapped the emblem on Logan's chest. Isn't this the crest of the southeastern McLaine barony? A family so poor they're begging their in-laws for aid. What investment? Your master can't even handle his own debts. Get caught impersonating a noble, and you'll lose your head. You picked the wrong man to swindle. His body trembled with fury. He grabbed Logan by the shoulders, shaking him violently. I am completely bankrupt, do you hear me? Logan thought to himself. Even at rock bottom, his mind is sharp, as expected of a future tycoon.
Philip's rage collapsed back into despair. I don't even have money for food, he sobbed. The main character wondered how to break through this wall of grief. Then an idea sparked. Wait, he said calmly. Look at this. Philip reluctantly turned his head. What now? He spat. Another pathetic trick. But the words died in his throat. He saw the shimmering energy gathering above Logan's palm. His eyes widened in disbelief. Am I seeing things? He's awakened his power. At such a young age. A genius like this, trying to swindle him. No one would be foolish enough to throw away such a brilliant future on a petty scam.
Philip scratched the back of his head. his anger vanishing into an awkward smile. "My apologies," he stammered. "I've been through so much."
"I've become a bit paranoid. Could you repeat your offer?" Logan let out a patient sigh. After a moment, he spoke. "I want to hire you, permanently, and as a signing bonus, I will erase your debt." Philip's jaw dropped. House McLaine doesn't possess that kind of wealth. Logan simply tossed a heavy sack of gold at his feet. "So, tell me, how much is the debt?" "Around 250,000, Philip whispered. The main character unzipped his pack. "I will give you that entire amount," Logan declared. "And I'll pay you the same again for your service, plus a 50,000 bonus." The brilliant light of gold coins reflected in Philip's wide eyes. Logan continued. "Does 300,000 sound fair, making a grand total of 550,000? "Zotes, paid in full, right now." Philip stared at him, utterly dumbfounded. Is he an angel sent from the heavens? Without another moment of hesitation, he signed. A vortex of blood and magical energy sealed their pact. The mage clapped her hands.
"The contract is complete," she announced. "Now, should the subordinate ever intend deliberate harm,
to his master, he will suffer a pain, as if his very soul is being ripped apart. If he wants out of it, he'll have to awaken his own power and become a high knight, or hire a fourth circle mage to break the curse." Hearing the words "terrible pain," a chill ran down Philip's spine. Later, as he and Logan left the magic shop, the girl bid them a cheerful farewell. But Philip was lost in his own mind. Did I just sign my own death sentence?
First, I thought he was an angel, but he's utterly insane to use such an expensive magic contract.
Just to bind me to him. You could buy 30 common slaves for this price. The main character simply smiled. We've only just met. Trust must be earned. Correct, since I am investing in you. I require a guarantee. Philip's lip quivered, his eyes welling with tears. Logan's expression softened as he extended a hand. Once we build that trust, I will personally break this contract. For now, let's work hard. Philip was stunned. This makes no sense. He set no conditions. No specific terms. I have no choice but to follow him. They shook hands, sealing their promise. So, Philip asked, what is my first task? Logan replied simply, first, you will buy up monster meat. Philip snatched his hand back, a look of pure disbelief on his face. You really are insane. You said that out loud, Logan noted wryly. Philip averted his gaze, as the protagonist thought. I understand. His confusion. Right now, monster meat and blood contain a deadly poison, so it's always burned. But in just a couple of years, that will all change. A dramatic shift is coming. A discovery that the poison can be neutralized with common ingredients. In regions suffering from food shortages, people will have no choice. They will begin to consume monster meat. And by winter, something incredible will happen. The number of people cured of physical ailments will skyrocket. Eating this meat leads to the appearance of kiak, even those thought to be sterile. We'll see results. A year from now, the Imperial Magic Tower will confirm it. And then, every last bit of kiak will vanish. From shelves across the entire continent. Why? Because of its unbelievable effect on male potency. And that is how I will make a fortune from just 3 million. As Philip followed, a sudden thought struck him. Maybe he should just take the money and run. Later, at a tavern, he finally exploded. 1 million gold, is he crazy? Who would spend a whole 1 million on monster meat? Filled the air as every customer turned to stare. And our hero quickly told his companion to keep a low profile. They would make their money either way. Philip pushed back, saying he was against it, but he was completely confident. I know I'm right, he said, then asked, what do you think that meat is actually worth? Philip scoffed. Right now it's worthless. Everyone just burns the carcasses since there are no buyers. If we just paid someone to haul the corpses, it would only cost around 200 gold, and that includes the kingdom's transportation fees. If we brought in a massive amount at once, the cost would drop even lower. His subordinate sighed. But that's still a bit steep. He had even factored in the transport costs, Logan asked, looking displeased. Is my calculation a mistake? No, not at all, Philip replied. Your estimate was spot on.
But with a budget of 1 million, your plan is to hire a guild to hunt and then buy their kills. Logan confirmed his words. What's wrong with that? Philip leaned in, his finger tapping the table. That approach is completely and utterly wrong.
Everyone throws away monster meat these days, he explained. So buying it directly is more than enough.
There are countless mercenaries who will bring you anything for a few coins. The moment they see someone buying up discarded meat, they'll flock to us.
He was certain. Just ask, and they will lay all the meat in the entire kingdom at your feet. A smirk touched his lips. And they'll even butcher it for you. An idea so brilliant, Logan was stunned. He'd already made back Philip's salary with that one suggestion. This man was a true find. Philip's face grew serious. From this moment on, I will handle all financial planning. My fate is now tied to yours. The protagonist had no choice but to agree in silence. Then, he remembered something crucial. Stay in Kale for now, and buy these items in large quantities. He handed over a list. Philip read it aloud, confused. Cartridges made from ironwood, from the southern mountains of the Empire.
Springs. And glue. Are you making toys to sell? Logan replied with a knowing smile. Something much better, he thought to himself.
He couldn't possibly tell him the truth yet. This wasn't for toys. These were raw materials for weapons of war. In his past life, weapons forged from these very materials were used in the invasion of the Grandia Kingdom. With one in hand, even a pathetic soldier could hold a fully armored knight at bay. He had entrusted Dwayne to recruit mercenaries, who would be armed with these new weapons. They would gain an overwhelming advantage in the coming regional war. But first, he needed a craftsman to make them, and an instructor to teach his new recruits. 2 days later, he arrived in Harun, the city of mercenaries, and met with an A-rank mercenary named Kalen, offering him the position of instructor. Kalen apologized immediately. I've never done anything like that before, Logan replied smoothly. It won't be difficult. You just have to train the C-rank mercenaries. I've hired... The man scratched his head in confusion. I don't know what you've heard, but I've only ever supervised a couple of kids. You'd be better off finding professional teachers. The protagonist looked at him with a hidden smile. He knew this man from his past life. He knew everything. Kalen could master any weapon, and his skill on horseback was legendary. His true value would skyrocket once he became an instructor. The mercenary squad he raised after a career-ending injury was unmatched. But right now, he seemed to be in a tight spot. Time to offer him some money. I will pay you 4,000 zotes for the job. Hearing that amount, Kalen was shocked. He pursed his lips, thinking, an A-rank mercenary could earn 2,000 hanas a month at most. This was double his rate, but he couldn't fall for it. He shook his head and replied, I really have never worked as an instructor. Logan cut him off without hesitation. Is that not enough? Then I offer 6,000. The mercenary turned away. I prefer missions where I have to fight. The protagonist simply crossed his arms over his chest. Is that so? Then it seems I have no choice. He met Kalen's gaze with unwavering confidence. I'll offer you 7,000. Kalen's ear twitched as the number registered. He slammed his fist on the wall and exclaimed, Didn't you hear me? Do you think you can just buy... Logan interrupted him again. I'll offer 8,000. Instantly, the man's demeanor shifted. With a brilliant smile, he declared, It seems we have the exact same views. He dropped to one knee and bowed his head. My new employer, I thank you in advance. And just like that, Logan had successfully hired his man. Afterwards, they walked out into the streets of the city, and he began to explain who he was. Aren't you curious? He began. Why I sought out a mercenary from the feudal city of McLaine. The man just grinned in response. As long as you pay well, what's there to be curious about? Impressed by his keen insight, Logan offered a compliment. But at that moment, a harsh voice cut through the airs, contemptuously branding the common folk as cattle. Kalen the mercenary stopped dead, his gaze locking onto a man, lashing slaves with a whip, forcing them to quicken their pace. The grim rattle of their shackles was a constant reminder. of their brutal reality. Kalen grimly informed his employer that Harun is known as the city of mercenaries
And slaves. This sight would become all too common, for a massive slave market lay just ahead. His employer lowered his head,
a shadow of disappointment crossing his face. "I know," he replied quietly. "That's exactly where I'm headed." They entered the market, and a sleazy vendor immediately took notice. "A clueless country bumpkin," the man schemed, sizing him up. He called out to the young master to come closer. "Right here, sir, I have the finest slaves, and at the absolute cheapest price." But then he noticed the warrior walking at Logan's side. The vendor met Kalen's fierce gaze, and his words instantly died in his throat. "Why is he here?" He panicked. This brief exchange didn't escape Logan's notice. A smirk played on his lips. Now he felt far more secure. The mercenary was worth every coin.
They approached an enormous tent, and seeing the heavy guard presence, Logan knew this had to be
the right place. The slave trader approached with a practiced smile. "I believe I know what you've come for," he purred.
Our protagonist stated his purpose clearly. "I wish to buy a dwarf." The old man's grin widened.
"Then you have certainly come to the right place. Rarer races are hard to come by, so we take special precautions." He stepped aside, gesturing toward the tent's entrance. "Please, go inside." The main character entered, his eyes immediately drawn to two elves held captive in cages. The trader boasted about how difficult they were to capture. "Have you ever seen one before?" he began, but Logan had no patience for his sales pitch. He pointed a decisive finger at a slave in the center of the tent. "Bring him to me," he commanded. The merchant, recalling his customer's original request for a dwarf, hurriedly brought the slave forward. The dwarf's hands and legs were bound in heavy iron shackles. As he stood before his potential new owner, his eyes burned with defiance. The old trader chimed in. "As you can see, his race is unmistakable. He will prove immensely useful. Even among the greatest dwarven masters, this one is a rare find, with the rank of expert." Hearing this, our main character was genuinely shocked. By nature, dwarves were skillful artisans who dedicated their entire lives to their craft. The rank of an expert was far beyond what he'd hoped for. With such a master, his plans would be foolproof. A confident smile touched his lips as he asked, "How much?" Seeing the obvious interest in his customer's eyes, the old man laughed greedily. "Since he is an expert, the price is no less than 200,000. Logan let out an exasperated sigh, his jaw tightening. "Do I look like a simpleton to you?" The merchant's greedy smile vanished, replaced by pure fear. He stammered, "My apologies, I will concede and sell the slave for 50,000. With the deal done, they departed. Kalen marveled that in just a few minutes, he had cut the price by 150,000. The dwarf, named Hamar, glanced back at the old trader, who was nearly in tears, throwing salt after them in a curse. He turned to Logan and remarked, "You are a ruthless man." Logan simply smiled. "It was elementary," he replied. The dwarf asked where he was being taken. "To the McLaine estate in the southwest. You will be crafting items for me." Hamar's head hung in resignation. "I figured as much," he mumbled. Our hero noticed his despair and understood. While dwarves were skilled craftsmen, the same could not be said for those who had been sold into bondage without passion. Their natural talents could never create true works of art. To reignite that fire, he made an offer. "Give me your absolute best for 20 years. If you work hard for those 20 years, I will send you back to the mountains. For your kind, 20 years is nothing, is it?" The dwarf's eyes shot wide open in disbelief. He stared with pure admiration, unable to believe his ears. He opened his mouth to ask a question, but a frantic shout from behind them cut him off. "Grab the escaping slave." A young boy, carrying his sister on his back, darted past them in a desperate sprint. Logan watched him in surprise. The boy gritted his teeth, running with every fiber of his being to escape a life of slavery. The crowd turned in confusion at his master's screams. Despite the chaos in front of him, the boy expertly weaved through the people. But suddenly, He heard footsteps closing in fast, and he whipped his head around. In pure terror, a brutal kick sent him sprawling to the ground. The pursuer sneered at the slave trader. "They're caught!" Clutching a fresh wound on his arm, the man stalked towards the children and kicked the boy again. "How dare you bite me!" The boy endured the savage blows, gritting his teeth in agony. His only instinct was to shield his sister with his own body. Her terrified sobs filled the air as she insisted she was fine. Kalen turned to his employer. "They are just slaves. We should not—" Logan agreed, but his words trailed off, his gaze fixed on the boy's striking appearance. He had blue hair and eyes of two different colors, one red and one blue. Where had he seen that before then? Like a lightning strike, he remembered. "You're Victor," he exclaimed. Kalen was taken aback by the sudden outburst. As the protagonist asked him to give him a moment, his mind raced. How was this possible? He never expected to meet the legendary aristocrat killer here, in his past life. A user of immense power lived in this very kingdom. He began as a slave who slaughtered his master to escape. He was hunted for killing countless soldiers and knights, all while evading an entire aristocracy. He was forced to live like a ghost, but 10 years later, when he emerged from the shadows, he wielded the power of aura, proof he had transcended ordinary men. He annihilated the entire family that had once enslaved him. From that day forward, he hunted down every noble in Grandia, earning a fearsome title, the aura user who kills nobles. But that incident, the slaves' disappearance, happened a year after he had become a mercenary. This meant the boy shouldn't have been sold. Yet, if he saves him now, he'll gain a future AA-ranked user as an ally. Just then, a piercing shriek cut through the air. The slave trader screamed for someone to get the brat off him. Victor had sunk his teeth into the man's leg. The main character realized the problem. This boy was an unstoppable homicidal maniac, a living weapon that could turn on his own allies. He couldn't just be locked away. The trader, seething with rage, raised his hand to strike the boy's head, but
Our protagonist's sword flashed out, forming a barrier to protect him. The man whirled around,
roaring, "Who dares interfere?" He saw an armored figure before him, momentarily confused.
Who is this guy? When did he get so close? He then spotted the emblem on the man's chest. He stumbled back, stammering.
A customer. "My apologies for the poor discipline of my goods. I was just educating them. May I suggest something for you?" Logan simply replied. "I wish to buy a couple of slaves." The trader gestured to the children. "Are you referring to these two? Their rare eye color makes them quite expensive." "Are you certain?" Logan commanded. "Name your price," the trader declared. "At least 10,000 for each." Hearing this, our hero frowned. He knew a strong, young slave cost around 300 gold. This man had inflated the price for two children who were just skin and bones. 10,000 for the future aristocrat killer was a bargain, but the trader was clueless. He saw the greedy smile plastered on the man's face and decided he wouldn't let this scum profit from him. "You've raised the price 30 times, he stated coldly, "for a child who's about to pass out, and a second one who looks to have one foot in the grave." Hearing this, the girl, Rhea, began to sob even louder, calling out to her brother in a panic. The man sneered. "There's no one else to buy them, so that's the price." Disgusted, our hero countered. "I'll pay 500 for each." This was a price higher than that for a healthy slave. The man's smile faltered. "That doesn't even cover my initial cost." Anger flared in the protagonist's eyes. He placed a hand on his sword's hilt. "Do you think I don't know how much?" Slaves are worth seeing the menacing gesture. The trader's bravado evaporated. He thought about how Victor had always been nothing but trouble, certain he'd never amount to anything. Fearing no one else would ever buy these slaves, he reluctantly agreed to the deal. Sometime later, Victor finally awoke, stunned to find himself being carried on a mercenary's back. His sister called his name, her voice filled with worry. Kalen asked, "You're awake already. Your wounds shouldn't have healed so fast," Logan added with a slight smile. It's true. He recovered remarkably quickly. He had sensed it while they were walking, a faint, almost unnoticeable power radiating from the boy. It was stronger than the healing magic of most low-level priests. He glanced at Rhea and was surprised to see her staring right at the energy. Streams. Can she see it? He wondered. Not even Kaylin had noticed. Deciding it must be. Just a coincidence. He pushed the thought aside. But then Victor, gritting his teeth, suddenly launched himself off the mercenary's back, lunging at Logan to strike him. But our hero stood like a mountain, barely tilting his head to the side as the blow whiffed past. He snatched the boy's wrist, pulling him close and seizing him by the neck. With a look of annoyance, he said, "I can't tell if you're possessed or just plain stupid." Rhea was
Terrified, crying out for her brother. Victor growled back at her. "Run!" His eyes burning with defiance.
The protagonist asked coolly, "Have you still not grasped your situation? Do I look like a simple slave owner to you?" The boy stared at him in horror. Logan continued, "Your fighting spirit is impressive, but you must learn to choose your odds."
Opponents wisely. I hope I won't have to warn you a second time. If you obey me, I promise you and your sister.
His sister would remain untouched, but if this ever happened again, he'd erase them both from existence. With that final threat, he released his grip. Gasping for air, the boy collapsed to the ground. The main character crouched before him and watched him clutch his bruised neck. Thinking the lesson was learned, he dropped a bombshell he planned to forge him into a knight. Victor's eyes shot wide with disbelief. "Me?" he choked out. Logan confirmed it with a nod, adding, "That knighthood granted the status of an honorary aristocrat." A smirk played on his lips. For a slave, this was a path to bypass his station, and the same opportunity would be given to his sister. Rhea's gaze sharpened with sudden interest. Victor saw the hope in her eyes, and his fists clenched. "I accept," he roared. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Logan's face. He knew it.
The boy's fierce spirit could be tamed through his love for his sister. Rhea's eyes welled with tears again, her gaze fixed on her determined brother. Our protagonist rose to his feet. "Excellent. Training begins the moment we return." He then turned to Hamar, saying,
They needed to speak privately. As Kaisen helped Victor up, Logan informed the dwarf that he would draw up a contract. Hamar stared back, utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a scroll materialized out of thin air before him. Its master declared this would be a magical contract. The terms were simple: serve him for 20 years, and he would be sent back to his mountain home. Hamar gasped in shock. You'd really return me to my people?" Logan acknowledged that mere words were hard to trust. He asked if Hamar refused to sign, but the dwarf immediately shot back. "Of course I'll sign, I'll do anything," overcome with joy. He looked up, declaring that he would dedicate himself completely. Tears streamed down his face. He couldn't believe this was real. This impossible promise of freedom. He called him Master, his voice thick with gratitude. The main character watched with a slight smile. If a simple contract
was all it took to reignite his spirit, then this was a massive win. With this, he could achieve everything
he had set out to do. But in truth, he'd gained something far greater: an expert assassin with a grudge against nobles. His preparations for the coming war progressed perfectly, but unbeknownst to Logan, whispers of his bizarre activities had already swept through the McLaine domain, and in his absence, his reputation had hit rock bottom. Worse still, he had no idea his loyal servant, Rick, was drowning in despair, desperately trying to salvage the situation. He wept, wondering what on earth his young master was thinking. Soon, Logan finally returned. Rick was overjoyed to see him, greeting him with a bright smile. The young master casually asked how things had been. His servant let out a strained laugh. He stepped closer, wringing his hands, and asked through a pained smile, "Do you even care?" The MC simply said he was glad to see him smile, but Rick erupted. "What in the world were you doing? Do you have any idea what people are saying? They're calling you a fool, an idiot who blew 150,000 gold on monster meat." It all started when Philip made an announcement, advertising the purchase. The public reacted with a mix of shock and utter confusion. Everyone wondered, what kind of lunatic would buy that stuff? Philip announced that Lord Logan McLaine was the buyer. A voice from the crowd spoke up. "I've heard of him," someone mused. Another man sneered. "Isn't that the guy who broke off his engagement?" His neighbor gasped. "You mean the one who assaulted his own fiancée?" Hearing this, Philip grimaced. He thought the wild rumor about the meet would be great for business, but he never knew the details of the young master's past. He assumed Logan was just an eccentric, but it seemed he was a complete scumbag. But despite these thoughts, his merchant's instinct screamed. This was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. A glint appeared in his eyes. He declared the price 1 gold coin for every 1 kilogram of meat. At that moment, the entire mood of the crowd shifted. Not a single mercenary would pass up that deal. They'd sell useless trash to a scoundrel if the price was right. Philip roared, "You want to get rich?
Then bring me every scrap of monster meat you can find." His aggressive tactic worked like a charm. The mercenaries swarmed to sell.
And so, the rumors about Logan spread to every corner near Kyle. When Rick finished recounting this disastrous story, Logan just laughed, delighted. Philip performed his task perfectly. His servant was aghast. "How can you laugh? Just look at them." He gestured to the new recruits. "Imagine the rumors they've heard to look so wary." But the main character was unfazed. "Don't worry," he said. "This will all be over soon." Rick's anxiety spiked. "You can't be this calm, even the lord of the house." Is absolutely furious. And so, the protagonist faced his father and stepmother. Patrick was practically radiating with rage. "Did you enjoy your little trip running away from home?" he seethed. Logan coolly replied, "It was a very productive trip, actually." His father sneered. "I've heard the rumors about your madness, but I'm so glad to hear you found it useful." Logan met his gaze without flinching. "Rumors are just rumors. I have no regrets." At that, his stepmother let out a cold, scornful laugh. She declared that the first young master had forgotten his place, his very actions tarnishing the honor and name of their great house. But Logan cut her off, stating it was all unnecessary. He had barely touched the money from the annulment. Moran's face twisted in fury, demanding he repeat himself. She then turned to her husband. "Did you hear that? Are you truly still on his side?" Slowly, Patrick began to rise from his seat, his voice low and dangerous, telling her to stop. But she was beyond reason, screaming that the boy was entirely at fault. Her husband's voice then boomed like thunder. "Enough!" He took a breath to calm himself and, after a tense silence, said he needed to speak with his son alone. They were to be left. She couldn't believe it, stunned that he would raise his voice to her. She pressed a trembling hand to her heart, asking how he could do this. Patrick shot a venomous glare at his son, offering one final warning. The look alone was enough to make Logan's blood run cold. Once they were alone, his father's question cut through the air. "What is wrong with you?" He moved to the window, suggesting it was time for a brutally honest talk about this madness. Logan knew it. This time, his father wasn't going to back down. He replied that telling him would be pointless. His father turned, his eyes sharp. "Do you even understand the things they say about you, that you're cruel, greedy, and now utterly insane? How much longer must I clean up your messes? If this is just some childish phase, then tell me so I can at least apologize to your late mother." At the mention of his mother, Logan flinched. He looked up, a storm brewing in his eyes. He couldn't believe it. His father had actually brought her up. That never happened in his past life, not even when he was cast out. A flicker of hope ignited within him. "Give me 1 year," he requested. "After that time, you will understand everything. Grant me this one favor." His father was taken aback by his son's tone. After Logan left, he sank into his chair, mulling over his words. The word favor, how strange it sounded between a father and his child. But if his son failed to answer for his actions, in a year, then a decision had to be made, because he was the head of the McLaine house first, and a father second. He opened a locket, gazing at the portrait of his beloved wife, Raina. He apologized to her, admitting that he had no idea what their son was plotting. He had promised to protect the boy, to ensure he grew into a good man. But now, it seemed that promise was not enough. Meanwhile, Logan ran into his younger brother, his eyes widening in shock. "You've already awakened your power?" he asked in disbelief. Logan knew it was possible. He placed his hands on the boy's shoulders. "You're only 14 in his past life. Ronan's power hadn't awakened until the First Region War. But now, it had happened so much faster," Ronan explained. "It's because of you, brother." Logan was confused. "How so?" The boy confessed that the knights had tried to block him from seeing his brother upon his return. Hearing this, Logan's gaze shifted to the knights nearby, who quickly averted their eyes. He awakened his power, just to see me. And in that moment, he broke through 2 fully trained knights. A wave of pride washed over him. He laughed, praising his amazing little brother. If he taught Ronan the secrets of the divine sword now, once his power stabilized, he could become a legend. Later, he and the mercenary arrived at a house in the south. Seeing Dwayne, he announced his presence. The financier turned, reporting that he had gathered the 350 C-rank mercenaries as requested. Logan looked past him and saw a massive, restless crowd of warriors. The air was thick with tension. One of them spoke up. "Is that the guy, the one who made us wait in this dump for 10 days? We're not being scammed, are we?" another added. The McLaine family would never work with a guild unless they were mad. Someone else snorted. "Who knows? Maybe they are. The rumors about that kid are pretty bad. And look at him, wearing a sword and armor like he's some kind of real knight." Logan's jaw tightened. He knew he had to crush these scum now, or they would be impossible to command. He locked his eyes on one of the mercenaries in the crowd. The man, startled, pointed a shaky finger at himself. "Are you talking to me?" Logan's voice was ice. "Do you find my armor and sword amusing?" the mercenary stammered, denying he said anything. How did he even hear me? He thought in a panic. Logan just smirked. "Of course you didn't. Because if you had, you would have to answer for it. And a mere C-rank mercenary doesn't have the luxury of looking down on his betters." The man flinched, his face darkening with anger. Noticing the shift, Logan pushed further. "Did I offend you? It seems even the insignificant have their pride. Land a single blow on me, and I'll pay you a year's wages on the spot. I'll even let you go. I stake my honor as an aristocrat on it, with these men as my witness." The mercenary's eyes lit up, and he stepped from the crowd. "You won't go back on your word, will you?" he sneered, invading Logan's personal space. He loomed over him, and another mercenary commented, "Look at the size of him. He must be B rank." "Not yet," his friend replied. "But after this job, his rank is sure to go up." Hearing this, our main character understood the source of his confidence. "You can start whenever you're ready," his opponent declared. Logan just smirked. "You're going to regret this." The man scoffed. "I've held a sword far longer than you, boy. Perhaps I should give you a handicap." Before he could finish, Logan's fist, shrouded in crackling energy, slammed into his face with explosive force. The entire crowd gasped. A few teeth flew from the mercenary's mouth as he crashed to the ground. His comrades stared, completely stunned by their employer's monstrous strength. Without even bothering to dismiss his aura, the protagonist rolled his shoulders, then cast a confident gaze over the others. With a chilling smile, he asked, "Anyone else wish to discuss my methods?" One man cursed under his breath. "This is insane." Kaizen stared at his master in utter shock. He knew he was special, but he never imagined this level of power. Seeing no more challengers, the main character decided it was time. "Then allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Logan McLaine, the one who summoned you all here. I'm sure you're wondering why I'd spend so much on mercenaries." He paused, a wry smile playing on his lips. "I plan to forge you into cavalry crossbowmen." The words stunned Kaizen. "Has anyone ever used a crossbow on horseback?" a mercenary shouted. "Reloading takes forever." He approached his employer, whispering, "Sir, a crossbow is not a weapon for cavalry." Logan simply replied, "I'm aware." "Then why?" Kaizen asked. The main character explained that while a crossbow is stronger than a bow, an unskilled shooter needs over a minute to reload. They have to brace their foot in the stirrup, but on a moving horse, they'd quickly become useless. Even with 3 or 4 preloaded crossbows, their combat ability would be short-lived. Their confusion was understandable. "For now," he replied, "you can just consider me a rich boy playing at war." Kaizen flinched at his words. He couldn't comprehend his master's plan. "Just train them as I've ordered. You'll understand the reason soon enough." He thought to himself, the cavalry crossbowmen will become a formidable force for McLaine, even after this war ends. Hearing the command, Kaizen fell silent. He looked at him with deep concern, then closed his eyes and bowed. "I will do as you command." A few days later, Logan received a list. Out of 350 mercenaries, only 312 had passed the simple qualification test. Just then, a dwarf's voice called out hesitantly. Clutching a drawing, he asked, "My lord, what is this?" Logan smiled. "Ah, so you've had a look. It's the design for the crossbow I need you to create." Hamar, the dwarf, stared at the blueprint in total confusion. Noticing his expression, Logan said, "I know it looks a bit rough to a professional's eye." In his mind, he recalled the weapon vividly. He had used it for decades in his past life, drawing its structure from memory. He's an expert-ranked dwarf. He can handle this.
Hamar thoughtfully stroked his beard. "So, you want the projectile container at the back of the crossbow, and it should reload itself and fire 3 times in a row."
He suddenly slammed the paper down. "Who in the world came up with this nonsense?" The protagonist calmly replied, "I did." The dwarf's face went white. He had just insulted his master. He scrambled to recover his words. I mean, it looks incredibly innovative." Logan's bright smile did little to calm his nerves. "But the intertwined cables in this mechanism won't hold," the dwarf explained. "They'll snap, and this wooden box will throw off the shooter's balance. So what should we do?" Logan asked with an innocent smile. "How should I know that's for you to figure out?" The dwarf's face flushed with anger. Seeing this, the main character chuckled. "I'm joking. Don't be so serious. Listen." He pointed to the design. "We'll reduce the projectile size, and you're right about the container. 1 shot will be enough, but we'll make the container detachable so it can be reloaded instantly, for convenience. We'll call it a magazine." Hamar's eyes widened in awe. "That's unbelievable. Even a master can't fire a normal crossbow twice in 1 minute. This would be a weapon of a new era." Logan remained silent, thinking. An era that isn't supposed to begin for years. The dwarf clutched the diagram like a holy relic. With admiration, he declared, "All that's needed is a container, a spring, some wood, glue, and a bow."
"This is an exhilarating challenge. I will make it happen."
The master posed a question. "How long will it take?" the gnome shot back. "You're asking me to create a weapon that's never existed, on a deadline." The main character calmly revealed, "This weapon was invented by humans." Hearing this, the gnome's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible," he roared. "That can't be who did it." Logan just smiled. "Does it matter if you don't think you can handle it? Then you should just give up now." The gnome bristled. His pride ignited. "I can do it." A confident fire blazed in his eyes. "In 1 month," he declared, "I'll forge something far greater." Logan knew he had successfully triggered the legendary ego of a dwarf. Meanwhile, Victor's brutal training began. Already exhausted, his lungs burning with every step, he forced himself onward. But suddenly, the main character's voice boomed. "You're slowing down again. You can do better. Push yourself." The boy refused to yield, continuing his desperate run forward. Sweat poured from his body. Logan observed him, thinking that he'd only fed them and given them a place to sleep. He looked at the boy struggling onward, realizing that mere food and rest could change a person beyond recognition. That's when he noticed Victor's legs were shaking uncontrollably. "Rest," he commanded. The moment he spoke, the boy stopped and collapsed to the earth. Rhea cried out his name. She ran to him, her face etched with worry. The protagonist mused. A 14-year-old boy, smaller than his peers, just ran 20 kilometers without a single break. His talent was impressive, but what truly stood out was his unyielding perseverance. He is no natural-born killer. Logan realized his life must have been twisted and warped by someone else's hand. He glanced at the boy's sister, countless thoughts swirling in his mind. Breaking the silence, he announced, "Rest is over. Get up! It's time for the next training." Victor stood, and Logan tossed him a wooden sword. "You will learn the sword technique of the Granda Kingdom," he said. "Every noble's child knows it." He rolled up his sleeves and took a sword for himself. "Watch and learn." Standing in a perfect battle stance, he gripped the hilt, raised the blade high above his head, and swung it down with incredible force, stirring the very wind around him. Victor watched him, his body screaming in exhaustion. He wished he could just faint and let sleep take him. He bit his lips until they bled, his resolve hardening. "If this is the price for good food and sleep, then I will pay it." He concentrated, replaying the young master's movements in his mind. He raised the sword above his head, and then swung it down. The wind swirled from his own blade. Logan was taken aback. He had repeated the movements flawlessly. Even the breathing was perfect. Despite it being his first time seeing it, he doubted even Ryan was that good at his age. A genuine smile crossed his face. "Develop your endurance," he told the boy, "and perform that technique perfectly more than 1,000 times in a row. And then you may be called a knight." Little Victor's eyes sparked with a brilliant light. "Will I improve?" He replied with absolute confidence. "I will do it." The protagonist nodded. "If you need anything for your training, then tell Rick. He can probably get you anything." But the boy replied that he needed nothing. Logan looked at him thoughtfully. "Are you sure?" With a solemn expression, Victor made his only request. "Just continue to look after my sister. That is enough." Seeing the determination burning in the child's eyes, he smiled. Excellent. Victor might not be destined for the battlefield, but one day, he would become a tremendous pillar of support for McLaine. His next training began, his mind already racing ahead. The mercenaries and new weapons would be a formidable force, but he couldn't rely on them completely. Hamar might not create a good crossbow, and even if he does, the mercenaries might not master it. Since he had placed everything in the hands of others, he knew he had to forge a backup plan. And so, he went to his father's office. The Baron asked, "So, you're saying you want to join the Knights training?" He confirmed his intentions with unwavering confidence. Approval was granted, and soon, the training began. The Knights gathered on the training grounds as Hanno, the captain, spoke. "Listen carefully," he announced to the others. "From today, the young master will join our nightly orders training." One of the knights asked in utter confusion. "Did we hear that right?" Another knight scoffed at the news. Did he defeat one dominion and now thinks the knights are some kind of joke? Hanno knew they'd react this way and grew nervous, remembering his conversation with the Baron. He'd asked, "Are you really sending the young master to train with the knights? They will not be happy at all." The Baron replied, "I'm not asking you to treat him specially. In fact, you should haze him like any other recruit." Not knowing what to do, Hanno grabbed his head. "Even if he says so, this is his master's son. It would be easier to just treat him well." Noticing his mood, Logan spoke up. "Don't worry, Captain. If I can't catch up to the others' level within this week, I'll pretend nothing happened and leave you all alone." The captain was completely stunned. Then he nodded and agreed, a sly smile spreading across his face as he thought, "This week, the difficulty level will be..." The training was tripled. As the hellish session began, the knights hauled each other on their backs through the dense forest. Exhaustion had already set in. One knight cried out, "What kind of insane training is this?" The captain just roared, "Are you preparing to die?" He's cavalry. How can he not grasp what his horse endures? Let them feel the crushing weight they put on their mounts. When they are fully armed, the knights grumbled amongst themselves. "What is this nonsense?" another added. "I was shocked when he said we'd train in full armor." They were all suffering through hell because of this one troublemaker. But he wouldn't last long, maybe 3 days. No, he wouldn't even survive a single day. But contrary to all expectations, Logan, though, clearly tired, carried his comrade with incredible speed and without a single complaint. He blazed past the other knights, leaving them staring in utter disbelief. The captain's mind reeled. This was incredible. He's at the front of the pack. And what's more, he's smiling. He glanced at his own men, already collapsing from fatigue. At this rate, it wasn't Logan, but the others who would fall behind. Pursing his lips, he made a decision and ordered everyone to halt. The training stopped. The main character froze in place as the captain told them to rest for 10 minutes. The knights gasped for air, completely spent. Logan gently lowered his comrade to the ground. The captain approached him, asking, "Are you managing? Are you tired yet?" He secretly hoped Logan would just be honest. If he admitted his exhaustion, this insane training could finally be canceled. But once again, Logan's response shattered his expectations. "It's bearable," the protagonist said. The captain stared at the young master in shock as he added, with a smile, "This is excellent training. The knights do this daily, so they must be incredibly strong. I'm actually looking forward to the next session." The other knights fell silent, while the captain ground his teeth in frustration. He thought, this wasn't what I wanted at all. Not understanding their reaction, Our hero looked at them with a puzzled expression. Soon, night fell, finding himself alone in the forest. He scanned his surroundings. Have all the knights left already, he wondered, training with them. Was his insurance policy in case his grand plans went south? If all else failed, he would join the knighthood and fight on the front lines. For that, he needed to get close to them now and forge powerful connections. And while his inner strength could be honed through meditation, it was crucial to train his physical body as well. This is where the Knight Order's training would prove invaluable. He released a stream of pure energy from his hand, pressing it to his chest with a knowing smile. I knew it would work. Placing his hand on the hilt of his blade, he realized that as the core of his power grew stronger, he wouldn't even feel fatigue. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, before unsheathing his sword in a single, fluid motion. It raised a torrent of wind. The energy transferred directly to his blade. Is this the power of a one-star core? He mused. Perhaps when he reaches the second star, he'll finally possess the strength to match a high-ranking knight, like his own father. The thought sent a tremor of anticipation through his body. He smiled. Soon after, he saw the results of Hamar's work. Looking at the first two prototypes, he declared them a complete failure. The second one was just as bad. Pointing to the third, he asked, "Couldn't you think of anything else, and where's the carving I requested? This thing only fires one shot. And the magazine? Didn't I tell you where it needed to be placed?" The dwarf's face flushed crimson with rage, ready to argue back. But the main character suddenly slapped his own forehead, apologizing profusely. "I forgot. I shouldn't have said that. To you." Hamar quickly agreed, exclaiming, "Even if you are my master, you have wounded my pride as a craftsman," the protagonist. "Cut him off. If you're not capable, then it can't be helped. Several weeks of work, all for nothing." He sighed. "I clearly expected too much from you. It's my fault. I misjudged your abilities and wasted a fortune," as the dwarf listened. His face darkened. Barely containing his fury, he growled, "Give me 1 month, just 1 month. I will forge a new one and return." He then shattered the failed crossbow before storming off, puffing with indignation. Logan watched him go. Was he so angry that he's starting from scratch, he wondered. He suddenly licked his lips with a sly smile. If he pushed him just a little more, he might just build something truly legendary. That was to be expected from a dwarf, after all. A month later, Hamar presented his master with a new crossbow, one that fired 2 bolts. At once, Logan took aim and fired. The bolts tore through the air at lightning speed, striking the target nearly dead center. The dwarf cleared his throat. "So, what do you think it fires an extra shot, and it's easier to hold with?" "Just one hand. You can also swap the magazine." Logan stared at the target, amazed. He reloaded it in less than 5 seconds. Its range wasn't as great as the weapon from his past life, and it was smaller, but it was perfectly suited for a cavalryman. In some ways, it was even better. At that moment, the dwarf scratched his nose, embarrassed. "Just as you instructed. All that's left is to insert a pre-loaded magazine." He had poured his soul into it for an entire month. He wasn't about to put on airs, not for him. The main character's lips curled into a wide grin as he thought, "I can't believe we've come this far." And this was after a whole month of searching before the war even began. Noticing he was lost in thought, the dwarf exclaimed with annoyance, "Hey, are you even listening to me?" Without warning, his master grabbed him and hoisted him off the ground, roaring with joy. "You did an amazing job. You truly struggled. Long live the dwarves, long live Hamar." Hamar's face turned beet red as he cursed. "Someone will see us. I'm not a child anymore." But Logan looked at him with delighted eyes and gently said his name. The dwarf's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What is it?" his master asked. "Can you make 400 of these in a month?" In that moment, the smile in the dwarf's eyes turned utterly demonic. A short while later, the crossbows were complete, and our hero showed the new weapon to the mercenaries. Kaizen took one, aimed at a tree, and fired. He lowered the crossbow, staring in disbelief at the 2 bolts embedded in the trunk. The other mercenaries were stunned. One of them stammered, "That's incredible. The projectiles flew so far." The man next to him added, "This thing shoots multiple times in a row." What a terrifyingly interesting weapon. Kaizen looked at the crossbow with awe, his mind reeling. How can a weapon like this even exist? It's muzzle-loading, yet it fires with such immense power and speed. Indeed, if you were to equip an army of over 300 cavalrymen with these crossbows, he was afraid to even imagine the apocalyptic aftermath. He turned to his employer and said, "You are truly an amazing person. Is this what you meant by cavalry crossbowman?" He confirmed the man's words with a confident smile. He remembered how Hamar had toiled away in the forge, even with other craftsmen helping. It seemed an impossible task. He couldn't have predicted that the dwarf would complete the order 2 weeks ahead of schedule. Even adding 100 extra crossbows? An expert-ranked dwarf. A priceless asset he wished he could share with the knightly order and the soldiers. But he had financial troubles, and there was the risk of the technology leaking. He couldn't afford to rush. He told Kaizen, "From this day forward, let the mercenaries take these crossbows and go cleanse the mountains outside our territory." The man was shocked. He was about to say something, but his employer cut him off with a smirk. "Are you going to tell me that it's impossible?" The mercenary glanced hesitantly at the 2 bolts buried deep in the tree and replied, "It could work." The protagonist turned, his back to them, and his voice became cold as steel. "You must make sure that everything works out. Otherwise, all of this was for nothing." The man watched him leave, a chilling realization dawning on him. You don't develop a weapon of this caliber just to kill monsters. He watched as his employer ordered the other mercenaries to each take a crossbow, and wondered, is he preparing for war? Spring soon arrived, and the knights were still enduring their hellish training. One of them watched the young master run with 2 knights on his back, whispering, "He has monstrous stamina. This is ridiculous. Perhaps it's in his blood," his comrade added. "If he takes after his father, he should be a master with a sword."
"Still, we should remember his reputation," the knight asked. "How could he compare to the great duke after all? He lost
to his younger brother before he had even awakened his power. But despite that, it was astonishing that he had been able to withstand all of their training for a full month. The very training that was first designed to drive Logan away had now become deeply ingrained in the Order's spirit. This brutal regimen had unexpectedly lit a fire in the low-ranking knights, who were usually careless. They even began to understand how their own horses felt, empathizing with them during training. A knight told the comrade carrying him on his back, "I might be a bit heavy. I overate last night." His comrade replied without missing a step, "It doesn't matter. We're brothers in arms, so don't worry about such things."
The knight's eyes sparkled with emotion. He was so embarrassed he could only exclaim, "You fool! What am I supposed to say to that?"
The strengthening bonds between the knights was an unforeseen bonus of the training. The captain of the order watched his subordinates with a proud smile, thinking that he only continued this training because the young master never gave up. But the results had far surpassed his wildest expectations. He sent an enthusiastic and grateful look toward the young master. Logan shuddered from the intensity of that gaze. At that moment, the captain smiled to himself. "My lucky talisman came to me on his own 2 feet." At this time, our main character felt someone's intense gaze on him and nervously rubbed the back of his head, wondering if he was overdoing it. As day turned to night, the protagonist was already in his room, deep in meditation, having exhausted his body completely.
Through this brutal training, he stimulates his internal awareness through meditation, repeating and coordinating this cycle.
Was finally showing results. He had recently noticed signs of a fundamental change in his power. If he could perfect this as planned, then the superhumans, the masters, and the supreme magicians would no longer be a threat to him like they were in his past life. He took a deep breath as a bright aura enveloped him.
A sphere of pure power materialized on his chest, right over his heart. His entire body ignited with a brilliant aura as he began to chant,
words in an ancient, unknown tongue, amplifying the flow of energy. He clenched his hand into a fist, and then an explosion of power filled the entire room. As the blinding light subsided, the sphere became clear, smooth, and perfectly formed. In that instant, Logan had forged a 2-star core. He now possessed the foundation to learn the next secret sword technique, the iron. Considering the incredible power he gained from the first technique, he was certain the second would shatter his expectations. He gazed out the window at the enormous moon hanging in the night sky. He thought to himself, if only he had this power. Before the Great War, not even the high-ranking knights would have stood a chance against him. Soon, the snows melted completely, and the vibrant green of spring covered the land once more. A pack of monsters grazing in a field heard the thunderous sound of hooves. They turned, their animal instincts screaming, and began to flee in absolute terror. A wave of cavalry was descending upon them, led by Kalen, who raised a hand and closed it into a fist. At his command, the horsemen split into two flanks,
sweeping around in opposite directions to encircle the panicked beasts. Kalen's voice boomed. "Load your crossbows!"
Then came the order to fire. A storm of bolts tore through the air with a piercing whistle,
ripping through the monster's flesh and causing them to shriek in agony. Some survived the first volley, but with a terrifyingly fast reload. They didn't
get far before more crossbow bolts slammed into their backs. Reloading and firing in a relentless rhythm, the mercenaries
methodically slaughtered the entire pack. As the last monster collapsed, the cavalry halted, listening to its dying moans.
The mercenaries erupted in cheers, amazed by what their new weapons could do. One of them shouted that the crossbows had almost no recoil at all. A rider nearby boasted that his shot pierced one monster's skull and killed another. Standing right behind it, they laughed, celebrating their perfect hunt, as the main character noted that a pack of over 100 monsters was annihilated in less than 10 seconds. Their old habits from using regular crossbows still lingered, but their reloading speed was rapidly improving. The long journey to this hunting ground was clearly worth it. Noticing the satisfied smile on Logan's face, Kalen asked if he was pleased with the results. Logan confirmed it, noting that their first hunt was a disaster. But now, they were becoming a true fighting force. The mercenary leader was silent for a moment, processing the words. He then apologized for his curiosity, but he had to ask why Logan needed all this. He'd never heard of a mercenary army with this kind of overwhelming power. Logan simply planned to wipe out every single monster on the continent. Our hero was about to say more, but suddenly, he heard the frantic sound of hooves approaching and an urgent voice calling his name. He turned, asking what was wrong. Seeing how hard the rider was breathing, Kalen grew concerned, questioning if something had happened. The man gasped that he was sent by someone named Rick. Logan stared at the messenger, confused. The man continued. Yesterday, Viscount Hamonton declared, "War on us." The news struck the young master like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned and unnerved. Just yesterday, the Viscount had contacted Baron McLaine, declaring war over a supposed insult to his ancestors, a life wrongfully taken. Patrick was bewildered by such a sudden announcement. One of his councilmen asked, "This happened in the distant past, and he decides to seek revenge now." War was inevitable. The captain of the knightly order asked the Baron what they were going to do. Lady Moran grew pale with worry and looked at her husband. He stated grimly that the Viscount's knightly order alone vastly outnumbered their own. Even with his strength, the odds of victory were slim. Their only hope was to request support and send knights to guard the city walls. But another objected, arguing that if they moved their strongest knights, the city would descend into chaos. He insisted they first send an ambassador to negotiate a truce. The veins on Patrick's forehead bulged with fury. He slammed his fist on the table, roaring for them to be silent. When the hall finally fell quiet, he spoke with cold rage. Though his family's power had waned, their enemies were constantly declaring war for the most trivial reasons. This was obviously a deliberate, planned provocation. Did you even think before mentioning the word peace? He rose from his throne and walked to the window, ordering them to prepare for total war and devise a plan for victory. No objections would be tolerated. Everyone in the room remained silent, not daring to utter a single word, in defiance. Then, one of them broke the silence. Raising a hand, he asked, "Will the young master also be participating in this war?" Hearing this, Marin immediately shot a worried glance toward her husband. her eyes filled with fear. The Baron declared that both his sons would march to war with the others. Ronan had already awakened his power, and Logan was now old enough to fight.
While his wife hung her head in shame, a council member spoke up, recalling a rumor he'd heard.
The first young master was training among the knights. Since both could wield power, they would be a tremendous asset.
A chilling premonition seized Rick. The young master was away. This was dire. He burst from the council room
and tore down the hallway, his mind racing. He had to deliver the report immediately. Moments later, the man relayed the news. A shadow fell over the young master's face. Logan gritted his teeth, his mind reeling. In his past life, the war wasn't supposed to begin for another 2 months. What could have possibly changed the timeline? The messenger's voice was laced with panic, urging him to hurry. The enemy would surely ignore all traditions and charge straight into battle. To make it in time, they had to leave now. The protagonist clenched his fist. There was no time to think. Suddenly, Kalen slammed a fist against his own chest, a grin spreading across his face.
"Our mercenary squad," he declared, "is always ready for a fight." Behind him, the mercenaries lined up, their eyes gleaming with anticipation.
Logan stared at them, frozen for a moment in surprise. He then told his subordinate that he wasn't entirely shocked by this development. The man smirked, replying that they were so battle-ready. They were itching to start a war of their own. "That sounds terrifying," his lord replied dryly. Kalen boasted that they had superior weapons in their hands. It was obvious they were desperate to use them. The main character looked them over. These men were overflowing with confidence, and it wasn't baseless. A smirk touched Logan's lips as he remembered a field drenched in the blood of monster corpses. They had annihilated a monster pack that had grown since the last winter. But what did that matter now? The war had begun. Victory was the only option. And now, they finally had the strength to achieve it. The McLaine household reeled from the news of the sudden war, but its 314 members were united in their confidence, ready for the battle ahead. Logan ordered the mercenary squad to prepare to move out. A thunderous, joyful roar was their answer. The war had started far earlier than planned. The very next day, Tassorian troops appeared on McLaine territory. Their numbers shattered the vassal's darkest expectations. A knight burst into the Baron's office, reporting, "There are nearly 100 individual knights, 1,000 regular soldiers, and about 10,000 cavalry." This was an all-out war. Patrick shot up from his chair, exclaiming, "Tessor has gone mad." He realized they were facing not just knights warriors who were like superhumans to ordinary men, but also a massive cavalry force. This was a war between fiefdoms, not entire nations. Anger flashed in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. Why go to such extremes? But the devastating news wasn't over. The knight continued. "House Kairos has announced they will not be sending reinforcements." Those words struck Marion like a physical blow. In shock, she stammered, What did you just say?" Panic seized her. "That can't be. You must be mistaken." The knight replied that Sir Dwayne had approached them multiple times, only to be refused. Marion trembled, her gaze falling to the floor in horror as she muttered, "I have to see for myself." Patrick clenched his teeth in despair and roared, "Gather every man who can hold a weapon. We will meet them with our full strength." The knight bowed and rushed to obey, leaving the lord to his dark thoughts. Their trusted allies, House Kairos, had abandoned them, trapped. McLaine gathered every soldier he could to face the Tassorian threat. Soon, the hastily assembled army marched to meet the enemy. 53 knights, 552 regular soldiers, and 4,418 conscripts, a total of 5,023 souls. But this was not even half the number of Tassorian men. Staring at the sea of enemies before them, the knights trembled, and their lord nervously clenched his teeth. One of the riders asked, "Where is the first young master?" The boy beside him answered, "Didn't you hear he left long ago and hasn't come back?" His comrade sneered. "He picked a fine time to disappear. Maybe we shouldn't wait. He probably ran away when he heard the news." The words reached Ronan's ears. He whirled around, shouting, "What are you talking about? My brother would never do such a thing." He remembered how Logan had decided to teach him a secret technique so they could save their family together. "My brother knew this war was coming," he yelled. "He would never run away." Hearing that Logan knew about the war, the knight's suspicion hardened into certainty.
"So the rumors are true," one asked. "The Lord's son really fled." Ronan grew pale. His father's voice cut through the tension.
"You will have to take your brother's place. You must remain determined, no matter what happens." His son could only lower, his head in response, his grip tightening on his weapon. Why couldn't he bring himself to believe? However, something else was more important now. They had to win. His horse reared up, and raising his spear to the heavens, he ordered the soldiers to prepare. "We will crush these nobodies." With a thunderous war cry, the cavalry and infantry charged forward. Across the field, Hyon Tesorian grinned. "So, Patrick has finally drawn his sword?" He spurred his horse onward, rushing to meet the attack model, declaring the knights were his swords, and he would face them himself. But Patrick gave no answer, his focus solely on the charge ahead. A crimson aura flared around his steed and his weapon. Spotting the enemy line, his first thought was to shatter their vanguard. He poured every ounce of his strength into his forward rush. But a lone knight suddenly materialized in his path. The knight blocked the devastating blow with a simple shield. The Baron was stunned, unable to believe his attack had been nullified. He blocked it. In response to his shock, the enemy knight merely smirked. Meanwhile, Rick was trapped in the inferno of battle. Clutching a spear, he struggled for breath, his eyes darting to the carnage. He saw one servant had lost an arm completely, while another was impaled by a spear. A cold sweat drenched his skin as he frantically looked the other way. He saw another man pinned to the ground by an enemy soldier, pleading for his life. A moment later, a pained scream echoed, and Rick trembled. This was bad. They were losing. Their army was so thin that even servants like him were thrown onto the front lines. If they get surrounded, it would truly be the end. Just then, something heavy struck him across the head. Groaning in agony, he collapsed to the dirt. A knight loomed over him, raising a spear for the final blow.
"Time to die!" The servant screamed in terror, but instinct took over. He quickly rolled aside, dodging the strike.
The spear plunged deep into the earth. The knight, furious at the miss, opened his mouth to curse him. But suddenly, a friendly spear erupted from the knight's chest. A soldier from the Mlan army shouted for him to get up and grab a weapon, offering a hand. Relief washed over Rick as he realized it was an ally. He gratefully accepted the help. But in the next second, the dying knight's blood splattered across his face. The corpse collapsed at his feet, revealing an arrow lodged in the back of his savior's head. Rick scrambled to his feet, pure horror propelling him towards the rear, as far from the fighting as he could get. But arrows were piercing the backs of other fleeing soldiers, dropping them dead where they stood. They were coming from behind them. Rick froze, staring at the corpses. Amid the groans of the dying, a new sound reached him. The thundering clatter of hooves. His entire body seized with fear. Enemy cavalry, appearing from their rear flank. Rick stared in absolute horror. They were already here. His face went white, a single thought screaming in his mind. Are we all going to die? Meanwhile, the Baron's duel raged on. His warhorse bucked as he thrust with his spear, forcing the enemy soldier back. The knight's feet dug trenches in the ground as blood trickled from his mouth. Despite the pressure, he was smiling as he lowered his shield. "You truly live up to your reputation, Baron," the knight said. "To think we prepared this much, and you still push me back." Patrick gritted his teeth, his hand trembling with exertion. He'd survived blows that contained immense power. He never imagined Tesron possessed a high-ranking knight of this caliber. His opponent reached for the greatsword on his back. With a confident smile, he scanned the battlefield, pointing out 4 more knights of at least mid-rank. The Baron's heart sank. "So this is why you were so confident," he muttered. "You were all lying in wait, just for me." The knight just grinned. "Indeed," he confirmed. "And tell me, how do you like our preparations?" The Baron paused, desperately trying to find a way out. If he couldn't break through, his knightly order would be stopped as well, and that would mean certain defeat. He had no choice. He cast his spear aside, drawing his sword from its sheath. "I will not let that happen," he roared, charging forward. He clashed with the knight before him, the impact staggering his foe. But then, the Baron's eyes widened in shock. His opponent's sword began to glow, shrouded in a powerful aura. At that same instant, the Baron heard the clank of armor right behind him. He turned his head just as another knight lunged, aiming a spear at his back. He barely dodged the fatal thrust. He twisted, blocking another attack from the front, and roared in fury. "You scoundrels, have you no knightly honor?" One of the enemy soldiers just sneered. "Honor? What is that?" His comrade cut him off. "Ignore him. These are the last words of a dead man." Their captain watched from afar. "Don't play with your food, puppies," the captain called out. "Remember, he is a trained, high-ranking knight. Seizing an opening?" Patrick pushed off his saddle, leaping at one of them with his sword raised high above his head. He brought his blade down with every bit of his remaining strength. His steel met the enemy's weapon in a shower of sparks. But suddenly, he froze. A searing, white-hot pain erupted in his gut. The knight from behind had struck, piercing his stomach clean through with a spear. The enemy grinned, savoring his victory, before brutally ripping the spear back out. A cry of pure agony was torn from Patrick's throat. Blood gushed from the wound, pouring down his leg and onto the blood-soaked ground. He cursed, clutching the gaping hole in his side. He swung his sword forward wildly, the horrifying truth dawning on him. While the high-ranking knight held his attention, the others moved in for the kill. This was a perfect trap, and he had no way to escape it. With his back against the wall and racked with agonizing pain, he gasped for air, gritting his teeth. He prayed that Logan had done the right thing by escaping. At least then, the family legacy could live on. The enemy knights pressed their attack, but the Baron refused to yield, roaring as he met their charge. All the while, the Viscount watched from the sidelines. A wicked grin spread across his face as he reveled in his cunning. Keeping his high-ranking knight a secret was a masterstroke. Now, all he had to do was crush Patrick, and McLaine Castle would be his for the taking. But his thoughts of victory were shattered by the sudden thunder of hooves. The smile vanished from his face as he whirled around. "Is that cavalry?" he wondered. One of his scouts galloped toward him, shouting that they'd spotted a cavalry detachment. About 300 of them, approaching from the rear. The Viscount asked in disbelief. "McLaine has an elite unit." The soldier shook his head. "What's strange, sir, is their weapons. They carry no spears, only small crossbows." Hearing this, Haman burst into laughter. "Are you talking about the toys that hunters use? Send the rear guard and the archers to sweep them aside. They're not an elite squad, just a bunch of worthless thugs." At that very moment, a volley of crossbow bolts rained from the sky. The soldier nearest the Viscount was struck down instantly, and as a knight moved to carry out the order, a bolt punched clean through his head. His body crumpled to the ground. The Viscount watched in horror, his blood running cold. He turned and saw him, a cavalry force led by the eldest son of McLaine, who now had a crossbow aimed right at his men. With a deep frown, Logan lowered his weapon, his eyes scanning the field of corpses and wounded soldiers screaming in agony. A firestorm of rage ignited in his eyes as he spotted one of his own soldiers, crippled by a blow to the back, completely unable to move. The man looked up, tears streaming down his face, begging for help. But an enemy blade silenced his plea forever. The main character's face darkened into a mask of pure fury. He gritted his teeth and roared a command that horrified the Viscount. "Shoot!" The man froze in place, watching as a storm of thousands of crossbow bolts descended upon his army like black hail. The Viscount's soldiers were paralyzed with shock. Since when did McLaine have a unit like this? In the next instant, bolts tore through their necks and pierced their bodies, their screams echoing across the battlefield as they fell. A few somehow managed to survive the onslaught. One soldier, who had raised his shield just in time, stared at the bodies of his comrades and trembled with pure terror. He realized that anyone who didn't get their shield up in time was dead. If he had hesitated for even a fraction of a second, he'd be dead with them. The archers finally rallied, one of them shouting to the others to counterattack. "We have to fire back." They drew their bowstrings in unison and let their arrows fly, only for them to fall short, landing uselessly in the dirt. One of the archers stared in disbelief. Their own arrows couldn't even reach the cavalry. How did their arrows reach us? Just then, the mercenaries raised their crossbows as one. In the last second of his life, the terrified enemy knight saw only the sharp tip of a bolt before darkness consumed him, and all his comrades alongside him. The Viscount's massive army was now nothing but a field of corpses. He stared blankly at the carnage. Why, he thought. The entire rear flank was annihilated in an instant. It wasn't magic, just simple crossbows. What kind of monster weapon did Patrick create? He turned to his subordinate, his voice frantic. Signal the cavalry from the front. Get them back here, we need to crush these idiots. The knight immediately raised a flag, signaling the order, noticing the command. The soldiers on the front line exchanged a determined glance, then spurred their horses, galloping after their commander. Tesron, ready to engage the new threat. All the while, the mercenary squad stood their ground, calmly awaiting their next order. A smirk played on Logan's lips. They're walking right into our hands. Meanwhile, Ronan was locked in a brutal fight with a knight. Their blades clashed with a deafening clang. He grit his teeth, struggling to stay on his feet. Then, his eyes widened in alarm. He ducked just as his opponent's sword swung wide. The enemy soldier sneered. You're good at dodging, I'll give you that. But just then, his comrade rushed over. We don't have time for him. The tide of this battle has strangely turned. The knight snapped back. Are you playing games? This boy is no joke. Just look behind you, the other soldier urged, unwilling to let Ronan escape. The knight roared in frustration. What is it now? Ronan seized the moment to catch his breath. Being in a real battle. He realized he wasn't some prodigy. He was just a boy who had recently awakened his power. But he could not afford to lose. He gripped the hilt of his sword tighter. He recalled his father's words, that he would have to replace his older brother one day. He stared at his enemy with a new, confident gaze, thinking, I cannot die here. But what happened next left him utterly baffled. He saw that his enemies had abandoned him. Why the hell, he thought. Are they turning their backs on me now? No matter the reason. Something had changed. Seeing his chance, he lunged forward with a single, decisive blow. His sword sliced through his opponent's neck. A spray of blood erupted, shocking him. Had he truly won so easily the wounded? Knight staggered back as crossbow bolts clattered at the boy's feet. Then, his foe collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. He stared down, seeing the bolts piercing the man's body, and his confused gaze shifted. To the side, he saw the approaching cavalry, his eyes locking onto their leader. His older brother. A relieved smile spread across his face as he joyfully called out his name. Just then, the enemy cavalry thundered past him. Their commander roared, Attack the crossbowmen, that is the master's will. The battle-worn horses formed a defensive line, their riders raising their shields. The main character grinned. So this is the famous snake shield formation? He bellowed an order to his squad. Aim for the ground at a diagonal. One of the mercenaries echoed the command, then turned to the young master, puzzled by the strange tactic. Logan answered with a wicked grin. Our targets are the horses. That same vicious smile instantly appeared on the mercenaries' faces. With a final command from Logan, they all fired as one. The heavy bolts tore into the flesh of the horses. They shrieked in agony, rearing up wildly, shattering the formation in an instant. Consumed by pain, the steeds bucked and raged, throwing their riders to the ground. Watching the chaos, Logan smirked. Fools. He glanced towards his younger brother, thinking, Good, I made it in time for him. But his father was still in danger. This time, he vowed, I will save my family. What good was winning a battle if his father died? He spurred his horse onward, handing command to Kalen. The mercenary was stunned by this sudden decision, and as Logan rode off, he tried to stop him. They plan to attack beyond our range, he shouted. He watched him go, thinking, Victory is right in our grasp. Why isn't he taking it for himself? He's stronger than me. But if we run into a mid-rank knight, it's all over, cursing loudly. He threw caution to the wind, waved his hand, and ordered the remaining men. Cover young Master Logan. Meanwhile, Patrick's desperate battle continued. Both he and his opponent were wounded, coughing up blood. The Baron cursed his foe, but the knight just smiled. I can't believe you charged me, knowing you'd be impaled. While Patrick was distracted, another enemy, Knight, attacked from the side. A vicious upward slash forced the two high-ranking warriors to leap back from each other. The movement tore Patrick's wound open, and he cried out in agony. Clutching his side, he thought, something's not right. He focused his senses, observing his opponents more closely. Two knights charged him at once, weapons gleaming. He saw the strange aura surrounding them. It was as if they were rushing to their deaths against their own will. Where was all this desperation coming from? He swung his blade, blocking both attacks at once. But no matter how many times he parried, they just attacked again and again. He could feel them pressing in, gritting his teeth as he cursed his fate. Just as he prepared to counter, a flash of golden aura erupted onto the battlefield. Seeing it, one of the knights froze, his head snapping to the side. He saw the Baron's eldest son closing in at impossible speed. Logan tore between them and his father like a hurricane, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. A sharp gust of wind slammed into Patrick, forcing him to squint. What just happened? Through the swirling dust, he saw a figure standing before him. Logan stood over the bodies of the enemies at his feet. A slight smile on his face, he said, "I barely made it." Hearing that voice, his father called his name, staring at his son's back in utter disbelief. I saw him with the mercenaries behind enemy lines. He was so far away. How did he possibly cut a path through all those enemies to reach me? Logan turned, and his father's eyes widened in shock. At the field of corpses behind him, he walked toward his son. When did you become this strong? He stopped, shaking his head. No, that doesn't matter now. I don't know what's going on. But you being here means everything. His son met his gaze with a confident smile. Patrick placed a hand on his shoulder. His own weary smile filled with pride. You've done well. The high-ranking enemy knight, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. Did he just take down two mid-rank knights at the same time? He stared at Logan's smiling face, his mind reeling. How could this pathetic 20-year-old country boy do something like that? He, who had bled and sacrificed to become a knight at that age? He gripped his sword hilt, teeth grinding with rage. This is no time for doubt. I will kill him right here and now. Fury exploded in his eyes as he pointed his blade forward, bellowing at his comrades, Rick and Tromble. What are you doing? As they struggled to their feet, groaning in agony, Patrick realized that this single attack was proof. Logan might not be a high-ranking knight yet, but he already had the power to overwhelm most of the mid-ranking knights. Patrick decided he would handle the lesser foes, while he took on the high-ranking one. But as if reading his mind, his son shot out a hand, blocking his path. I will fight him. His father's voice was tight with worry. He's too strong for you. You've grown immensely. But you haven't reached that level yet. But Logan struck, his fist landing squarely on his father's wound. Patrick gasped, wheezing from the severe pain. His son's voice was cold but steady. In this state, even I can defeat you. Trust me. Let me fight. He waited for an answer, his gaze burning with unshakable resolve. After the wave of pain subsided, his father finally agreed. They stood back to back. As Patrick prepared for battle, he warned his son, "Be careful." Logan just smiled in response. Then, they both charged into the fray. He declared, "We need to finish them, and finish them quickly." Seeing Logan rushing toward him, the high-ranking knight was stunned. He thought, this boy is coming for me, not the Baron. The feeling of being so utterly underestimated sent rage boiling through his veins. He gritted his teeth as the aura around. His body blazed to life like an inferno. You dare, whelp! He roared. But the protagonist didn't answer. He just kept running forward, his focus unwavering. The aura from his body flowed into his blade as he pushed off the ground with all his might, leaping high and raising the sword above his head for a devastating strike. Steel shrieked against steel. The knight barely blocked the blow, stumbling back, but his opponent pressed on relentlessly. He was being pushed back, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure. This can't be, he exclaimed. He thought, even though I'm wounded, I don't feel any extraordinary power from him. If he's pushing me this hard, it must mean he's giving it his all. A cruel grin spread across his face at the thought. He lunged forward, thinking, it can't be any other way. He swung his sword, aiming to end his opponent's life. But Logan, without a flicker of emotion, prepared for the blow. Their swords clashed once more. They became a blur of motion, moving swiftly across the field, attacking each other again and again. The knight planted his feet firmly and struck hard. His opponent parried, but suddenly, the wound on his stomach ripped open. He gritted his teeth, cursing the agonizing pain. That momentary hesitation did not escape Logan's notice. He decided to take full advantage of it. A new wound appeared as blood erupted from a long gash on the knight's shoulder. He cried out in agony. He retreated, clutching the wound. He thought, I should never have exposed myself like that. I need to wait for the right moment. Suddenly, an idea struck him. A wicked smirk appeared on his face. He had another option. The protagonist stood ready, waiting for his next move. He glanced down at his blade and noticed the aura from his own sword was moving. He looked up, and the horrifying truth dawned on him. His opponent's blade was absorbing his power. The knight was thrilled he fell for the trick. He took a more stable stance, gripping his hilt tighter. He swung his sword back with all his might, and the main character's sword was pulled toward him, yanking him forward against his will. He clenched his teeth nervously as his blade stopped just short of the knight. The enemy, noticing his center of gravity was now off balance, smiled. He tightened his grip, thinking, this is the perfect moment to attack. But as he rushed forward to strike, a piece of cloth flashed behind him. He turned his head in a panic. In that instant, Logan changed his position, appearing right in front of him. The knight stared with a terrified look. Is he that fast? Or was I the one who was too slow? The protagonist decided to delay his death no longer. He activated the divine sword's secret technique, and his blade blazed with a brilliant, blinding energy. Seeing this, the knight was gripped by sheer terror. He backed away, yelling, I have to get out of here, now. The main character raised his sword high and unleashed the first form slashing wave. A tidal wave of energy shot forward. A bright light blinded his opponent, who could only stutter. Impossible! Then the energy wave hit him, and he was consumed in a brilliant flash. A massive beam of light shot straight into the sky. Everyone else on the battlefield stopped fighting, staring at the incredible sight. Logan's attack created a shockwave that thundered across the area. He spat on the ground, then looked at the massive crater his blow had left behind. He turned his gaze to his fallen opponent and asked, does a high-ranking knight really rely on such cheap tricks? After that, he raised his sword to the sky in victory. The announcement rang out. Logan McLaine had slain the enemy general. Hearing this, Viscount Tizon's soldiers froze in sheer disbelief. One of them gasped, a high-ranking knight has fallen. His comrade insisted it couldn't be true. What about the Viscount? Did they get him? The soldier's voice wavered with uncertainty. I don't know. I haven't seen his flag in a long time. In that moment, their morale shattered. A sword clattered to the ground. His comrade grabbed him, shouting, what are you doing? Are you insane? But the man's will was broken. We have to surrender if we want to live. I don't want to die out here, he screamed. The knight stared back, horrified. How could they just give up? But then, other weapons began to drop. A chorus rose up. We surrender. Rick, who had barely survived, began to praise his savior. With tears of relief in his eyes, he roared, long live the first young master. A joyful smile spread across his face. His words lit a fire in the others. Soon, the entire troop was chanting Logan's name, but one loyalist snarled at them. You absolute fools! The battle isn't over yet. Meanwhile, Haman had already fled the battlefield, racing desperately toward the safety of his castle. His mind was in turmoil. At what point did it all fall apart? He'd spent 3 long years preparing for this war. He'd even called in favors from other aristocrats, gathering over 100 knights. It was all because of that cursed Red Devil, his cavalry and those new weapons. They had ruined everything. He whipped the reins, pushing his horse to its limit. He just had to get back. If he could reach his fortress, he would survive. Finally, he arrived at the castle gate and leaped from his horse. He ran to the guards, screaming at them to open the gates. The knights stared at him, bewildered by his frantic state. Suddenly, one of them noticed a dark shape on the horizon. Look, someone's coming. As a large cavalry detachment grew closer, he asked, Is that them? The Viscount spun around, and his heart plummeted. Leading the charge was Logan himself. A cold dread washed over him as he scrambled to hide inside the castle walls. Soon, the cavalry reached the castle. The main character dismounted, a smirk playing on his lips. This Viscount sure runs fast. Logan scanned the castle walls. For a moment, There was only the sound of the wind. He then locked eyes with the soldiers above. "Taizon has lost," he bellowed. "Open the gates and let the victor enter." His voice sent a tremor of fear through the archers. One of them whispered, "Why did the Viscount return in such a hurry?" Their commander snapped at them with disgust. "Have you gone soft, letting the enemy's chatter get to you?" They quickly denied it, but the commander wasn't finished.
"There are barely 300 of them," he roared. "They will never break through our blockade."
At that moment, the protagonist bent his knees, preparing for something. He gathered all the power in his body. The guard noticed. He asked nervously, "What in the world is he doing?" The main character's foot dug into the earth as he pushed off with explosive force. He disappeared into thin air. His movements were so fast, the guard didn't even see where he went. Then, he looked up. He saw a figure scaling the wall at an impossible speed. He screamed to warn his comrades, but it was already too late. Logan had already placed his blade against the commander's neck. "Open the gate," he ordered, "if you don't want to die." Meanwhile, a tense atmosphere filled the castle. The butler stood nervously in the Viscount's office, while Haemon himself was in a secret storage room, frantically stuffing all his treasures into a bag for his escape. But then, a voice cut through the silence from behind him. "You're caught!" He spun around abruptly, exclaiming in pure terror. "How did you get in here?" Logan replied casually. "Your maid showed me the way. I didn't even have to threaten her." Such behavior speaks volumes about your reputation. Finding nothing to say, Taizon stood there, trembling in silence. He then noticed the butler watching him, who immediately turned and fled. The Viscount's fists clenched in rage as he thought, "How dare they betray me?" As his enemy approached, he backed away, pleading nervously. "Wait, I surrender. I'm willing to pay anything. Reparations, a share of my land. Anything according to the Convention on Feudal Wars. Just please spare me and my family," Logan repeated with a cruel smirk. "According to the Convention, you declared this war for no reason and invaded us the very next day, and now you dare speak of conventions." He stood over the pathetic man, looking down on him. He asked with pure contempt, "Do you have no conscience at all?" Haemon became worried and said, "I still have the honor of an aristocrat. Enemies captured during feudal wars are guaranteed to have their lives spared. It's in accordance with the convention." The protagonist confirmed his words and crossed his arms over his chest. "I respect the honor and traditions of my house, the House of McLaine. So, I will spare your life. I will also give you time and permission to take your gold and leave." The Viscount sighed with relief and thanked him with a weak smile, but Logan cut him off. "However, that is what my father would say. After all, he is a man of honor to the core, and would spare a surrendered enemy without any conditions, model." With his hand on the hilt, Haemon shrieked in terror before Logan ended him. The main character's eyes then locked onto a treasure. It was a dagger, adorned with brilliant jewels. He drew it, admiring its deadly beauty. The Viscount insisted he take it, a masterpiece forged by the kingdom's finest craftsmen. Logan unsheathed the blade, then refused. Instead, he pressed it into the Viscount's own hands. Haemon stared at the weapon, utterly confused by the gesture. Logan just smiled. As the Viscount grasped the hilt, Logan lunged forward, driving the tip deep into the man's chest. A searing pain erupted. Haemon coughed blood, sputtering that Logan had promised to spare him. But Logan's voice was ice. "I said my father would." "But we are not the same." He held the Viscount's hands tight on the hilt. "What about your honor?" Haemon pleaded. Logan scoffed. "Honor? You dare speak of honor? Do you have any idea how many lives you've destroyed? Your pathetic existence ends now." He glared with cold fury, then drove the blade in again. And again. The Viscount's eyes rolled back as he choked on his own blood. His body collapsed, a lifeless heap on the ground. Watching the blood pool, Logan spoke to the corpse. "Be grateful for such a swift end." He raised his blood-soaked palm, slowly clenching it into a fist, placing it over his heart. He smiled. "We survived. Now, it's time to close the curtain." He rose, took a deep breath, and bellowed a declaration for all to hear. "Viscount Haemon Tesron has taken his own life." The cry echoed through the castle. Moments later, Kaizen burst in, looking urgent. "What is it?" Logan asked. Kaizen replied, "I think you need to see the castle's underground dungeon." Intrigued, Logan made his way there. A few days after their victory, Patrick arrived at Tesrin Castle, barely recovered. He approached his son, his brow furrowed. "Haman committed suicide?" he asked. Logan simply replied. He must have been consumed by despair. His father's eyebrow shot up in disbelief. "Or was it you?" The main character flinched, choosing to remain silent. His father leaned in close, his gaze piercing and suspicious. Logan was forced to look away. Finally, the protagonist sighed and admitted the truth. "I killed him. We had to take back his domain. I couldn't allow his bloodline to survive and threaten our future."
Patrick was quiet for a long moment, lost in thought. Then, with a heavy sigh, he relented. "You are a man now. You have your own reasons."
In that moment, Logan knew his father had truly changed. Patrick stared off into the distance. "No matter what anyone says," he declared, "you were the hero of this battle." His voice softened. "Thank you," Logan smirked. His father coughed awkwardly into his fist, turning to face him fully. "You will now be the official heir of House McLaine." The declaration hung in the air. Logan's jaw dropped in genuine surprise. Patrick simply nodded. Logan smiled, bowing his head, before suddenly apologizing. "I must refuse." Patrick was baffled. "Refuse the heirship? Why are you concerned about your reputation? If so, your deeds in this war have silenced all doubters." But Logan shook his head. "That's not the issue." "Then what is?" Patrick demanded. Logan met his gaze. McLaine is a house of knights. Ronan is far more suitable. He placed a hand over his heart. "He awakened his power at 14's 5 years earlier than I did." Picturing his brother, Logan continued. "One can only imagine the heights he'll reach by the time he is my age." Patrick studied him, silent and calculating. "Even if you're right, the head of the house isn't chosen by combat prowess alone." Logan smiled faintly, thinking to himself, perhaps now. But what if Ronan becomes the youngest power user in history? Just like in my past life. Then all objections will vanish. Besides, he thought, becoming the heir right now offers me no real advantage. I don't have time to learn the duties of a baron from you. Aloud, he said, "As the elder brother, I wish to give my younger brother his chance. I only ask that you wait until Ronan comes of age." Patrick exhaled slowly. "I never expected you to be so considerate of him." "Very well, I accept your request. We will postpone the decision for 5 years, until Ronan is a man." Logan bowed his head in thanks. "But of course," Patrick added, "you will still receive a different reward. When we return, we will tally our spoils from the war. It should easily exceed 100,000 gold." Logan's eyes lit up. "Ah, about that reward." He placed a hand on his chest. "May I be allowed to choose it myself?" Sometime later, the gates were thrown open as the McLaine men shouted. Their family and knights rode into the city to a hero's welcome. Citizens cheered wildly as confetti rained down. A young boy gazed up in awe. "They're back from the war already," another asked. "I heard it only lasted a week." One day, a boy stared in disbelief and asked, "How is this possible? Were our knights always this powerful?" The other boy gestured with his hand, answering, "Haven't you heard it's all because of the first young master, Logan?" The first boy looked at Logan on his horse, exclaiming, "Him! You mean that hooligan?" The second boy raised a finger. "According to the returning soldiers, the young master's mercenaries completely turned the tide. They flanked the enemy from behind, as if they knew their every move in advance, I heard. They crushed them with some kind of mysterious weapon. The townspeople turned, and the boy added, he even took down a high-ranking knight all by himself." A girl gasped. "Is the first young master truly that great?" The boy replied, "I thought he was nothing but a troublemaker." "Could it be bringing all that monster meat had a purpose?" Another chimed in. "He must have been hiding his true power." "What if he was just pretending all this time?" the girl exclaimed. "Wow, I'm getting goosebumps." The townspeople stared ahead in awe. This is to be expected. Geniuses are just built different from ordinary people. Logan rode past them, thinking, "This is so embarrassing. I can hear everything they're saying." Ronan rode up behind him. He asked happily, "What do you think, Logan? Everyone is singing your praises." Logan glanced back, asking, "Praises? It's just making me blush." "Ronan, you shouldn't overdo it either." Ronan smiled. How is it overdoing it when it's true? They're so happy to see you. Just give them a little smile, Logan asked, puzzled. A smile? He turned toward the crowd, and their mouths fell open in sheer delight. Logan, embarrassed, felt his face flush red. The protagonist then gave the crowd a fierce grin, which terrified every single one of them. Fearful whispers spread instantly. What does that smile mean? Is that a death threat? Is he going to chop off our heads with that finger? Logan asked, confused. Did I do something wrong? Ronan just smiled and said, Gods, Logan, that was a complete failure. Patrick turned around, thinking, what's going on here? He frowned, then faced the crowd and roared. And now, let's greet the heroes of this war. Shouts erupted from everywhere. Long live McLaine, long live young Master Logan. A while later, Logan walked the halls of the estate. He closed his eyes, wondering, will this celebration last until morning for men who just came back from war? They have incredible stamina. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. What in the world were you planning? The protagonist turned to see Ronan being held back by their mother. Marion. Mother, he pleaded. She screamed, her face twisted with fury.
I heard everything. You refused to become the heir. What is your scheme? You might fool others, but you can't fool me.
Ronan begged. Mother, for heaven's sake, Logan, please forgive her. The family's recent troubles have wounded her deeply. The protagonist just smiled. Ronan, it's all right. He looked at Marion's furious expression, thinking, she was always displeased with me.
But after the Kairos family's betrayal, she lost all her influence. I no longer need to fear her.
If I apologize now, she might actually accept it. Logan spoke. Mother, I realize my actions these past months have been untrustworthy, and I regret being driven by envy and a sense of inferiority. Marion turned, staring at her son. She scoffed. You see, Ronan, he admitted it himself. It was all his fault. Ronan cried out pitifully. Mother, please. Just stop. Logan's in a bad mood right now, the protagonist said calmly. Just listen to me, Ronan. After all, it's you. Who I should be apologizing to? Ronan asked in shock. What? Logan looked up. I apologized when I returned. But I never explained why. He frowned. It seems the regret and cowardice I've cultivated for years are hard to overcome, Ronan asked, completely lost. Logan, what are you talking about? The protagonist met his gaze. But you already know. Don't you please forgive me for hating you all these years. Ronan froze, a tremor running through his body. Marion frowned, looking at him in utter surprise. Logan continued. I was trying to cover up my own incompetence with hatred, and now I sincerely regret my behavior. So let me at least officially apologize to you now. He bowed his head low. I am truly sorry. Ronan lifted his head, sadness swirling in his eyes. Logan thought, good deeds can't erase the bad ones. He clenched his fist, thinking, I'm still so naive. Ronan said softly, It's all right, Logan. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock as he froze in place. Ronan smiled. I always believed that if I just treated you well, one day, the brother I once knew would return. He smiled, closing his eyes. Ronan, Logan whispered, thinking, I was wrong. I never should have hesitated to do this. The protagonist turned to Marion. Mother, I sincerely care for Ronan. He remembered teaching him his techniques, and I truly hope he becomes the heir. I know I can't ask you to trust me right away, so please, just watch everything. I do from now on. Marion lowered her head as Logan watched her with a faint smile. He thought, for now, this is enough. At long last, the gloomy clouds parted, allowing the sun's golden rays to pierce the sky as Logan and Heer walked. They journeyed through the deep woods when Heer asked, Sir, where are you going? We just returned from war. The protagonist answered, I've rested enough. It's time to get to work. Heer's brow furrowed in protest, worried his lord would work him to the bone once again. Logan turned, a slight smirk on his face. Don't worry, you're going to like this task. Heer sighed, thinking he knew exactly what that meant. A short while later, they came to a halt, and Logan put a mchai hand to his brow. Standing before a colossal mountain, he declared, "From now on, we will awaken the riches slumbering within this mine." Not long ago, Logan had asked Patrick for a reward the rights to develop a mine near the borders of Tesron. The protagonist had confirmed, "Yes, that's the one." Patrick was baffled, saying the mountain was barren, with nothing of value. "Why choose that one?" he had asked. Logan had smiled slyly. "Who knows? Maybe there's gold buried deep inside." The real reason House Tson had started the feudal war only came to light a full year after it was over. A heavy cart rumbled down a forest road, its wheels carving deep tracks. Tesron had been secretly mining gold from the captured McLaine territory, a single act that gave him influence far beyond that of any normal duke. That is, until Ronnie and McLaine, fueled by vengeance, utterly destroyed his family. Logan remembered Tesron's terrified expression as he groveled on the floor. Back in the present, Kalen was leading them into the depths of Tson Castle. "This is the underground prison. There are some unusual people inside. I thought you should take a look." The protagonist walked towards the bars and saw the wretched souls trapped within. An old man lunged at the bars, screaming, "We did nothing wrong. We just mined the gold. We did what we were hired for, and that wicked Viscount threw us in here." The protagonist covered his face with his hand. "Ah, that fool, Tesron." He trembled with a strange excitement. To think he would imprison 5 priceless mining experts. The man stared back, confused. "Are you angry for us?" Logan licked his lips, his eyes gleaming. What an unexpected treasure. The old man's heart pounded with fear. What was happening? Defeating Tson was a victory, but in the grand scheme of things, it was like surviving a mere ripple in the ocean. If the coming Empire's invasion is the final tidal wave that shatters the country, then the event that will occur in 1 year's time is the beginning of the nation's death. A great ship sails upon the sea, when suddenly, it's seized by the tentacles of a monstrous kraken. This marks the death of the current king, Samuel von Grandia. His sudden demise will trigger a brutal conflict between the 3 princes for the crown, leading to 3 years of bloody civil war. This will decimate the kingdom's military power, and the Empire will invade just when the kingdom has yet to recover its strength. Back in the forest, the protagonist stood, lost in thought. This was the first domino to fall in the kingdom's collapse. And House McLaine is not a neutral party, which means they cannot afford to be simple observers. Logan's expression hardened. "But I cannot miss this chance.
I will use the chaos to reclaim the lands that once belonged to my family, and we
Will once again become the rulers of the Southwest." He stroked his chin. "And if possible, I will stop this civil war entirely." "Sir," a voice called out. Logan turned to see Here, who asked with a puzzled look, "What has you so lost in thought? It's broad daylight, and you don't even respond to my questions." The men they'd freed from prison were standing right beside him. The protagonist looked at them, surprised. "Ah, I didn't even notice them." "I need to get a grip. I was just thinking about the disaster to come." To secure the future, he had to rapidly build up his power. But right now, that plan felt like pure fantasy. He would have to rely entirely on his own funds. His gaze fell on the mountain. "This mountain will become the cash cow that funds my ambitions. There is gold in the heart of this mountain. I want you to develop this mine." He crossed his arms and asked, "Roughly how much would it cost me?" The men stared in disbelief, and Here just frowned, thinking this was yet another ridiculous task. The old man raised a hand, his mind flashing back to Tesron's promises. "Is this man actually telling the truth?" "Are you certain there is gold there?" he asked, his voice trembling. "I am absolutely sure," Logan answered without hesitation. "How could you possibly know that?" The protagonist pointed a finger at himself and roared, "I saw it myself." The old man shrank back in fear. He saw it. Logan pointed at the group. "For your information, this task is a secret, so it will be just the 6 of you working." Here's eyes widened. Is he trying to murder them? The old man screamed in protest. "How? How can only 6 people work a mine? That's an exorbitant amount of work." He glared at Here and added, "Even with the dwarf." Here looked at him, utterly baffled. The old man's face reddened with fury. "For heaven's sake, just let me." Here gave him a piercing look. They can just prepare to die, then let them kiss their sleep goodbye. And forget what a normal life feels like. The old man shivered. This kid was ruthless. A smirk played on Logan's lips. Here was perfect. He already had the mindset of a true workhorse. Are they ready to start? Logan asked. And I'd like to hear about the payment, the old man replied. We must see the gold first, to determine the true scale of this operation.
But 5 million gold should suffice as an initial investment, Here added. Developing this mine safely will take time.
It will be 6 months of preparation alone, and another 6 months to work at full capacity. Logan's gaze fell. He knew it would devour a mountain of gold and an ocean of time. But this mine could make a viscount wealthier than most dukes. He had to secure it, no matter the cost. He gripped his neck in frustration. If only he could sell the monster meat now. He could pour that money directly into the mine. But the results of that wouldn't be seen for 6 months. The main character was a man of action. He thought, wait a minute, do I really have to wait? If he could remove the toxin, he could sell it as potent medicine right now. He used a neutralizing agent for this back in his mercenary days. He could do the same now. If he handles it all himself and sells the product.
A confident smile spread across his face. 1 week later, at the McLaine estate, Rick announced, "It's ready." He wiped the sweat
from his brow. Behold my cloudy medicine made from nightgrass, herbs from your plot, and my own special herbs. Logan frowned. I told you not to call it cloudy medicine. It's a neutralizing agent. Rick just puffed out his cheeks. Yeah, whatever. Logan pressed on. Where's the monster meat? In the storage shed, just as you asked. Excellent, the main character said. We're going there now. We need to apply this remedy immediately. Rick's soul nearly left his body. What? You want me to go with you? Logan's response was simple. Of course. Rick clapped his hands over his ears and shrieked. I can't hear you. No, I don't want to. I've never been there, so I know nothing. Logan's patience snapped. He thought, what is wrong with this idiot? Why the sudden tantrum? And the worst part was, he couldn't even hit him. With a frustrated sigh, he pinched the bridge of his nose. The protagonist headed for the storage shed alone, wondering, what was that horrible stench? He knew it would be bad, but the overwhelming odor was already making his stomach churn. Behind him, Rick was on his knees, retching. Suddenly, a faint wave of energy enveloped Logan as he exhaled. He strode inside. All right, let's get to it, Rick pleaded. Wait for me. How come you're fine, but I feel so sick? The protagonist answered flatly. I used my force to paralyze my sense of smell. You selfish jerk, Rick wailed. If you don't like it, Logan shot back, then awaken your own power. A short while later, he handed Rick the powder. Here, sprinkle this on the meat. Don't be stingy. Use it all. The black.
Spots are the poison, so be careful. Rick, with a cloth tied over his nose, complained. That smell.
Then make some mince later, the protagonist said, finally chopping the meat. Now, roll it into balls. Well, he asked, does it look like medicine? Rick grimaced. Probably. Good enough, Logan declared. This is what we'll be selling. You'll be the one making it, so memorize the process, Rick cried out in protest. What? No, never. The protagonist countered. I'll pay you 100 gold pieces for each pill. Rick immediately folded his arms. In that case, let's talk, Logan thought with a sigh. I was hoping this would be a zero-expense venture. He handed Rick a finished pill. Now we need to test its, effectiveness, Rick asked cautiously. What is this for, exactly? The protagonist replied. For a man's health.
And what does that mean? Logan cried out in exasperation. Oh, for heaven's sake, don't be dense. I'll explain.
This only once, so listen carefully. He pictured 2 tiny stick figures making pills. The dark one pops a pill, instantly buffs up, and starts working with incredible speed and power. Rick shouted with sudden understanding. The protagonist hushed him, embarrassed. So, did you get it? Rick snickered. Yes, I see, and I have the perfect person to test it on. Logan looked at him, surprised. Who?
Rick pointed a finger to the heavens with his eyes closed. Master Dwayne? At that very moment, Dwayne was walking down the hall,
carrying a stack of papers and wondering why his ears were burning. He reached a door and knocked politely. "First, young master." "This is Dwayne." Logan's voice came from within. "Come in." Dwayne opened the door a crack, asking for forgiveness. "I was told that you wished to see me, sir." He stepped inside, looked around the empty room, and asked, "First, young master, where did you go?" Suddenly, the main character appeared right behind him. "I've been waiting for you, Dwayne!" He screamed in pure terror and scrambled to the floor, pressing himself against the wall. "You can't just jump out from behind me so..." Abruptly, Logan placed a hand on his shoulder. "I just wanted to give you a shoulder massage. You've been very tired lately. Settling all the post-war affairs is a heavy burden, isn't it?" Dwayne's face flushed. "No, sir, I am fine, and like me, the Lord is the one who is truly struggling," the protagonist thought. "And yet, you practically collapsed from sheer exhaustion." Dwayne insisted it was nothing. He'd just startled him. Logan frowned, pulling the man to his feet before slapping his back. "Let him go. He knows the immense pressure he's under," Logan roared. Every last coin had been poured into the war, leaving their finances in ruins. The servants and knights, unaware of the truth, were demanding their pay. The entire estate was hanging on by a thread. Tears welled in Dwayne's eyes. "Young master." He wiped a tear away, realizing his perception of Logan was completely wrong. He never dreamed the young master was so considerate, even thinking about his manager's personal life. A wicked smile crept across the protagonist's face. "Is that why you've been having performance issues?" A jolt like an electric shock shot through Dwayne. His eyes flew open in terror as he scrambled away, begging for forgiveness. Logan called out after him, "Wait, at least hear me out." He opened his palm, revealing a single pill. "I was going to give you this." Dwayne stared, completely baffled. "What is that?" the protagonist explained. "It's a patented new product from a Kalia merchant. Results are guaranteed." He grinned mischievously. "Though I've never needed it myself, I thought you could be the first to try it." Dwayne accepted the pill, a puzzled look on his face. A short while later, Logan and Rick were walking down the corridor. Suddenly, Dwayne came sprinting after them, shouting, "Young master!" Rick turned, confused. "Isn't that Manager Dwayne?" the protagonist thought. Finally, Rick scolded him. "Sir, he's the manager. Is it proper to be running in the halls?" Dwayne, panting heavily, gasped, "How much? Tell me, how much do the pills cost?" A triumphant grin spread across Logan's face. "A complete success." Rick looked at him with disapproval. "Sir, can you even hear him?" Logan simply addressed Dwayne. "Give me your hand." Still trying to catch his breath, Dwayne dropped to one knee. He looked up at Logan with pure adoration, leaving Rick completely stunned. In his eyes, Logan was a savior. Rick just froze, his own eyes wide with confusion. The protagonist then took out the entire box. He handed it over to Dwayne under the bright sunlight. With the first experiment a resounding success, the trials continued. Later, the protagonist sat in his office, fingers laced under his chin as he addressed his next subject. "Huel," he began, "I've heard rumors that you and your wife have been quarreling lately. Is there any truth to them?" Huel shrieked in terror. Who's spreading such vile rumors?" Logan grabbed his head. "Enough, just try this." Test subject number 2 was Huel. He swallowed the pill, a sudden heat flooding his body. He turned around. "Young master." The protagonist crossed his arms. "Go to your wife. I will speak to your father myself." A brilliant smile broke across Huel's face as he gave his thanks. He asked for permission to leave, and with Logan's nod, the knight departed his office like a hero on a divine quest. Sometime later, Patrick stared out the window, clearing his throat. "Logan, about that thing?" Test subject number 3. It was Patrick. He admitted sheepishly. "It was magnificent." The protagonist left the office, closing the door behind him. "Forgive me, Ronan," he thought, "but you're about to have another sibling." Rick, however, was fuming. "Wait a minute." Standing there with tissues stuffed up his nose, he shouted, "Why didn't you offer me one? I work harder than anyone here." Logan gave him a long, measuring look, then simply turned and walked away. Rick crossed his legs, watching him go with a puzzled expression. "What kind of look was that?" he yelled. The protagonist paused. "You don't have anyone to test the pill's effects with." Rick sputtered indignantly. "Is that all you have to say?" Logan told him. "Don't follow me. You stink." A short while later, the purple sphere spoke. "It is clear the medicine works, so demand will be high. What price do you intend to set?" Logan looked at it calmly. 100 gold each, 1,000 for a set of 10. Philip, the sphere, seemed to frown. "You don't think the nobles in the capital are simpletons, do you?" he asked. "There's no need to invite trouble." Logan raised a hand. "Of course not. I'm just that confident in my product." In his past life, he remembered. This very medicine was so popular that its price skyrocketed to astronomical levels. Philip conceded. "If you sell in limited quantities, you'll be able to get more." Logan handed the mage a coin. "Let's extend our talk for another 10 minutes, please." The mage smiled and thanked him. Philip continued. "That's a logical strategy, if you are certain of the effect." Logan's confidence was absolute. "I'm convinced the results are extraordinary. All we need is for one famous person to try it and share his opinion. It has to be someone who desperately needs this kind of medicine." Philip folded his arms. "But what kind of aristocrat would ever spread the word that his impotence has been cured?" The protagonist simply replied, "They won't have to. An aristocrat's private conversations are always overheard by many ears, even if it's a secret. Rumors will still spread like wildfire, and other buyers will flock like bees to honey." Philip stroked his chin, deep in thought. "In that case, perhaps you should attend the banquet in the capital." Logan's eyes widened. "A banquet? Are you serious?" The idea shocked him. The only celebrations he'd ever attended were to celebrate victories on the battlefield. His family never had money for high society. Philip argued that banquets were the perfect place to forge connections. Even if it meant investing time to promote the business, he would have attended himself, if not for his commoner status. But even then, he knew it was impossible. "You can't just sell medicine at a banquet?" Logan asked, bewildered. Philip insisted, pleading with his master not to entertain the thought.
"Our house would be shunned by high society," he cried. "We'd become outcasts."
But the main character leaned back, completely at ease. "It won't be a problem," he said coolly, "if I'm not the one doing the selling."
He then recalled the informant Philip had mentioned in the capital. "Go to him. Find out everything we need."
A shiver went down Philip's spine. An informant. What are you planning? But Logan just grinned. "He's arriving in the Grand Kingdom soon. We'll get the details when we meet." Philip stared into the distance, a terrible premonition washing over him. He had a very bad feeling about this. A week passed. Dismounting his horse, the protagonist announced, "We've arrived, the capital of the Grand Kingdom." "You actually came," Philip exclaimed. "How did you ever get permission to sell an aphrodisiac?" Logan shot him a sideways glance. "Obviously, I didn't tell them what it was." He nodded towards the cart. "Though I admit, moving 3,000 boxes without a servant wasn't exactly easy." A small smile touched his lips. His father had agreed far quicker than expected. The recent victory in the war had clearly worked in his favor. "Speaking of which," Philip began, "you didn't bring any servants on your first trip either. Is it really normal for the son of a noble house to travel like that?" he questioned. The protagonist paused. "Well, with servants around, it's difficult to choose your own path. Besides, they have their own work to do." Logan's eyes widened as a thought struck him. Speaking of work, he'd given Rick a monumental task. He vividly remembered Rick's face, his loyal words echoing in his mind. "Young master," both in his past life and this one. Rick had always given his all for him. He recalled that sweet, pleading smile. "Young master, may I return to my duties? You want me to work on my day off, too." Then came the complaints. "The other servants say I smell bad. They won't even come near me. How will I ever get married?" Logan smirked at the memory. He was truly grateful to him. He pictured Rick's pockets, bulging with pills.
"What's that a few pills are missing?" Logan's voice turned playfully menacing. "No way. For everyone that falls out when I shake you, I'll beat you."
"Thank you, Rick." Logan thought aloud. His decision made. Philip watched him, a look of concern on his face. That familiar expression. Was he having a flashback? Logan pumped a fist into the air. as a token of my immense gratitude to Rick. I'll name the medicine Porrick. Philip's face went pale with secondhand embarrassment. There was no doubt about it. His master was completely insane. After some time, Philip cleared his throat. You must be tired from the journey. Let's rest at the bar. Leaning on the table, the protagonist asked. So, you're saying I shouldn't discuss nobles with performance issues in a place with so many ears? Precisely, Philip confirmed. A private room would be a much more suitable venue for such a topic. He leaned in closer. By the way, I visited the informant as you requested, but are you really prepared to pay 900 gold for each document? Logan's gaze drifted away for a moment before he answered. He charges a premium, but his work is top tier. If you relayed my instructions correctly, we'll get exactly what we need. I repeated your words verbatim, Philip said, annoyed. He held up a finger. First, we need a list of aristocrats married for the last 10 years with no children. Second, those who have remarried or taken mistresses. And third, he continued, the names of nobles who consume foods known to increase stamina. The protagonist nodded, satisfied. Excellent. Then everything should proceed as planned. You've done a great job. Philip flushed with praise. Oh, it was nothing, really. The real trouble was the day the news of the war arrived. I can't tell you how worried I was until I heard it was over. Logan smiled faintly. At least his employee cared about his well-being. And then, Philip lamented, when I thought about the mountain of monster meat I'd have to sell, I lost my appetite completely. Who would even buy all that? Logan's expression soured instantly. He crumpled a piece of paper and threw it at Philip. Stop talking. Read this. Ow! Why'd you have to throw it so hard? Philip whined. Who on this list, Logan demanded, is our perfect first client? Rubbing his cheek, Philip unfolded the paper. With tears still in his eyes, he began to scan the names. What about him? He mused, pointing to a specific entry and showing it to Logan. Logan's eyes scanned the name, and a look of surprise crossed his face. The very same one. A short while later, at a grand gala banquet filled with lavishly dressed guests, a man named Fallon was charming a group of young ladies when a voice cut through the crowd. Count Divis? The man turned, his eyes widening in pure terror as Logan approached, placing a hand calmly on his own chest. It was Logan McLaine, the eldest son of House McLaine from the backwater southwest. Fallon Divis bit his lip in disdain and sneered. My, look what the cat dragged in. A new guest. Behind him, his entourage of girls giggled. One whispered, horrible, such awful taste. I wonder what gutter he crawled out of. Just look at those provincial southwestern clothes. But our main character simply smiled. He thought to himself, I wore exactly what Philip recommended. And just as planned, no one here appreciates it. An excellent choice. He had no time for useless connections at this pointless banquet. His one and only target was Count Divis. The women continued their mocking laughter, covering their mouths like vultures. Fallon Divis, despite being a crucial figure who helped preserve the kingdom of Grandia and married at 20, he was considered pathetic, a man still without an heir. Logan was surprised when Philip pointed him out on the list, because in his past life, this man became infamous, the count who took his own life. All because of his wife. The main character recalled the memory vividly. The count's wife, screaming at him during a banquet. She had pointed a finger right at his face, yelling, He's a feeble, useless idiot after that public humiliation. The insult his wife hurled at him drove him to despair. Logan knew it. Reputation, and the opinions of others were everything to this man. He perfectly matched all three criteria Logan gave the informant. The ideal first customer for Impor. The protagonist spoke. I came to the capital on business, and having heard of your great authority, I decided to seek you out personally. Fallon smirked. Business, you say? But Grandia already has everything imaginable, I suppose. Coming from the countryside, the goods of the capital must be quite a shock to you. The girls behind him whispered mockingly. Logan simply smiled back. Of course they are, but I guarantee you have nothing like my product here, and that is precisely what I'm here to sell. He leaned in closer, whispering, This medicine, is designed specially for men. Covering his mouth, he added, "It will awaken a man's desire." Fallon's eyes widened in shock. He clenched his jaw and seethed with outrage. The son of an aristocrat, selling something so vulgar, a girl whispered. What did he say? Another covered her mouth. What a disgrace, Fallon's smirk returned. How dare this country bumpkin speak of such things? Now he'll do in his own humiliation. The protagonist sighed internally. His expressions are so easy to read. How painfully obvious, Fallon sneered. Do you have anything else to say? Logan's smile never wavered. As a courtesy, I've brought a gift. For such an influential man of the capital, please accept this. It's my product, Emporic. It will be sold for 100 gold pieces each. I've prepared 3, especially for you, as a gift. This wonderful medicine has absolutely no side effects. I swear it on my honor as a nobleman. Fallon's face twisted with displeasure. A few days later, a door opened. A servant announced, "My master has instructed me to purchase the medicine, Emporic." He presented a document, saying, "Here is my identification." A sly smile spread across the main character's face. "Ah, Count Divis sent you." He thought, "The hook is set, right on target." Philip bowed professionally. "Thank you. Please come again." He returned to the room and reported, 10,000 gold for 10 boxes. Not a bad start for our first sale, Logan declared. We will make far more. The rent for this tiny shop alone cost 10,000 gold, as expected from the heart of the capital. I barely managed to negotiate the price, Philip noted. We need a proper storefront. It would be better if customers could enter and see the goods for themselves. The protagonist nodded. You're right. Well, it's time for me to attend another banquet. Philip looked confused. Again, sir, you've been going there. Almost every day. Sometimes twice in one day. Logan turned, a determined glint in his eye. One customer isn't enough. I need to advertise this product to as many nobles as possible. 1 week later, the Count's assistant walked down the street, deep in thought. He couldn't believe it. The Count wanted him to buy that medicine again. No tonic or health food has ever had such a profound effect on him. As he approached the shop, he was stunned to see a massive queue. The assistant wondered, why is this line so long? Wait a second, I recognize these faces. He scanned the crowd. That's the manager of Vismont Talon, and over there, the butler of Count Hamel. The assistant nervously adjusted his hat. This could spread dangerous rumors about my master. I have to buy the medicine quickly and get out of here. But at that moment, Philip stepped out of the store and announced loudly, We are terribly sorry, unfortunately. We have sold everything we prepared for today. The faces of the servants in line turned pale with fear. One of them cried out, How is this possible? This has never happened before. Philip smiled apologetically. My deepest apologies. The Emporium has become very popular. But our supply is limited, so we've set a daily limit of 50 boxes. The men pleaded to be sold just one. One servant yelled in desperation, If I return empty-handed, my master will have my head. Just then, another count and his assistant happened to pass by. He asked, puzzled, What is all this commotion about? Go and find out. Yes, my lord. And watching from around the corner, Logan smirked. Perfect, he thought happily. Introducing a purchase limit will only fuel the buyer's desire. And anyone else who sees this crowd will become curious. Their plan was unfolding perfectly. After a while, Philip bellowed, We're sold out for today. He told the desperate crowd to return tomorrow. This continued for days on end. Everything is gone, he roared. Sold out. The men clutching bags of gold were on the verge of tears. His servant asked in awe, How many days in a row is this? Philip beamed. Incredible. We've hit our sales target every single day for a month. Today, they sold out the moment the doors opened. At this rate, they would easily clear 4.5 million gold a month. The protagonist chuckled. Who knew there were so many? Afflicted men in Grandia. They had tripled the price, and still, the demand was overwhelming. He almost started to worry about the future of the kingdom. Philip just smiled at him. And Logan burst out laughing. He grabbed Philip in a headlock, messing up his hair. "You did it, Philip. You're a genius." Philip turned beet red, thinking he couldn't breathe. It was all thanks to his master's guidance. Logan finally let him go. "Amazing. Starting next month, you get a percentage of the profits." Philip's eyes went wide with shock. "Mr. Logan," he cried, "I'll give you my all into the..." Protagonist recoiled. "Whoa, whoa, no need for kisses." Just then, a robed figure watched them from the shadows. A moment later, Logan roared. At least 10 tons of gold per year. He'd misjudged his own volume, and people on the street
Stared in confusion. Inside the back room, the protagonist slapped a hand over his face in embarrassment. He stood before the magic ball, whispering, "Let him wait." "Are you serious?" he replied. "Yes, based on the miner's report.
There's a high chance of gold nuggets in the deeper layers." Logan's jaw tightened in exhilaration. 10 tons of gold. Even a quick estimate put that at 100 million gold. This was the jackpot, a lottery win far bigger than he ever dreamed. But here cautioned him. The price for that mine is no joke. Do you truly have the funds? It will take 5 million gold. Logan scoffed. Funds? Of course, tell him to wait. My master will have every coin he and his workers need in a heartbeat. Here watched him, puzzled, thinking he could really be more gentle with people sometimes. Later that night, as darkness fell, the protagonist walked the streets, his mind racing. The initial investment to develop the mine would be around 5 million. If sales of impor held steady, he could
Pull in 4.5 million a month. Just 2 more months of sales, and he'd have a mountain of cash. Logan flushed with
excitement. He had about 700 boxes of impor left. He'd go home, arrange for another shipment, and then begin developing the mine. Suddenly, he froze. He saw a silhouette moving inside his room, a faint, almost imperceptible presence that shouldn't be there. He shot forward like an arrow. An intruder, a thief, he thought. He burst through the door, scanning the room. Gone. He drew his sword. No, there's only one way out. They're still here. A shadow lunged from behind him. He spun, his sword singing through the air. Who's there? He screamed. He thrust his blade forward, meeting only empty air. No one, Logan thought. But I felt it. Someone was definitely here. At that moment, a sinister energy flared behind him. He whirled around to see a robed figure
perched on the rooftop. The roof, he thought. He launched himself off the ground, rocketing into the air. He
brought his sword down in a powerful arc, but the figure evaded it with impossible grace. Logan landed, facing him. Who are you? The man stayed silent, then simply dissolved into the night. The protagonist stood frozen, stunned. There wasn't a single trace of his presence left, though he'd been right there. Then, he looked down and saw a small scrap of black cloth clutched in his hand. What in the world was that? He muttered. A short while later, Philip screamed in terror. An aura user broke in. Here, what? The protagonist crossed his arms, his expression grim. It's just a guess, but he was, at the very least, an advanced user of the system. It wasn't just a feeling. The man's power was on a completely different level, from his own. Philip looked down, bewildered. But why would an aura user be a thief, someone with that kind of power? Could rise from a slave to a noble. Why would they stoop to robbery? What did he even steal? Logan reached into his inner pocket. I think I know. He pulled out a small box. Only 2 important
pills. Philip was baffled. Only 2, so he didn't want the money. He took them for himself. He turned the box
over, and the last pill fell out. Are there impotent aura users, too? The protagonist's eyes widened. A flash of inspiration. That's right, there was an aura user on my client list, wasn't there? Philip shook his head. No, they asked for an extra fee for that kind of sensitive information, so I refused. He then looked up as a memory struck him. Oh wait, there. Was that one man? The childless aura user who lives in the capital. Happy children ran past a man named Felix, shouting for their
parents. Felix's face tightened with a flicker of pain. A woman brushed past his shoulder, asking, "What is he doing?"
As Felix spread his arms wide, he declared he was simply enjoying the city view. His wife watched him carefully. "The children again." Felix shook his head. "No, I just like the cityscape." He told her not to entertain foolish thoughts, pulling her into an embrace. "Let's go home." She rested her head on his chest, her voice laced with sorrow. "Darling, I'm so happy I met you. You know that, right?"
With tears welling in his own eyes, Felix kissed her forehead. "I do, too. The kingdom's greatest swordsman."
This is Felix Esperon. And a deep sadness and regret were rooted in his very heart. It all started with a simple wound, one he received in his youth fighting for his country, an injury to his groin. As a young man, he thought nothing of it. Just another honorable scar earned on duty. But what good is being a duke, the strongest on the continent? Without an heir to inherit it all, everything would be lost. His wife had once told him, "I see," she'd said, holding his hand. "This must be torture for you." Through tears, she pleaded, "If you don't mind, let me stay by your side." Felix had wept, wondering if there was any way to repay the boundless love she gave him. Back in the present, his aide, Louis, interrupted his thoughts. "The family meeting is about to start. Are you sure we shouldn't hurry?" Felix scoffed. "What's the point of being early? They'll just hound me about producing an heir." Louis frowned. "I'll try to be more tactful, but a very effective medicine has recently appeared in the capital." Felix spun around. "Is that true?" Louis stepped closer. "Apparently, it can even heal physical wounds." A bitter laugh escaped Felix's lips. Louis insisted. "I know it sounds unbelievable, but the reviews of its effectiveness are numerous." Felix closed his eyes. He had already tried that medicine. He'd stolen it. He never thought he would stoop so low.
But his wife's tears had driven him to it. What a disgrace to all his students. He clenched his fists in shame.
And to top it all off, it had no effect, he thought. "Louis," Felix said aloud, "rumors should be met with distrust." "My apologies," Louis replied. "Yes, rumors are just rumors," Felix thought. "If my aura couldn't heal it, then no medicine can. It's time to give up." Just then, a guard's frantic shout broke the silence. "I told you," he cried, looking at a young man in fear. "You cannot meet him without an appointment." "How many times must I repeat myself?" The man, Logan, just smiled. "That's why I'm asking. Just tell him my name. I guarantee he'll want to see me." Moments earlier, Logan's associate Philip had been panicking. "You're going to visit the Duke in person." Our main character folded his arms. "Of course." Philip slammed his hands on the table. "Don't tell me you're just going to waltz up to the strongest man in the kingdom and ask if he's the one who robbed you, and how things are with his wife." He screamed in terror. "That's not your plan, is it?" Logan just raised an eyebrow. "Are you mimicking me?" Philip groaned. "You're asking for trouble. Just let it go. If this goes wrong, we're finished," he thought desperately. But Logan closed his eyes. His mind made up. Philip is right. But if that man truly is the Duke, then this is a chance I cannot afford to miss. At that moment, a man emerged from the office, waving them in. "He asked for you to be sent through." Logan stood and entered the room. He saw Felix standing with his back to him. A thought ignited in his mind. A chance to forge a powerful bond with one of the strongest people in this kingdom. Our hero bowed deeply. "Greetings, I am Logan McLaine, eldest son of the McLaine house." He looked up as Felix finally turned to face him. "He must be around 70, Logan mused. "But he looks so much younger. Did he slow his aging with that powerful aura?" Felix spoke. "The McLaine house? That's in the southwest region. Why have you come all this way?" Logan smiled. It was too early to get to the real point. He reached into his jacket. "I recently started a business in the capital," he explained. "So I decided to bring you our product as a gift." The main character produced a wooden box, placing it on the table. "This is an amazing medicine for men's health. Its effectiveness has been proven by many aristocrats." Felix stared at it. "Is that so?" Logan's mind raced. No reaction. Now I'm not so sure he was the thief. Time to try another angle, he thought. He gestured to the box. "But of course, Such a thing would have no effect on a superhuman like yourself. That is why I brought something far more special. Felix's mouth fell slightly open. He reacted, Logan thought with a triumphant smile. At first, he wasn't interested because the normal empor wouldn't work on him. The poison in the monster meat is usually neutralized to treat dysfunction. But that ordinary poison would be useless against a superhuman. Therefore, by accumulating it, he had created a powerful concentrate. Our protagonist opened a different box, revealing a single pill. This, he announced, is a limited edition of the empor. Felix gazed at the box with a deep sigh. Logan guessed this version was called limited for a reason. It concentrated the effects of 50 ordinary pills. He knew firsthand the agony it caused, but the results were absolutely guaranteed. He remembered the agonizing pain that brought him to his knees, a killing force. If an ordinary man without a power core took this, he would surely die. But Logan, a true aura user, placed a hand on his heart, bowed his head, and declared, "The effects are to your liking. Your Grace, please let me know. I would be more than willing to provide more, and of course, all measures will be taken to ensure complete confidentiality." Felix picked up the box without a word. The very next day, Felix was smiling. "Name your desire," he offered. "I am prepared to do anything in my power for you." Triumph surged through the protagonist, but on the outside, he remained perfectly calm. "It worked," he thought. With an innocent smile, he replied, "Forgive me, Your Grace, but I don't understand what you are talking about." A master martial artist who wields life energy, it was a safe bet that Felix would appreciate the medicine's effect. The Duke's eyes suddenly shone with pure joy. "It worked," he exclaimed, clenching his fist. "This medicine isn't a one-time use after 30 doses. The effects will accumulate, and I will be completely cured." His long-term melancholy and chest pain would finally end. He frowned, looking at Logan. "I can't believe it," he thought. "He brings me this treasure, yet doesn't even mention my misdeed from that day." He'd seen his swordsmanship, not bad for a young man. Felix was now convinced he was the source of this miracle medicine. He laughed. "It seems I was too hasty. Thanks to your gift, I've found a way to cure my lingering illness. I am ready to repay you for it. Tell me what you want," Logan answered. "In that case, might I ask for a useful book on swordsmanship?" A short while later, they were in the library, where Felix searched the shelves. He pulled out a single volume and handed it to the protagonist. "Here." Logan looked at it, surprised. Felix explained, "The training described within will make your body scream in pain, but it is worth reading for its eccentric moments." Logan accepted the book, thanking him happily. He then feigned embarrassment and asked, "By the way, could you perhaps write a letter confirming that you gave this to me?" Felix answered with ease, "Of course." A grin spread across the protagonist's face. "Perfect. I got what I needed." It was a pity to take only a book from the Duke, who was ready to give him anything, but his true goal was something else entirely. "And yet," Felix said, "it feels wrong to leave it at this," Logan asked in surprise. "What?" Felix closed his eyes and lowered his head. "I will personally teach you my sword techniques." The protagonist's eyes shot wide in shock. "He wants to teach me the greatest swordsman in the kingdom," Felix continued. "I understand you are a modest man who asks for little, but I would be ashamed to repay you with only a book." Logan paused. "This is the first time in my past or present life that anyone has called me modest. Still, even with the secrets of the divine sword, there was no reason to refuse an offer from the strongest man in the kingdom," the protagonist said sheepishly. "Thank you." Internally, he screamed, "Jackpot!" After a while, Felix drew his sword. Judging the talent of remarkable young warriors is one of the great joys of an old man, he said. "Now, concentrate. I will not hold back." The protagonist gripped the hilt of his sword, and Felix commanded, "Draw!" Suddenly, a terrible pressure descended upon Logan. He began to gasp for air. "This huge force is crushing me. I can't even grip my sword." So this was the power of an aura user. He imagined Felix as a giant looming over him. Logan shook. "But are all AA rank users able to restrain an entire body just by using their power like magic. Even if his own rank was lower, this was absurd. If this were true, all battles on the continent would be over in an instant, with AA rank users wiping out everyone else. The protagonist frowned. In my opinion, it's not just about power. This has to be some kind of special ability. Logan activated his energy field. Felix watched him
Carefully as a bright light illuminated him. The protagonist clenched his jaw, continuing to accumulate his energy.
He thought, I'll use my power to enhance my senses, not my body. Then I can analyze what's restraining me. The protagonist closed his eyes and tightened his grip on the hilt. Every time I even try to move, the Duke's power stimulates its own activation. It dissipates the energy I put into the movement. Logan exhaled. I see. He didn't know how this was possible, but he understood how to resist it. Instead of suppressing his power, I just need to react a little faster. The protagonist gripped the hilt and, with a burst of will, drew his sword. Felix looked at him, in surprise. Just as I thought, he said. Truly talented. Logan brought the sword forward, covering his mouth as he gasped for air. Felix lowered his own blade. Okay, now, watch me carefully. Energy began to gather around his sword, spreading out in every direction. The protagonist looked on in surprise. He's concentrating the very power that suppressed me, hovering on the tip of the sword. Was this the legendary aura blade? The energy surged toward him, and his mind screamed, No! Felix merely grinned, giving a silent command to strike. Logan's face turned pale with dread. A colossal wave of energy materialized above him as he uttered, The power of the blade. The main character froze, his thoughts racing. The sword, it was moving in slow motion. He could see it, but he grit his teeth, unable to act. I can't move. The Duke's overwhelming power had seeped into his entire body, completely paralyzing his senses. The crimson aura of the blade pulsed with power. But what could he do, even if he understood the principle behind it? Logan frowned, his eyes widening in surprise. His own power. A stream of energy suddenly manifested in front of him. This can neutralize the Duke's pressure. Felix stood with his hand raised, a god of the battlefield. The hero's intuition screamed at him that this blow was absolutely unavoidable. Still, he narrowed his eyes and thrust his own sword forward, bathing the area in his brilliant light. Felix's eyes widened in confusion. Did he just create a barrier of power? He crouched, swinging his blade in a low arc, launching himself off the floor. He shot forward like a cannonball. The main character held his position, sword extended, jaws clenched as he fought to master his fear. With a single, earth-shattering swing, Felix unleashed his energy, slamming the hero into the wall. Logan cried out as he made impact, slumping to the ground, shaking. Felix rested the tip of his sword on the floor. Logan looked up, breathless. Or a blade? No, Felix frowned. Does he truly think I'd teach him something he can't possibly master? He had just witnessed the complete version. As the hero collapsed, Felix admitted that he'd unconsciously gotten a little too serious during their bout. In the end, he couldn't believe this boy had stood against him. Some people are simply born for greatness in this world. He gazed down at the unconscious Logan, a slight smile forming. It will be fun to watch him grow. A short while later, the butler averted his eyes. Are you leaving already, sir? The hero smiled as the butler continued. The Duke insisted that you rest until you are fully recovered. You are welcome to stay. Logan just smiled and replied, It's all right. Thanks to that potion. I'm completely healed. The butler gestured to the side. I see. Then allow me to escort you to the gate. Later, as the sky was painted with the colors of sunset, the massive gate opened. The butler bowed deeply. Have a safe journey. The hero turned back. Thank you for everything. He began to walk away briskly, but then his eyes shot open in shock. The butler watched him, confused, as Logan ducked around a corner. Leaning against the wall, he clutched his side, trembling. The pain, it's agonizing. He pulled out the potion. But I can't use something this expensive for wounds like these. He couldn't believe it. A potion of this sublime quality was nearly impossible to find. Just as you'd expect from the Duke, the hero mused that with his recent power-up, he should be able to heal himself. It would be difficult, of course, since the Duke himself inflicted the wound. He stared at the vial in his hand and realized. And yet, I gained far more than I lost. The main character untied a small note from the potion. His eyes widened. These were the coordinates for a private communication channel to the Duke's estate. A message for when he encountered difficulties mastering the
power of the blade. And he could contact him directly. Logan smiled. Who would have guessed he'd make such a good
impression? The Duke was treating him almost like a prized student. This connection would be incredibly useful in the future. Suddenly, a voice shrieked from behind. Mr. Logan! Philip appeared out of nowhere, causing him to turn around, annoyed. Philip, what are you doing here? Philip stammered. I was waiting nearby for you to emerge. Why are you so pale? He then yelled. You weren't rude to the Duke, were you? The hero scoffed. Rude, I just learned a little. Sword art from him. He coughed, and a spray of blood erupted from his mouth. Philip screamed in terror. I've prepared for our escape. I'll find the fastest horse. Logan tried to wave him off. No, you misunderstand. He broke into another fit of violent coughing as Philip screamed again. Mr. Logan! 1 week later, a sign hung on the door. Empor sold out, please. Come again later. The hero frowned. Seriously, the total income from the Empor's sales had reached
about 4,100,000 gold, Philip stated confidently. If we maintain this pace, 4.5 million a month,
will be no problem at all. Logan and Philip shared a wicked grin. A loud, joyous cheer echoed from the room, loud enough to be heard across the city. The main character folded his arms across his chest and asked, Are you so happy you wouldn't mind forfeiting this month's bonus? Philip, now on his knees, begged tearfully, Please don't ruin my fantasy. He looked up at the hero and reported, All right. I've already established a supply line for monster meat in Kalia. Logan's eyes lit up. Is that so? You're a good man. Philip then asked, By the way, have you considered buying a house in the capital given our expenses? It would be a smart investment. But the hero shook his head. No, I'll only be here for a year. Maybe a year and a half at most. Until, with the Empor secured, they'd have to move on, even if they wanted to stay. Philip asked, his voice laced with confusion.
What does that mean? Logan simply told him not to worry. Philip closed his eyes with a sigh, asking him to please
take care of his health, so their business could continue to thrive. The sight of him coughing up blood was a horrifying memory. Logan explained that was exactly why he'd been secluded for an entire week. But Philip was doubtful. Were you really focused on recovery? Whenever I visited, you were always at your desk, working on something. He remembered the look on the main character's face, sitting there, completely absorbed. Logan answered thoughtfully, Yes, but it's nothing you need to be concerned about. Philip scoffed. Another secret. Then, the main character smiled. He liked that Philip didn't pry for more information, even while he grumbled. Rick, on the other hand, would have tried to uncover his every last secret. Philip looked at him directly. Are you going home now? Yes, Logan confirmed. Keep the customers calm until I send a new batch of Emperor. Oh, and one more thing. Every month, send food rations worth 100,000 gold to Tesrin and Milan. Philip yelled in disbelief. What? Was he planning to feed every single inhabitant of those regions? Enough, Logan said firmly. We will do this for a year. Find us a supplier. Are you serious? Philip asked, astonished. He never realized Logan cared so much for his people. The main character walked toward the door. He thought to himself, care for them. This isn't about care, it's a necessity. After all, it would take a full year for the chronic food shortage in the Can region to finally end. Logan grasped the door handle, his mind calculating. Even with the Tessin plains, the infertile lands of Milan mean we'll still operate at a loss. He lowered his head, his thoughts grim. The labor of the people is critical to my plan. I cannot allow them to starve. Logan opened the door and announced, All right, I have business to attend to. What business? Philip asked, then sighed. Never mind, it's a secret, isn't it? The protagonist replied. You're a fast learner. Sometime later, in a dark room, men in tattered clothes sat in silence. Some were sleeping on the floors, while others stared into the abyss with desolate eyes. Logan stood before a robed man at a counter, who spoke first. You want us to find these people based on names and a few descriptions? And what do you mean? You don't know where they live?
We'd have to search the entire continent. Logan's expression hardened. Just tell me if you can handle it.
You'll be paid handsomely. The man paused, looking down at the piece of paper before nodding. Okay. Logan turned to leave. He already knew it would be a monumental task. The names he possessed could very well be fakes, but he had no other option. The main character stared ahead with grim determination. He had to gather every independent superhuman, at any cost, the very same ones who reached the peak in his past life, refusing to join any organization.
Logan envisioned their faces, masters of different elements. Each one would be a powerful asset.
In the coming war against the Empire, especially the one she hired. He stopped in his tracks. Wait, why am I in such a rush? An unusual anxiety crept up on him, even though things in the capital were going perfectly. Logan looked up at the sky and sighed. I need to calm down. There's still time. At that exact moment, a man slammed his fist on a table, shouting, If only! Another man urged the elder to calm down. Clayton was hunched over, seething. He keeps chasing my followers away, doesn't he? Have any other workers. Tower leader, the messenger pleaded. Please, calm down. I only came to deliver his message. Clayton exhaled sharply. Then tell me why he has summoned my followers this time. The man looked confused. Well, they are being sent to the southwestern countryside, to Milan territory, on a 6-month mission. A vast, dark energy began to spread from Clayton, terrifying the messenger. Clayton clamped a hand on the man's shoulder. Damn the head of the magic tower. He cannot do this. It is time to settle this matter, once and for all. His eyes blazed with pure rage. After a while, our protagonist passed through the large tower. He walked up to the counter,
where a clerk was sleeping, and knocked sharply on the table. Hey! The clerk jolted awake, scrambling to his feet.
Welcome, this is a long-range earth magic spell for the 4th circle. The clerk's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. He wondered what this man's business could be. He looked like a noble, but his suit was too simple. Logan frowned and stated, I need a couple of magic scrolls. The clerk looked him over, thinking, Of course, a man like that would never be here to meet a high-ranking mage.
He'll probably buy a bunch of useless scrolls that are barely different from each other.
It's written all over his face, the protagonist said. 150 magic scrolls of destruction, the clerk asked, bewildered. What?
Showing his displeasure, the protagonist took out a piece of paper, placing it on the table. Here's my user certificate.
Issued by Cooper Bank. Take a look. The clerk picked up the certificate and began reading the numbers. 1, 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. His eyes bulged as he screamed. 4 million gold. The clerk lowered his head and began to shake violently. With an offer to escort him, Logan sighed in defeat, saying nothing more. Destruction magic, a 4th circle, long-range earth spell. Depending on the mage's skill, it could level a mountain. But its long casting time and obvious tells made it useless. In battle, effective only on rock and dirt. The main character pictured 2 men staring at a trembling peak. One says, It's shaking. The other sighs. Must be destruction magic. A grin spread across Logan's face. For construction, however, it was perfect. This could accelerate the mine's development and solve so many other problems at once. Radios asked. So, you wish to purchase 150 destruction scrolls, Logan confirmed. Radios roared with laughter, exclaiming they hadn't seen such a generous client in years. He seemed almost worried. To think that Radios, the master of the Earth Magic Tower himself, would come running. He could still picture it. Radios sprinting and shouting. 150. Where is he? The 5th generation Tower Master. Brought to his knees by a 1.5 million gold deal. Their finances must be in shambles, but a trading partner's weakness is his advantage. Our hero stated, My home is the McLaine estate, a small fiefdom in the southwest. I understand if you've never heard of it. Radios just laughed. It seems my intern made a grave error. Forgive him. I will reprimand him severely. Logan waved it off with a smile. No need. It's trivial. You are too kind, Radios replied. The young intern, meanwhile, sat frozen in fear, thinking his life was over. Radios frowned. He'd almost dismissed this golden goose because of that fool intern. In peaceful times, earth magic was only for farming. He eyed the young man, wondering what kind of noble would waste scrolls on such things. It was ignorant fools like this who gossiped about the tower growing weaker under his leadership. And while it was true he'd already blown this month's budget, this simpleton's arrival was a godsend. Now, all he had to do was flatter him and drain every last coin from his pockets. With a practiced smile, Radios began. To be honest, there is one small problem. Logan leaned forward, hands on the table, and asked what it was. As you know, Radios explained, crafting a fourth circle scroll requires at least a fifth circle mage.
And our tower has very few specialists of that caliber these days. Logan's voice was sharp with discontent. So what?
The old man's eyes went wide. That was not the reaction he'd anticipated. Still, he decided to press on. Each scroll is incredibly expensive to produce, he said, so we couldn't possibly make them in advance. Logan stood up. It seems this can't be helped. Then, I had planned to buy 150 scrolls a month. If that amount is too difficult, I'll simply take my business to the ruler family's magic tower. In a flash, Radios was on the floor, clinging to his leg. Wait, my lord. Every month, he begged. The protagonist looked down at him. Yes, 150, every month. In half a year, I will require 900 scrolls. Radios' face lit up with pure, unadulterated joy. However, Logan continued, since 150 is already a struggle, you'll never handle the full order in 6 months. I have miscalculated. In that single instant, Radios' blissful fantasies evaporated. As Logan walked away, Radios clung to his leg again. We can do it, he shouted. Logan paused. Are you certain? Radios smiled, thinking, gods, his shoes are filthy.
Of course, my lord, absolutely. A fourth circle scroll costs 10,000 gold. 150 would be 1.5 million.
And in 6 months, that sum would balloon to 9 million. The old man's eyes bulged. He suddenly began polishing the protagonist's shoes with his sleeve, even kissing the leather. A most attractive price. But have you considered hiring a mage instead? A mage, Logan asked, pondering the offer. Dispatched mages despise manual labor, which is why they sell scrolls in the first place. He was doing a perfect job on the shoes. But this offer, a mage would cost far more. A fourth circle mage would be as effective as 300 scrolls.
The protagonist challenged him. And you have a fourth circle mage willing to work a construction site in the countryside.
Radios grinned, bowing his head low. It seems we had a misunderstanding. Even I cannot command a mage of that level. Please forgive me. Well, Logan thought, what did I expect? The old man looked up. Instead, I can provide 9 mages of the second circle, and one of the third. They are students, but they've worked as a team on various construction projects for a long time. In exchange, he offered, you could reduce the number of scrolls. Logan considered him carefully. An interesting proposal. The construction has been slow. This might be even better. But mages who specialize in construction. He frowned. Arrogant, are they? He thought. I'd like to see for myself what kind of people they are, Adil. As a group of disheveled men stood before him with fear in their eyes, the man in charge stepped forward. He introduced himself as Radius, a mage of the third circle. He declared they would be under his care. The protagonist met their gaze cautiously, stating his name was Logan McLaine. The old man offered a weak smile. Well then, with greetings out of the way, you may go. As the mages turned to leave, they pleaded, Please forgive us. But Logan's voice cut through the air, sharp and loud. Radius! They look like they're on the verge of collapse. The old man began waving his hands dismissively. Don't mind their appearance. They're young but seasoned veterans in the construction field, true professionals. I assure you, Logan recalled his initial assessment. They did seem surprisingly capable. His senses had told him that among them were second circle mages, and one was even a third circle. For men in their 20s, they were undeniably talented. So why? Why would the tower send such assets to the countryside? Something felt deeply wrong. Logan brought a hand to his chin, a plan forming in his mind. It was time to test the waters. He turned back, his voice firm. Compared to the fourth circle scrolls I'm providing, sending me a few second circle mages hardly seems like a fair trade. Radius looked bewildered. What, but 10 mages should be more than enough, especially with a third-level mage among them. A cunning smile spread across Logan's face. Then for 120 scrolls. And 10 mages? I will pay 1,200,000. The old man's lips tightened, his mind racing with calculations and disbelief. Logan smirked inwardly. For mages of their caliber, it was an insultingly low price. Though he wouldn't complain. If the old fool actually accepted, no sane person would agree to such a deal. All right, Radius replied instantly. The protagonist stared, at him, shocked. The old man thrust a piece of paper forward. Let's sign the contract. Veins pulsed on Radius's forehead, his rage barely contained. Logan examined the document. He seriously agreed, and in such a hurry? He thought, when did he even prepare this? The ink is barely dry. He knew it. There was definitely something fishy going on here. Suddenly, the doors burst open. A man named Clayton stormed in, shouting, I heard everything, Tower Master. We need to talk. Now. His mages tried desperately to hold him back, but it was useless. One grabbed his arm, screaming in terror. Please! Sir, no, the old man sputtered. Clayton! Logan turned, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and intrigue. He quickly assessed the newcomer. A fifth circle mage. Clayton's voice dripped with contempt. Are you trying to send my disciples away again? Radius shot back. His face flushed. It is for the good of the tower. Your disciples are the most gifted. Clayton's voice rose with fury. That's exactly my point. Why must they be the ones to do the dirty work? Why not others? These are children who just returned from another grueling task. Outside the door, the young mages were weeping. Radius bellowed. Youths should not complain about any work. This is for the tower's future and their own. Clayton's brow furrowed. Don't you see? You've been
oppressing them ever since you reached the fifth circle and became an elder last year. Radius's face turned crimson.
Are you mad? How dare you act this way in front of our guest? Logan watched the drama unfold. So that's it, he mused. This man, Clayton, became a fifth circle elder at a young age, probably around 50. The tower leader
was threatened by him, but unable to confront an elder directly. He takes his anger out on his followers instead.
This internal conflict, it plays right into my hands. A satisfied smile crept onto the protagonist's face. He couldn't believe his luck. Radius closed his eyes, his voice cold as ice. If you refuse to obey the Tower Master's orders, then I don't care. You can get out and take your followers with you. Are you serious? Clayton roared, his jaw tight and his fists clenched. Mana began to radiate from his body. If you want to leave, then leave, Radius shouted back defiantly. Clayton's
power exploded. The entire room shook violently, dust and small stones raining from the ceiling. A nearby mage screamed, "This is bad. We have to stop them."
Clayton's face was a mask of pure rage. Tower Master, prepare yourself. Radius raised his hands, preparing a defensive spell. But in that tense moment, Logan pressed his seal onto the contract. The two mages froze, looking at him in confusion. Clayton's followers stared with their mouths agape. The main character held up the document, showing them the fresh seals. The contract, he announced calmly, is signed. Logan then turned to the terrified mages. I'll be taking the 10 of you with me, he pointed, a finger at Radius and Clayton. As for them, let them sort out their own mess. The contract remains valid, even if the key met. Tower Master changes. Right. Radius coughed, utterly defeated. We have shown our guest a terrible side of us. Fine. I will send the scrolls as soon as they are ready. But Clayton wasn't finished. I haven't finished speaking. Chief, the old man snapped back, his patience gone. What more do you want to terminate our contract with the Earth? Magic Tower, know your place. Clayton could only click his tongue in frustration. He clenched his fists, his voice shaking with resolve. Fine. If that's how you're going to be, I will leave this tower, and my followers will come with me. The old man stared, baffled, before screaming in disbelief. He's an elder. How can he waste his time in the countryside? Think of the tower's reputation, Logan roared. I never hired a fifth circle mage, Clayton, with his eyes closed, calmly stated. I will not ask for payment. I'm merely helping my men finish their work. Our hero bowed deeply. I am incredibly grateful. But radio screamed, Stop them! They hadn't even finished speaking. Clayton continued. I only ask to postpone our trip by 1 day. My followers need to rest. His men cried out. Sir, for you? Logan simply answered. Of course. We will meet tomorrow at lunchtime, at the western gate. Radio screamed again, but they couldn't hear him at all. The next day, a grand carriage was leaving the city. Leaning against the wall, Logan folded his arms across his chest. Yesterday's contract was an unexpected stroke of genius.
Hiring a single fifth circle mage would normally cost 1 million gold. He smiled. I wish I could get home sooner.
From there, he would immediately send a message to the Emporium. But suddenly, a silky voice called out from beside him. My young sir. The protagonist turned to see Rena, who covered her mouth with a fan as she spoke.
We haven't seen each other for a long time, she cooed. But are we truly close enough to call each other by name?
How awkward, he thought. He forced a smile. My apologies, Miss Wolviz. She's as rude as ever. Peeking over her fan, she said, Rumors are swirling around the capital. They say a rather shameful business has opened. Is the McLaine family in some kind of trouble? She wondered aloud. Her inner thoughts were clear. Has his family finally reached its end? Isn't it shameful to walk around like that? Our hero just smiled. You know how ambitious I am when it comes to money. Please don't worry about me, my lady. He thought, it's none of your business. Just go where you were going. Rena snapped her fan shut. The amount I gave you was not small. It seems quite difficult to manage that. While living in the barren lands, Logan turned away. You're right. It's time for me to go. He walked forward, thinking, God, she's disgusting. It's best to avoid her completely. But Rena's voice followed him. I heard about your great contribution during the feudal war. You used a special weapon, didn't you? I have an offer. He turned back. Rena smiled sweetly and asked, Are you willing to sell it to me? Logan waved his hand. It's nothing special, and it's not for sale. It felt awkward refusing her, but it had to be done. He rushed to escape, leaving Rena staring after him with a look of pure displeasure. The protagonist walked on, pondering. Even after he became famous selling his Emporium goods, none of the aristocrats showed interest in the feudal war. However, Rena, he pictured her face. No, her entire family became interested, and far too quickly.
Crossbows are simple weapons. He hoped he could use that fact a couple more times.
Suddenly, his thoughts were shattered by a voice. Mr. Logan? Grick jumped out from behind Clayton, waving his hand. Clayton frowned. I distinctly remember we agreed to meet at the western gate. So why are you going there now? Logan smiled, putting his hands on his backpack. And that's where we are. I was just running away from someone. Annoying, Clayton asked, puzzled. What? Our hero replied. Nothing. It's time to hit the road.
After a while, the carriage rumbled along a forest road. Inside, Clayton gazed out the window, with Grease sitting beside him, looking nervous.
Logan sat across from them. Clayton turned his head, assessing the situation. 3 large carriages? Enough for 5 or 6 people each. On top of that, the coachman seemed incredibly experienced. He had spent a fortune. Clayton turned back to the window. This was not worth the trouble. You have squandered a lot of money. Grace screamed in fear. Sir! Logan just frowned and looked away. Well, he thought. This isn't the first time I've met a proud magician. He volunteered to come for free, so it should be easy to butter him up. The protagonist smiled. I have an excellent magician with me.
So what I've done is quite natural. Clayton simply folded his arms and turned back to the window.
When darkness fell, he finally spoke. It's getting late. We'll rest here before continuing on our way. He lit a campfire. As he sat by the fire, a figure appeared from the shadows. A man lunged, throwing a blade straight at him.
The protagonist dodged it with ease. keeping his eyes closed. Logan asked, "Who's there?" A man stepped forward.
I can't believe you dodged that, he sneered. Very impressive for a young man. He smiled cruelly. I've heard the rumors about you in the capital. You made a lot of money selling some medicine, right? Logan looked at the men surrounding them. Thieves? Then he exhaled, his eyes still closed. I was just trying to meditate. He took out his sword, its edge gleaming in the firelight. And since you so rudely interrupted me, I will practice my new technique on you. The man screamed in fear. What is he talking about? In a flash of steel, the protagonist's sword pierced the leader's neck. The thief looked down in confusion. When did you? He choked out.
With a furious roar, he swung his blade, ordering the thief to die. Logan's eyes narrowed, preparing to counter the attack. The thief lunged.
His mouth opened in a grotesque battle cry. In that instant, Logan's sword flashed, striking true. He channeled his energy through the blade, sending the man flying. The other thieves froze, their eyes wide with disbelief and terror. The man hit the ground hard, his eyes rolling back. The downed thief grimaced in horror. Leave! Now! But a crushing pressure suddenly radiated from the protagonist. The thief's mind screamed in fear. My legs! I can't move. Logan's grip on his sword tightened as he pictured the image of Felix standing right behind him. His sword ignited with a fiery aura. He launched himself forward like a cannonball. The protagonist's blade cut through the men's bodies, and their agonized screams echoed through the forest. He scowled at them. Damn, Logan muttered. It's hard to maintain this power for long. A grin spread across his face as he looked at the thieves' terrified expressions. Heh, it worked. Concentration and compression of
power through a new source is what creates an aura. He remembered when the Duke showed him the power blade, a technique born from the pressure blade.
It was a weaker form of aura, but he thought it was far too early for him to even attempt it. Logan felt a jolt of excitement. I can't believe I actually used the power blade, he whispered. Even if only for a moment. He frowned, turning away, lost deep in thought. One of the thieves tried to scramble away, his mind shrieking. What is this pressure holding me back? The protagonist simply rested his sword on the ground, and the thief collapsed, gasping for air, using the power that emanates from a sword to forcibly overwhelm the enemy. That is the essence of the pressure blade. The man fell limp. My body. Logan swung his blade once more. This is more than good enough to use in a real fight. The remaining thief let out a final, terrified scream. The protagonist looked around the carnage. Did I overdo it? Suddenly, a voice appeared behind him. I saw everything, young master. It was Clayton, his face a mask of stern disapproval.
A powerful energy began to radiate from him. Master Clayton! Logan yelped in fear. Why was he so angry?
Did he think my treatment of the thieves was too cruel if he decided not to cooperate? Logan knew he'd be in serious trouble. Clayton stepped closer. You have astounding abilities, young master. Logan stared at him, completely shocked. I may know little about power, users, Clayton continued, but what I just witnessed was enough to understand. For someone your age to wield such power is extraordinary.
A relieved smile crept onto the protagonist's face. You're making me blush, sir, he thought to himself. So despite that scary look, he wasn't angry at all.
A short while later, they were walking back to camp. Logan glanced at Clayton from the corner of his eye, a question forming in his mind. Did he lead me away from camp on purpose to avoid being seen by those who weren't his allies? Did he really come all this way? Just to find me? For what reason, Clayton finally spoke. My followers are having a difficult time, he began. They lack a proper teacher. So, while we are journeying together, I would like to train them. The protagonist was about to protest, but I'm already doing fine, so what's the point of that? Clayton stopped and turned around to face him directly. When we arrive, I want to arrange for them to have training breaks between their shifts. In exchange, I will personally work more. Would that be acceptable? Logan nodded his head. Okay, no problem. But as he lowered his head, his gaze fell upon something behind Clayton. He could see mana flowing from the ground. Where was it going? The streams of energy were stretching towards a single tent. Are the mages sleeping in there? Logan looked at the now sweating Clayton. Why is he pushing himself so hard for this? He's even starting to sweat from the effort. Clayton looked down, asking, "Young master," Logan smiled. "It seems you value your followers a great deal." Clayton closed his eyes. "Since I call myself their teacher," he said solemnly, "I must at least teach them the basics." As they continued, the protagonist asked, "But was it really worth it to argue with the head of the tower? For their sake?" Clayton cleared his throat. Well, that man was the one who acted improperly first." After a while, the flag of the McLaine house appeared over a large castle. In his office, Patrick was seated at his desk. "It's clear you gained a lot of experience in the capital." The protagonist smiled. "Yes, the trip did me a world of good." "Then all is well," Patrick said. "Is there anything else to report?" Logan frowned, hesitating to get to the main point. He decided to ease into it. "The business is going well. The profit will be coming in soon," Patrick cried out. "Profit?" He slammed his hands on the table. "Wait, what business are you talking about?" The protagonist calmly answered. "I started selling that medicine you gave me." Patrick's face went pale as he pointed a trembling finger forward. "Are you trying to tell me you traveled all the way to the capital and started a business selling a desire enhancer?" Logan looked at him with a guilty expression. Patrick sighed. "Logan, I remember my promise not to interfere in your affairs." He stroked his beard and closed his eyes. "But next time, please, at least consider the reputation and dignity of our house." "He's taking this better than I expected," the protagonist thought. "Okay," he replied. Patrick's eyes snapped open. "You just agreed?" Without a second thought, Logan answered, "That's right. I've thought about it. In fact, I can already feel my reputation growing." His body was being restored. The main character looked to his father, adding that he'd also met the Duke of the Sword. He'd even established a connection with him. Patrick stared in shock. "The Duke of the Sword?" he questioned. He was speaking of the legendary Duke Felix Esperanza. "Did you sell the medicine to him too?" Logan's reply was cheerful. "Exactly." Patrick cried out, "How much more do you plan to ruin our house's reputation?" But Logan simply handed him a book. "In return," he explained, "the Duke gave me a rather exceptional secret, a mid-level sword technique." Patrick was stunned. "What?" "The Sword Duke actually gave you a complete Iron Blood sword technique." Our protagonist grinned inwardly. This was all a lie. He had penned the book himself during his stay at the Duke's estate. The original was found in some ruins by an imperial merchant. It detailed a powerful mid-level sword style. At first, the merchant copied the book and sold a few replicas, but the contents eventually leaked to the masses, spreading across the market. Soon, the technique was public knowledge, and every knight on the continent could learn it. Logan smiled to himself. But that event isn't supposed to happen for another 10 years. If their knights master this technique now, the house's power will soar. He would need to add the sword's energy secrets, and the secrets of the divine sword. This way, his father and Ronan would have a true ace up their sleeves. The protagonist frowned. However, the Iron Blood sword technique accelerates force, which could damage one's internal organs during training. Father would never allow it normally, but invoking the Sword Duke's name would force him to change his mind. Patrick opened the book. "I see," he murmured. As he read, his mind raced. These records, they were an order of magnitude better than what they had. The level of this technique was far superior. For nobles, obtaining decent sword styles was a monumental challenge. For a moment, he wondered if this was why he hadn't progressed for the last 10 years. Patrick looked up from the book. "Once our knights master this," he declared, "the average level of the entire order will rise by 30%. How can we repay the Duke for such kindness?" The protagonist smiled. "I also have a suggestion." But Patrick was already decided. "I must master this. It is the only way to repay him." Logan stared at him, confused. "What you—" Patrick rose from his chair, his eyes ablaze. "We don't have time. Mastering this technique is my top priority. You will handle the family's business for now." Logan looked at the seal pressed into his hands. "What are you talking about?" He stared at the seal, his eyes widening in thought. "The family seal." Patrick was already out the door, waving his hand. "Have Dwayne assist you with any problems," he shouted. "I will return as soon as I've mastered this art." "Thank you, Logan." The protagonist reached out his hand. Father, I have something else to tell you. He looked down at the family seal. Wait. With this, his father's permission was no longer needed. Excellent. He would manage all business affairs while his father trained. Just then, Dwayne burst in. Young master, he shouted. I heard of your success in the capital. I beg you, help the family with money. The matter is urgent, Logan calmly asked. Didn't we receive funds after winning the war? And why are you barging in here? As if you own the place, Dwayne shrieked. That amount isn't nearly enough to maintain 2 fortresses. The main character covered his ears. So noisy. Dwayne continued his frantic rant. Because of the war, our workforce has been decimated. This year's harvest will be a disaster. Even the Cairo have stopped their aid. Please give us money, I heard. Your journey was a huge success. He dropped to his knees, clasping his hands in desperation. But the protagonist just smiled. Forgive me, he said coolly. But I spent it all. Dwayne waved his hands frantically. But you earned several million. How could you spend so much in such a short time? Are you joking? Logan just continued to look at him with that same calm smile. Dwayne's brow furrowed. Come now, this isn't funny. Beads of sweat and smirked. Dwayne's face fell. What on earth did you spend it all on? Logan replied. 1,200,000. On scrolls and mages. I also purchased building materials and food to support our people. There is nothing left. Dwayne was baffled. Magic, scrolls, building materials? And food? A little food won't change our people's fortunes. The protagonist's smile widened. 1 million gold. Dwayne blinked. What? Logan clarified. Food worth 1 million gold. Will be sent to our people every single month for an entire year. Dwayne's voice erupted. Young master, are you insane? The protagonist thought to himself. An expected reaction. It seems his opinion of me hasn't changed in the slightest. Logan glanced down at Dwayne. It's sound grain. Enough to feed our people. Dwayne nodded. Yes, but what about the construction materials and magic scrolls? What are you planning to build? Logan's answer was simple, yet immense. A dam. 2 weeks passed. A notice appeared, calling for laborers. Those from McLaine Keep were to gather at the East Gate, and those from Tazon Keep at the West Gate. An old man at Tazon frowned grimly. It's finally happening. The nobles are squeezing us dry. At McLaine Keep, another man was bewildered. A labor call after the busiest harvest season. If he went, his children would surely starve. A father, clutching his baby, spoke with a bitter voice. We barely survived the battlefield. And now our own Lord wants to finish the job. He clenched his teeth, his voice filled with despair. Do we even have a choice? Die fleeing, die working, or die of hunger? Death finds us either way. So what? Can we do? The people gripped their tools, their eyes hardening. We have no other choice. It's time we took matters into our own hands. They marched forward, their minds set on one thing confronting their feudal lord. After a while, a voice called out, near the crowded gate. Is everyone here? A young man looked to the elder, his voice trembling. Are we really doing this? The old man's reply was laced with venom. They hunted us like dogs, fed us grass for food, while they feasted in their castles. Someone else hesitated. With just us, can we even fight them? The young man swallowed hard. He's right. This is our only chance. He tightened his grip on his tool, and he roared, let's drag every last one of those wretched nobles out. Just then, the massive gate began to groan. It was opening. The crowd gasped in unison. The gate, knights on horseback were riding towards them. One of them gave an order. Prepare for distribution. Each horse pulled a cart piled high with crates. The people stared in shock. What is this? Did he say distribution? The old man spat. Nonsense, a trick. We all know what these aristocrats are truly like. But then, a knight extended a heavy sack towards him. By order of the young Master Logan, he announced, all who participate in this labor will receive a month's supply of grain for their families. We will begin distribution now. Form a line. The crowd buzzed with disbelief. Seriously, is this real? They surged forward. One by one, they saw the truth. It's real grain, praise the heavens. We won't starve. The old man stood, clutching 2 heavy sacks. For a moment, he was silent. Then he raised his head, tears streaming down his face, and cried out, "Long live Logan McLaine! Long live our young master!" The chant was taken up by the crowd, a wave of hope washing over them. Long live Logan McLaine! From a balcony above, Dwayne watched in astonishment. Was it necessary to force them here like this? As the cheers for Logan echoed through the keep, Dwayne spoke again. "You could have just asked them to come." Logan gazed at the scene below. Then not even a quarter of them would have come. They have no reason to trust. Nobles. Most aristocrats see their people as property. The few who care see it as a duty to protect them.
But from my past life as a mercenary, I knew the truth. To the common folk, the only difference between a bad noble and a good one
is how much they take from you. Even my own father, Logan continued, values his knights far more than his people. He sees them as the strength of our domain. Logan's gaze remained on the crowd. That's why, despite the cost, he maintains a knightly order of 50 men. Let him see for himself what the people truly think. Dwayne cleared his throat. He looked at Logan with new understanding. I forced them to come, Logan explained, so they could see with their own eyes how I would treat them, so they would know for certain. He turned to Dwayne. Why are you staring? Dwayne couldn't help but smile. I'm just amazed. You never cease to surprise me. You should be used to it by now. Logan smirked. Don't be a fool. As long as I have your trust, we can proceed. But Dwayne's expression turned serious again. He clenched his fists. No, please think this through. Spending 2 million gold on this project. Is it even possible to complete? Logan frowned. You sound just like those two. He recalled the faces of Clayton and Heiser, shouting in disbelief. You're going to bore a hole through the mountain, Heiser had demanded, and divert the river's flow through it, Clayton had added. And even build a sluice. Logan, sitting at the table, had simply taken a bite of his food. It's possible, he'd said calmly. Just do as I say. The McLaine territory is trapped by mountains and wasteland. Our lands are barren, because the northern mountains block the Great Luther River from flowing south. He sliced a piece of steak. His voice was confident. So, we will pierce a massive tunnel through those northern mountains and let the river's life-giving water flow through, Heiser had scoffed. Telling us to dig under the mountain would sound more believable. Logan simply ate another piece. For heaven's sake, just listen to me. He pictured the mountain in his mind. The plan was to forge a tunnel 20 meters wide, with an exit leading directly into the river, creating a sluice. A revolutionary method from the West, known as a reservoir. Logan frowned, his mind racing. This very technique would become famous in another 20 years. He didn't know the exact mechanics, but he had a master dwarf and a fifth circle magician at his side. Logan wondered if they could truly pull this off. A command was given to the golems. Clayton screamed, his voice filled with urgency. The wasteland in the west of their territory into an arable plain. Clayton folded his arms, stating, But even with that, sir, you must choose the location with extreme care. The condition of the land is critical, and you have to consider the water table and canals. Clayton arched an eyebrow, his expression filled with questions. Here quickly explained that for the tunnel to hold, its structure must be a perfect arch, and they would absolutely need the aid of mages, Clayton whispered. Let him wait. Dwarf, is this truly feasible? Panicked, Here cried out, realizing he'd spoken aloud. The main character simply raised his wine glass. So, it is possible then. Here looked around, flustered, protesting that he already had a mountain of work, as they had only just begun digging. Logan calmly replied, That's why I've prepared magic scrolls. And mages. He leaned in close to Here. Now, all you have to do is choose the right mountain for us. Here sighed. Oh my. He knew it. He knew something was up the moment he was treated to such fine food for no apparent reason. Clayton frowned, wondering if they could truly pull this off. A short while later, standing before the mountain, Clayton began to channel his energy. A nearby builder gasped. "Wow, is that magic?" Another asked nervously. "We'll be safe, right with the young master here. Everything should be fine." The main character stood beside Here, who cupped his hands to his mouth and yelled, "Hey, magician, if you're ready, then begin." Clayton placed his hand on the mountain, and his energy began to surge through the rock. In that instant, a violent torrent of wind erupted from him. He let out a powerful scream. The men scattered, shouting warnings. "Look out, it's all coming down!" Huge chunks of stone rained down, crashing just inches from where Logan stood, perfectly motionless. Here's eyes went wide as he shrieked, "I said be careful! Why are you showing off your power like that? Gods, so much dust!" The protagonist thought to himself that beyond mere physical strength, humans could wield this supernatural energy called mana. He glanced at the mage. In his past life, he could only faintly sense its presence. But now, he felt it with perfect clarity. The power of the earth itself flowed from the mana circle in his heart, weaving intricate patterns that stimulated the very soul of the stone wall. Logan smiled. To think he was witnessing this with his own 2 eyes. Has the core of power finally shattered my old limitations? Clayton turned slightly, a smirk on his face. "Keep watching, sir. I'm not finished yet." The protagonist looked up, surprised. He gazed at his own palm, thinking, "This is it? Another spell." The mage extended his hand forward and clenched it into a fist. In response, the massive pile of shattered stone began to rise. Logan's eyes widened in shock. He's gathering all the fragments together. A colossal block of stone formed in the air above him, causing Here to dive for cover behind his back. "Is that a golem?" Logan asked in utter disbelief. A gigantic stone monster materialized before him. He looked on in admiration. Incredible. To create a golem of this size without any tools. He thought, if he can make a few more of these, not only will we finish construction ahead of schedule, we could dramatically increase our combat power. The main character turned towards Clayton, who now had the stone behemoth standing behind him. "Mr. Clayton?" he began. The mage asked, "What is it?" Logan rushed forward and grabbed his hands. "How many more of these golems can you make, and can your students do this too?" Clayton affirmed. "Yes, they can create them.
We have our own school dedicated to golem creation at the Magic Tower of the Earth." A spark of joy lit up the main character's face. "Really?"
However, Clayton continued, "there is one problem. The spell formula for the golem's core is only available to those of the 5th circle.
So my students will require mana stones? And even then, their golems will be much smaller and weaker."
Logan's mind raced. Mana stones. A rare mineral, just like orichalcum and mithril, infused with the pure energy of nature. It couldn't be created artificially, making it incredibly expensive. Most often used to amplify spells or craft powerful artifacts. Mana stones aren't cost-effective, he thought. But in the midst of a war, money becomes irrelevant. If spending a little coin can guarantee victory, then it's a worthy investment, Logan asked. "Will this golem become stronger with mana stones?" Clayton nodded. "Yes, its speed and strength will increase, and its operational time will be extended." The protagonist envisioned a squadron of stone golems charging after enemy knights, crushing everything in their path. "But of course," Clayton added, "since I am of the 5th circle, I would require a mana stone of the absolute highest quality." Logan's fantasy shattered, replaced by an image of himself in rags. A bad end, he thought, his shoulders slumping. Clayton continued, unaware. "Even so, for a 2nd circle golem spell, a low-level stone is more than enough." He wondered why he felt the need to explain every little detail. It could last a full 24 hours, and be several times stronger than an ordinary man. Logan stroked his chin, calculating. A low-level mana stone costs as much as a gold coin. The cost-benefit ratio is terrible for simple labor. But for a short, decisive war, like the last one, they would be overwhelmingly useful. The protagonist imagined a golem unleashing absolute devastation. Clayton watched Logan's intensely focused expression with a puzzled look. He sighed. If you weren't a member of the Magic Tower...
Pardon, the main character asked. Never mind, Clayton said, waving it off. Just then, Dwayne's terrified voice cut through the air. A monster! He screamed, staring at the golem.
The ground shuddered as stones shattered. A worker cowered in terror. A monster! He shrieked. It's destroying our land. But the protagonist just frowned. Not destroying, he corrected calmly. Digging. In a panic, a man named Bune rushed to flee, shouting, My lord, I must report this at once. Logan turned with a mocking sigh. Oh, for goodness sake. He looked at Here and ordered, Here, take all the workers to the water channel. There's no use for them here. That monster is more than enough for the tunnel. Here spun around, his voice booming. All right, you lot, stop cowering like children. Gather your tools. We're moving out. We are creating 3 grand structures. The first is this tunnel and a dam. The second is a water channel, designed to carry the river's lifeblood to every corner of this wasteland. And the third is a cave. Results were already showing from the time he'd spent in the capital. Logan folded his arms, lost in thought. After returning, the dam's construction had consumed all of his attention, and he hadn't been able to monitor the cave's progress. I should stop by tomorrow and check on it. The following day, Logan arrived at the cave and saw the state of his men. They were covered in dirt, their faces etched with misery. Logan found Here. Haven't we met before, perhaps 6 frames ago?
What are you talking about? Here snapped, clenching his fists in frustration. Whose fault do you think it is that I have to run?
Back and forth from the mine to the water channel. He threw a scroll to the ground, screaming, Ah! I can't take this anymore, just kill me now. Here then collapsed, beating his fists and feet against the ground in utter despair.
Can I please get some rest? He wailed. If I'm not here, all the work stops. Why do I have to carry everything by myself?
Logan watched this bewildering display with his mouth agape. A nearby worker cried out, Here's finally lost it. Someone calm him down. The protagonist placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Here. The man looked up, his eyes stained with tears, a hint of shame in his gaze. Logan smiled warmly. I understand. Every single word. You're doing a magnificent job. And that's why I'll be entrusting you with all that. The organizational work from now on, use this opportunity to report your progress. Here's eyes widened. What? He shot to his feet, shouting with our renewed irritation. Are you just trying to dump more responsibilities on me? Logan clicked his tongue. You saw right through me. He held out his little finger. But I make you this promise. When everything is finished, you can rest as much as you want. Here slapped his hand away. What are you? No, get away from me. But Logan was quicker, locking his pinky with Here's. And just like that, a promise is sealed.
Ah, you'll break my finger, Here cried out in pain. Logan walked away with a triumphant smirk. How audacious of me.
At that moment, the workers gathered around Here, bursting into laughter. Now, Logan thought, the mine will be developed, far faster than in my past life. He had doubts about the dam, but he smiled. No, everything will work out. It must. Sometime later, the protagonist sat before a glowing purple orb, listening to a report. The building materials will be delivered without any issues, a voice confirmed. We also came to an easy agreement. Regarding the lumber, for 100,000 gold a month, Logan replied. I see. Good. Philip's voice was cheerful. Once we develop the mine and clear the land, this territory will be completely transformed. I should pay you a visit one day. The protagonist looked at the orb intently. Yes, come next year. Philip paused. Next year, I wonder why. But you won't tell me, will you? Logan answered grimly. There's a rumor that the ruling family has a problem. Philip's tone sharpened. What kind of problem? I heard whispers of it in the house of the Sword Duke. Logan explained. I don't know the details, but it seems serious. Try to investigate while you're managing affairs. According to the memories from his previous life, the king would die suddenly next winter, and a bloody civil war would begin. But the information he had as a low-level mercenary could be incomplete. If the death is truly unexpected, then events will unfold as before. If not, the entire timeline will change. Just like the feudal war, Logan mused. I can't change the start of the Civil War, Because I don't know the cause, but I can prepare for it. House McLaine would take part in the conflict that would turn the kingdom upside down. Philip, he commanded, put money in the reserve fund and purchase as many weapons and armor as you possibly can. Enough to arm 1,500 men. Philip's voice trembled with fear. That is not a trifling request. 1,500, I thought McLaine had no more than 100 knights. Logan calmly replied. This isn't for the knights. It's for the soldiers. Philip screamed through the orb. Have you lost your mind? No one fully equips soldiers for war. It's an astronomical waste of money. Logan covered his ears. Quiet, he thought to himself. This may seem strange to him now, but countless of our people died in the last war because of this. The productivity of our farmers plummeted. We need to minimize conscription, and instead strengthen both our knights and our common soldiers. The protagonist pictured the faces of his workers, knights, believing this was all part of his master plan. He challenged. Have I ever been wrong? Philip reluctantly looked away, admitting. No. A confident smile spread across Logan's face. Then trust me on this. Philip shut his eyes and yielded. All right, I'll investigate that rumor. Logan clenched his fist, his mind racing. Perfect. Their wealth would flow from the mine, food from the new dam, and soldiers from a newly armed force. He grinned. The foundation for his great breakthrough was finally falling into place. Sometime later, a mountain of paperwork buried the table before the main character. Dwayne pointed to a document. Here, read all of these and sign them. Logan's face drained of color at the sight of the endless stacks. The man added, I'll leave the next pile right here, Dwayne shrieked. My goodness! He's signing without even reading the contents, young master. How can you be so careless with dark circles etched under his eyes? Logan asked. How long have I been stuck here? Dwayne stroked his chin. It's been nearly a month. He pointed a finger accusingly. Did you think the work of a lord takes just a day or two? Logan shot back. I never saw my father work this hard. Of course not, Dwayne scoffed. Because I handled most of it for him. Logan shot up from his chair, infuriated. Then why dump it all on me now? Dwayne crossed his arms, unfazed. As the heir, you must understand every single issue that requires attention, Logan roared. I'm not the heir, and you think anyone will believe that. Suddenly, Kaylin burst into the office, shouting, Forgive the intrusion. It's an urgent matter here. Here is trapped in a collapsed mine shaft. Fear flashed in Logan's eyes. Here is trapped in a collapsed shaft, Kaylin confirmed. Yes, one of the tunnels gave way. Dwayne looked utterly baffled. A mine shaft? How in the world? Is there a mine shaft on our territory? Logan ignored him, demanding. What's the extent of the damage? Have you pinpointed here's location? Dwayne pressed on. Hey, where did we get a mine from? But no one paid him any mind. Kaylin reported. About 50 meters of... The tunnel is gone. It's impossible to know his exact position. Logan roared. There's no time to waste. Let's move. Now. They stormed out, slamming the door behind them. Dwayne reached out, shouting after them. Hey! He yelled in frustration. Where did they even get a mine? Soon, a horse thundered toward the cave entrance as a worker shouted. The young master is! Here, he's arrived. Logan's face was a mask of grim determination. Where is the collapsed tunnel? The worker pointed. When you enter, it's the middle of the 3 shafts, the deepest one. As Logan rushed past, the worker added, But be warned, it's pitch black inside. Logan entered the darkness and ignited his aura. His eyes widened in shock at the sight of a colossal wall of rubble. He saw men desperately trying to claw away at the stones. An old man turned, his face etched with worry. Young master, Logan's command was sharp. Everyone, step aside. He placed a hand on the rockfall, closing his eyes and focusing his power. A massive surge of energy washed over the stones, allowing him to see beyond them. He saw bodies lying beneath. Here, and about 10 workers, he said. They escaped the worst of it, but they're injured. The old man gasped in disbelief. How could you possibly know that? Logan brushed it off. It doesn't matter. How long will it take to rescue them? The old man's face fell. If everything goes perfectly, 3 days to clear this? Logan's jaw tightened. He knew that even the strongest dwarf couldn't survive 3 days with those injuries. With every passing moment, their chances of survival plummeted. He stood before the impassable rock, a heavy burden on his shoulders. He had to save them all as soon as possible. He stomped his foot, his voice filled with resolve. It seems I am their only hope. The old man looked at him, stunned. A short while later, Clayton stood before Logan, his students arrayed. Behind him, "You called for us." Logan's expression was grave. "I'll get straight to the point," he asked. "Can you save here and the workers trapped inside that mine? I will compensate you generously." Clayton looked confused. "You have a mine and they're trapped inside." No wonder the dwarf had been so busy, running between the dam and this cave. Clayton's professional demeanor took over. "Say no more. People are in danger, and we will help." Logan bowed his head deeply. "Thank you. I will be sure to repay this favor." But as Clayton followed, he couldn't help but wonder, why bring him here instead of just using those magical scrolls of destruction he'd been given? So this was the secret he was hiding in the mine. The main character pointed toward the entrance. "It's in there," Clayton mused. "He kept this a secret, so it must be a valuable place." And yet, he was willing to reveal it all, just to save one slave and a few workers. Inside the cavern, Clayton raised his hands, flooding the area with his power. "I will hold the tunnel structure. You all use golems to clear the debris." His students responded in unison. "Yes, sir." Logan watched from behind, thinking. "So these are the men of stone." The students grabbed rocks, crushing them in their hands as they began their incantations. The fragments fell to the ground and began to reshape themselves. A student roared as the fallen stones reformed into powerful golems. Logan watched in awe. "Incredible. They've already cleared several meters." He had no idea what state the trapped workers were in. "Hurry up." The giant golem stirred to life, lurching forward. Logan rushed to the rubble and began heaving stones aside himself. Clayton watched, a deep frown creasing his brow. An aristocrat, moving rocks with his own hands. To save those of a lower station, he would have called it a lie, if he hadn't witnessed it himself. But then again, this was Logan. After a moment, the old man's shout cut through the noise. "We found him. He's here." Hemer lay beneath the stones, his breathing ragged. The old man clutched his head in despair. "Hemer," Logan knelt beside him, extending a hand. They must have passed out from the shock. It was a miracle that their injuries were so minor. He looked to the dwarf and spoke, his voice filled with relief. "Thank the heavens!" The golems began to carry out the injured. A short while later, Logan sat beside Hemer. "Did you doze off while using the scroll of destruction?" Hemer managed a weak smile. "Well, I have been overworking myself lately." The protagonist lowered his head as Hemer stretched. He gestured weakly, saying not to worry, that everything would be restored soon. But Logan simply said, "Just rest. Don't think about anything." "Not until you're fully recovered," Hemer insisted. "The work isn't hard. I can be back at it in a day." He suddenly froze, a look of confusion on his face. "You want me to rest?" the protagonist countered. "Otherwise, will you be okay?" Hemer's hand fell to his pillow as he exclaimed, "Then I will rest, no matter what." Logan stepped out, lost in thought. Truly, magic was an amazing thing. They'd finished the entire rescue in just 2 hours. He wanted suddenly. Clayton was beside him. "Your mind is truly incredible, young master." Logan's heart jumped in fear. "What?" Clayton's brow furrowed. He looked at Logan, his thoughts swirling with suspicion. Did he know about the gold? It was entirely possible for an earth mage. If word got out, there would be endless trouble. Could he trust Clayton to keep this secret? The mage then asked, "Why did you go so far, revealing the hidden mine's existence, just to ask for my help?" Logan looked at him, puzzled. His own thoughts answered the question. Why? Because no one could replace Hemer. It was a calculated risk to save him. Without the dwarf, the entire mine's development would grind to a halt, jeopardizing all his future plans. He pictured his nights, His little brother. The protagonist spoke plainly. Because if I can't protect my own people, soon there will be no one left by my side. Clayton studied him intently. Young Master Logan, would you consider establishing a magic tower on your territory? Logan was stunned. What? Clayton continued. I believe it's time for me to start my own venture. And this place, it seems it could support a small magic tower. What do you say? Logan realized he wasn't joking. A magic tower. In his domain, Logan's voice boomed with excitement. That would be amazing. Will your students move here? How much support will you need? Clayton nodded. Of course, they will stay with me. As for support, just provide us with everything we need. I trust you and your abilities, Master Logan. The protagonist beamed with pure joy. Just then, Hemer emerged. Did you hit your head for a master mage to trust you? Logan waved him off. Hemer, go rest. A week later, a fully recovered Hemer announced, I am now ready to restore the tunnel. I will try to make up for the lost time, Logan simply replied. Okay, good luck. As Hemer turned and left the room, Dwayne peeked through the door. Young master, it's time you told me about the mine. The protagonist beckoned him inside. He thought Dwayne looked like he'd seen a ghost. When did you secretly start developing this? Dwayne shouted. And why didn't you tell me? Logan just ruffled his hair. Forgive me, it slipped my mind. Dwayne was baffled. Slipped your mind? How is that possible? Why hide it so carefully? Is there iron copper? A lot of it, Logan replied calmly. There's gold in it, Dwayne scoffed. Stop joking. People like us? A gold mine? Come on. The protagonist clenched his fist. Is it so impossible for me by my calculations? It will bring in 100 million gold a year? Do you think would lie about something like that? Dwayne stared, his jaw agape. Is it true? Logan folded his arms. He hopped onto the table and nudged his advisor. Hey, Dwayne, wake up. But Dwayne was lost in another world. A gold mine. 100 million. The protagonist smirked. He couldn't afford to die now. Aside from one small incident, the plan was proceeding flawlessly, faster than he ever expected. A short time later, the old man entered. He looked around and asked, Why are we holding another meeting? Has the dam been completed? Of all the places, they chose this one. A townsman stared in disbelief. He questioned if it was true. A 6-month construction project. Finished in just 3? His companion confirmed it was accurate. He'd heard this meeting was for the final inspection. At that moment, Dwayne announced, Young master, the managers are here. Logan turned, a confident look on his face. Excellent. Now that everyone is present. The men were panting, utterly exhausted. The main character understood they were juggling many projects of their own. The crowd murmured, waiting to see the final result of this grand project. One man scoffed. My God, what a useless and grandiose display. As if bringing water from Luther will change this wasteland one bit. He would have been better off spending this fortune on repairing the southern wall, another complained. Why did it have to be so massive? A third asked. But beside them, one man looked on in utter shock. It was Dwayne. His mouth hung open as a stunning realization dawned on him. This dam wasn't just for irrigating the wasteland. It was directly connected to the underground aquifers of Luther itself. If they had a constant supply of water, this barren land could become a paradise of fertile fields. Logan turned, catching Garrick's knowing smile. The old man nodded. Ah, the Lord Magician is here as well. Everyone had poured their souls into this, from the workers to the mages, and even the managers. The protagonist observed Dwayne's awestruck face, contrasting it with the scorn on the other managers' faces. He approached Clayton. Lord Clayton, shall we begin? The magician simply answered, Yes. Here, the dwarf crossed his arms. Do we really need all this theatrics? The workers can open the damn gates just fine. Logan smiled. The first time should be majestic, memorable. We'll show everyone in McLaine what their own hands have created. At his signal, the great golems lumbered forward, their stone hands reaching for the enormous shields of the gate. A manager cried out in fear. What is that horror? Are those monsters? The old man gave him a puzzled glance, flustered. The manager cleared his throat. Ah, yes, I've seen such magic. Quite often. Clayton's voice boomed over the crowd. Open the gate! The golems leaned in, their stone forms groaning with the effort to lift it. Logan stood in tense anticipation. All the managers froze, and the townspeople held their breath, waiting for the miracle. But nothing happened. The gates remained shut. Why did they stop? Someone whispered. Clayton's face darkened. What is this? Is this some kind of joke? Here frowned, confused. I gave the order to open it. I don't know what's happening. But Logan knew. The horrifying truth was that the golems were mostly for show. In reality, it took nearly 100 workers to operate the mechanism. He recalled his conversation with Clayton, but this public failure was not part of the plan. Hey, dwarf, Clayton snarled. If my golem's reputation is tarnished because of this, I swear, you'll pay. Here was speechless. But they really can't lift the gate. It was then Logan intervened. Mr. Clayton, have them break it. The magician stared back, bewildered. What? The protagonist's voice rang out with absolute authority.
We'll build new ones for now. Destroy them. Clayton's scowl turned into a vicious grin. As you command. Suddenly, the golems began to move.
The townspeople gasped. Are they breaking the gates? The golems raised their fists and began to smash them against the stone. They hammered the structure again and again until with a final, thunderous crack, it shattered. Water exploded from the breach. The managers were speechless, stunned by the raw display of power. Garrick's mouth opened in pure joy, while Clayton and Here looked on, exhausted. Logan watched the torrent of life flow with immense pride. The townspeople began to weep and embrace one another. It's water. We have water. The old man shouted. It worked. We brought water to these lands with our own hands, the protagonist thought. Now, the food problem for the coming civil war is solved. We can take our time with restoration and begin farming next spring. Suddenly, a heavy hand landed on his shoulder. It was Dwayne, tears streaming down his face as he hugged Logan tightly. Young master, he sobbed. I was so wrong. Please forgive me. Logan smiled gently and replied, Nonsense.
Why is a big man like you crying? He then turned as Here stomped toward them. How long? The dwarf grumbled. Will it take to rebuild the gate? Clayton crossed his arms. Don't worry, I'll assist.
The protagonist walked up with a smile. There's no urgent need. Let's all rest for a week. After that, finish your work in the mine, and then you can have another long weekend. Here's face lit up. Really? Logan smiled and nodded. Of course. But after that, he thought, the real work begins. Farmers would soon flock to these fertile new lands, but traveling from the city every day would be impossible for them. So we will build a new village where they can settle. He then turned to Here. Here, you're great at building. No, wait, he thought. That's not the right way to ask him. Here, he began again. The dwarf turned. What? The protagonist asked with feigned concern. Building isn't really your strong suit, is it? It makes sense, I suppose. I've never heard of gnomes being skilled builders. Here's face turned crimson with rage. What are you talking about? Did the creation of my weapons not prove anything to you? Gnomes are the masters of all crafts, Logan thought with a hidden smirk. Hook, line, and sinker. Ah, you're right. That was impressive. I respect you. Here? The dwarf puffed out his chest. You can praise me all you want, but it won't get you anything. Now, why did you suddenly start talking about building model Santas? He simply smiled and said, I was just curious. Pay it no mind. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed their concerns. But inwardly, he scoffed. Enjoy this moment. Here. As the gnome turned away, Logan's eyes glinted with anticipation. For soon, Here was about to face the terrifying challenge of building an entire city. A short while later, Logan ordered everyone to listen. As they prepared to open the floodgates, he made two life-changing promises. First, anyone could settle on the flatlands of McLaine, and second, they would receive official tenant rights for their service. The tax would be a mere 30%. The faces of the townsfolk lit up with pure joy. Logan then glanced at the managers, who wondered if the river could truly change their lands. With a declaration this grand, not even the vassals would dare object. 4 weeks passed, and autumn arrived. Incredible. Just what I'd expect from here. Logan sat at his desk, studying the masterfully drawn plans. The gnome had already finished the entire city layout. He'd even modeled the houses. Logan knew he had chosen the right man for the job. Rick looked on, equally impressed. A wide grin spread across his face. This is amazing. He never imagined Here would actually accept such a monumental task. Logan recalled their initial conversation. Here hesitated at first, he said. But once he began, his results were flawless. The roads were designed to intersect perfectly, and the distance between each house was uniform. Every section would feature communal wells and toilets. Outside the city, a modern sewer system would dispose of all waste. The main character had described the city from his past life with perfect accuracy, and now, Here was bringing that vision to reality. Together, they would establish the largest settlement in the region, the city of McLaine. But suddenly, he looked to the horizon. His next goal was to secure inhabitants for his territory. His gaze fell upon a vast, stretching dark energy in the distance. Logan then looked at Rick and recoiled. "Why do you smell so foul?" Rick cried out in frustration. "This is all because of you." He scowled, complaining about the crushing demand for medicine. If not for that, he wouldn't have to suffer like this. Suddenly, Dwayne burst into the office. "Young master," the main character sighed. "Will you ever learn to knock?" Dwayne ignored him completely. "Something far more important has happened. It's here. That gnome," he was beaming with excitement. "He just sent word we can start developing a gold mine." A short while later, Here presented them with several small, gleaming pieces of gold. These were rare gold nuggets found directly in a cave. Normally, it had to be painstakingly extracted from mineral ore, but they had discovered pure, raw specimens. Logan and Dwayne stared in awe, tears of joy welling in their eyes. The protagonist gave a thumbs up. "Excellent work." Dwayne impulsively kissed Here's cheek, exclaiming, "Oh my heavens, how did we find such a treasure?" Here struggled to push him away. "Thank you, but can I rest now?" Logan, however, was already focused. "How much can we dig?" Here thought for a moment. "About a ton a month. Even by a conservative estimate, this mine should last for 10 years. So, can I go rest now?" he pleaded. But the main character wasn't done. "We've only just started building the city. We need more crossbows, and the knights need new weapons. Can you organize the production?" Here grabbed his head in utter despair. He dramatically collapsed to the ground. Dwayne leaned over him, wailing, "Oh my God, our precious treasure." Logan stroked his chin, lost in strategic thought. "We still have so much work to do," he mused. "Here definitely needs a rest. Perhaps I should hire another dwarf." He crossed his arms. "All right, as promised, you'll get a break. But a whole month? That doesn't seem like much, does it?" Here let out a horrified scream. He bolted from the room, shouting, "Don't you dare look for me. I'm going to sleep for an entire month." The main character watched him leave, puzzled. What's wrong with him? As his hidden strength awakened, Dwayne fell to his knees, screaming with emotion. "He's so fast, despite those short legs," he cried. Logan turned around, annoyed. "What is it now?" Dwayne was weeping uncontrollably. He yelled, 100 million gold. A ton of gold a month? That's 100 million gold a year. We're saved. No more worries, the Kairos family can choke on their money. Logan noted that he was crying even harder than when the dam was opened. A sly smile formed on his lips. "But you do understand that the mine belongs to me, correct? Not to the family." Dwayne's face fell into a grim expression. Logan continued, "Of course, I will contribute 30% as a tax." Dwayne exhaled in relief as he rose to his feet. He declared his full trust. After the dam project's resounding success, all of the young master's decisions had been proven right. He trusted him completely. A single tear unexpectedly fell from Logan's eye. He wondered why his vassal had accepted the declaration so readily. He said, "But, of course, we will have to ensure the workers keep their mouths shut. If word of this mine gets out to the Kairos family, Kalia and McGrath will be a nuisance." Dwayne bowed low, vowing to handle the matter. Logan simply replied, "Very well." He found it strange. His father becoming a problem. After all, he'd accomplished so much on his own during his training. A week later, Patrick stood near the dam, his gaze fixed on the rushing water. The protagonist approached him from behind, thinking, "Father." When he turned, Logan saw the look of a true knight in his eyes. This was the moment he had been waiting for. on the Iron Blood sword technique, but never imagined his son's skill would explode in just 3 months, especially after a decade of complete stagnation. Patrick turned away, his voice thick with emotion. Logan, you've accomplished so much. While he was gone, the main character asked if he had heard about his plans. Patrick simply crouched, dipping his hand into the water. Just think, he murmured. Water has appeared in this barren wasteland. It was real. Patrick stared at the clear liquid in his palm. It was all true. His own breakthrough. The transformation of this dead land. It was all because of Logan. You are far greater than I am, he declared. Our hero, slightly flustered, felt his cheeks flush. He tried to downplay it, saying these were only recent successes. But Patrick shook his head. No, what you've done in 3 months eclipses my 30 years of effort. He was truly blessed to have a son like him. Thank you. Logan placed a hand on his heart, about to speak. Father. But Patrick cut him off. I suppose I can finally entrust the house to you. While I focus on training the knights. Logan was stunned. What, I never planned on becoming the Lord? Patrick looked to the horizon, a wistful look in his eyes. Do you know what I realized during my training? He asked. I've grown old. Though he mastered the basics of the sword technique, its deepest secrets were completely beyond his grasp now. If only he had started in his youth, when his power first awakened, everything might have been different. He remembered his younger self, full of potential, but his power had settled over the years, forming a rigid flow. He couldn't even form a new core. Realizing he had hit his limit, he accepted his time was over. He believed the future belonged to Logan and Ronan. Placing his hands firmly on Logan's shoulders, he said, But because of you? I finally shattered the wall that held me back for so many years. Now, it is time for me to step back and forge the path for those who will follow. Logan looked down, then nodded with resolve. I understand. He knew he had no other choice.
Patrick turned, a small smile on his face. It's your time now. Let her help you truly step into your role.
From the distance, Moran approached them. She bowed her head as Patrick gently pushed Logan forward. He walked toward her, and she spoke first. Your accomplishments are more than enough for me to see you as a reliable heir. First, young master. She confessed she once wished for only Ronan's success, which is why she fought him. Logan lowered his head. Please, forgive me. But Moran shook her head. You have nothing to apologize for. The fault is mine. She admitted he had apologized before, but her own stubbornness prevented her from accepting it. I hope you can find it in your heart to show me your grace. She then asked, I heard you are teaching Ronan the sword. The main character smiled warmly. Yes, perhaps it's his genius. But in just 1 week, he formed a power core and mastered the first form. A genuine smile bloomed on Moran's face. I have not seen him so happy in many years, she said softly. Please, continue to look after him. He will always be your little brother, young master. She turned to leave. It is time for me to go. As he watched her walk away, Logan shouted, Parents don't need to use honorifics with their children. Marin stopped in her tracks. The main character continued, his voice full of emotion. From now on, please, speak to me casually, like you did when I was a child. Mother. A single tear traced a path down Moran's cheek. She walked to Patrick's side. He smiled, nodding toward Logan, who nodded back. Sometime later, Logan laid out his plans. Once the city is complete, we'll clear the fields and restore the land for farming. Before next spring arrives, I hope we'll have a harvest that surpasses even that of our ancestral lands. Patrick looked at him, impressed. But will the people agree to move here? Logan's answer was confident. Yes, we plan to grant property rights to anyone who moves. Besides, the new homes will be far better than the straw huts, most of them. Live in now. Oh, and I asked Dwayne to put out a recruitment notice for knights. He looked at his father. If they join the regular army, could you train them? Patrick's eyes lit up. Of course they are our future. But then, his expression darkened. He frowned deeply. Logan, you've done well. Then, he drew his sword with a flash of steel and roared. But you've been too lenient. Since when does this house have 2 nightly orders? Logan knew what he meant. The McLaine Knights and the deserters from Tesron may have been integrated, but they still acted like bitter rivals. Patrick's face was a mask of fury. I know it's difficult to befriend those you once fought to the death, but I trusted they would find their way and realize a knight's true duty. He paused, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. But they lack the thirst. They have no fire. I train until my body screams just to grow stronger. My son works tirelessly for the good of this territory. And what do these so-called knights do? They fight over their pathetic pride like spoiled children. He clenched his fists, trembling with rage.
I was too indifferent, he roared, and I take full responsibility for that failure. But just then, Hamel
stepped forward. No, my lord. The knights watched him, thinking. Commander, please, do something. Hanley spun around, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He mused that his condition had improved dramatically. Was he now an advanced knight? The knights cried out as Commander Patrick declared he would first beat discipline into them. He unleashed his energy, roaring for them to taste the true power of the sword arts. The knights screamed in terror. Patrick thought that if he hounded them like beasts, they'd have no time for idle thoughts. He would forge them into an elite unit and hand them over to his lord, Logan. Meanwhile, Dwayne signed the last document. A smile touched his lips. In 20 years of management, he never imagined that signing papers without budget worries could bring him such bliss. Just then, a manager spoke up, questioning the young master's recent spending. He was draining the entire treasury. Dwayne's expression hardened as he roared that the young master had his reasons. He sat, his gaze sweeping over them. Why do you doubt him? Has the gleam of gold blinded you all? Dwayne gestured to the overflowing coffers. Where do you think all this came from? Just do as the young master commands. But then, his eyes narrowed. He stared at the new request form. His voice boomed through the office. Young master, you wish to spend 10 million in gold bars. The protagonist met his gaze calmly. I'm buying mithril, about 100 kilograms of it. Dwayne's jaw dropped. What? Logan clasped his shoulder. Just sign it. Didn't you just say you trusted me? But Dwayne shook his head. I can't. Do you know what you're asking for? That metal is 1,000 times more valuable than gold. Some time ago, Philip had asked the same thing. Do you plan to equip the knights with mithril? That's impossible. The protagonist frowned, slamming his hands on the desk. Why is it impossible? Philip explained that mithril isn't something bought with mere coin. It's a metal that flows with mana. 10 times stronger than steel, yet 3 times lighter. It's called the silver of the gods. You can't acquire it just by being rich, he warned. Especially not 100 kilograms, for an order that large. You need more than money. You need influence. The protagonist's eyes lit up. Influence, he repeated, a sly grin spreading across his face. If that's the case, I have an idea. Suddenly, papers materialized on communication spheres. The operators looked at each other, baffled. What is this? One asked. The other frowned. It's a request. From some backwater province. From House McLaine? Where even is that? Wiping his cheek, he gave an order. Report it to the Duke. Not that he has time for calls from the middle of nowhere. Not even half an hour later, Felix sprinted down the hall. He burst through the door, demanding, Did a call come from McLaine? The operator shrieked in fright. Courage fled him. He could only think. The Duke himself here so fast. What could be so important? In that forgotten backwater, Felix sat at the console. It's been too long. Logan? The main character's face appeared in the sphere. He bowed his head. I trust you have been well, my lordship. Felix smiled wryly. Of course, aside from the complete lack of contact. From the very man I personally trained. The terrified operator scrambled out of the room, signaling for everyone else to leave. Logan chuckled. How could I dare send you personal messages? I'm well aware of my place. Your Grace. Felix's smile widened. Still a master of flattery, I see. Well, your call is perfectly timed. I was about to express my gratitude. The protagonist lowered his head slightly. Gratitude, he wondered. Did I help him with something unknowingly? Or is this a trap? Felix's grin was genuine. My wife is pregnant. Logan's eyes widened in delight. Congratulations, my lord. Thank you, Felix replied. And it's all thanks to you. Logan was stunned. How is it my doing? You did it He coughed, catching himself. Clearing his throat, he said, Heaven has blessed you. Felix laughed heartily. Still as impudent as ever. Yes, heaven and my own efforts played a part. But your contribution was first and foremost. I am truly grateful. When the child is born, you must come to the capital. My wife wishes to thank you personally, and while you're here, I'll teach you another technique. Logan's heart pounded. Another technique? Felix raised an eyebrow. You don't want it. The protagonist shot up from his chair. He bowed deeply, shouting, Thank you, my lord, thank you so much. Felix nodded. Reliability is certainly your strength. Now, tell me. Why did you call? Logan took a breath. Well, I was hoping you could help me acquire some mithril. About 100 kilograms. To create knightly equipment. Felix stared, stunned. Not 100 grams, 100 kilograms. He sighed. So you need someone with influence. Logan simply nodded. Felix studied the sphere intently. Do you have the funds? Is that medicine of yours selling so well? Yes, that's right, the protagonist replied. Felix mused. Even I haven't invested that much into my own knights. I underestimated your generosity. You truly are extraordinary. Logan smiled inwardly. The misunderstanding was growing perfectly. Felix crossed his arms. Fine, I will handle it personally. Logan bowed his head. I thank you, my lordship. It is not a difficult task, Felix said. But promise you will come when the child is born. And from now on, I want you to call me mentor. Not by my title. We'll be in touch. Let me know when you have everything ready on your end. Logan stared at the fading sphere, his mind racing. The sphere, his lips pursed and his body trembling. He let out a loud cry of pure joy. Startling the maid, he threw his hands in the air, exclaiming, I'm to be the Sword Duke's apprentice, amazing. He had asked for a small favor, and in return received this incredible honor. He turned, ready to discuss the mithril equipment with his new master. But the main character stopped him. No, he said calmly. Rest first. After all, his mind was driven by knowledge from the future. It was a weapon best wielded when he was fully recovered. Logan smirked, thinking what a generous employer he was. He felt blessed by this connection. He could almost see himself standing before the blacksmith, bestowing his blessing. A blessing that would finally end the nightmares that had plagued the man for so long. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the McLaine holdings, a crowd of peasant boys had gathered. All of them were under 20 years old, here to hire themselves out for a chance at a new life, waiting to pass a simple test. Dwayne was puzzled. But do we truly need this many? Usually 10 times the number of knights is more than enough. Logan simply replied, I have my reasons. A statement that left no room for argument. Dwayne understood. In his mind, Logan was resolute. No matter what anyone said, building his strength was the absolute priority. He would personally oversee the selection, even if it put their finances slightly in the red. A knight order was the very symbol of a territory's power. The well-equipped cavalry formed the vanguard, while the rear was protected by an elite force. The regular army, composed of knight, apprentices. In most places, only the physical abilities of boys were tested before they came of age. Some would fall from exhaustion, while others barely scraped by. Only those whose raw physical power exceeded a certain standard were ever accepted and trained. The truly talented among them would then undergo grueling training, pushing them to the very limits of human capability. Only then could they awaken their inner strength and become true knights. But the Empire had pioneered a new theory. They approached the problem from a completely different angle. The wise strategists declared that physical fitness and the awakening of power were two entirely different things. What mattered far more, they claimed, were one's senses. With this philosophy, the Empire fielded an overwhelming force of 50,000 knights in the Great War. Each one fought at the absolute peak of their ability. As a result, they completely crushed the neighboring kingdoms. Within 9 years, they had gathered all the soldiers first, then made a second selection to form their elite knight troops. Logan knew this strategy would make the coming civil war in Grandia just 1 year away, incredibly difficult. But after 9 years, he would possess a force capable of standing against the Empire itself. Logan mused that it would be good to take those, over 20 years old, but he desperately needed them for the upcoming city construction. Such a pity. One of the managers suddenly shouted at a young man, telling him to be quiet. Logan asked how they had chosen soldiers before. The man apologized, explaining that they simply told them to run. They would choose from those who crossed the finish line first. A crude selection process, based on physical strength alone. Logan scoffed. No wonder our Knight Order is barely growing. Then he gave a new command. Accept those with excellent eyesight, hearing, and quick reactions. The manager was shocked. We're adding this to the test. Soon, the first trial began. The boys were ordered to walk forward until they could identify the image on a distant canvas. The group stood a great distance away. Soon, the boys began shouting in confusion. One said the picture was strange. Another claimed that the young master was very handsome. However, Logan replied coolly, I have no need for your compliments. Even Dwayne looked at the canvas, completely baffled. But then, one of the boys hesitantly raised his hand. Judging by the comb, it's a rooster, he asked shyly. Is that right? Both our protagonist and Dwayne were utterly shocked. He saw the comb from such an impossible distance. It was time for the second test. A muscular man covered his ears as Dwayne shouted that he would repeat the same word. The boys were to move forward until they heard it. Muffled sounds barely reached them. One complained that he couldn't understand anything. Another noted that the volume kept changing. Then, a third boy shouted, Sparrow. He then added, By the way, Dwayne called the gentleman a scoundrel a little earlier. Is this also part of the test? He clapped a hand over his mouth in fear. He had been talking to himself. How could anyone have heard him? The main character declared, That boy passes. He placed a hand on Dwayne's shoulder and said, We'll have a word about you later. Logan looked over the final list, a satisfied smile on his face. He couldn't believe it. 250 people with outstanding results in the vision and hearing tests had passed. In total, he needed to gather 500, so that with Tesron's men, he would command 1,000 soldiers. But among them were many who were obviously small and thin. The problem, most likely, was a lack of food. Forging a semblance of a proper force from them would take a great deal of time, but he could fatten them up and train them until they were strong enough. Speaking of which, he decided he should visit Vector. As he began to leave, Dwayne insisted they would go too. They found Vector training with a sword. He delivered beautiful, powerful blows that sent gusts of wind across the training ground. The boy was completely serious. The knights watching were amazed. He was incredibly diligent, but wasn't his style. A little too aggressive Vector, however, was thinking only about what Mr. Protagonist had taught him. Mastering the technique of 1,000 swords was the path to knighthood, but awakening his power was far more critical. He tightened his grip. He had to become a knight, and fast. There was no telling how. Long Mr. Logan would wait. Just then, his sister arrived with food and water, calling his name brightly. She turned and froze, spotting Logan. He silenced her with a gesture. He watched Vector, a thought forming in his mind. The boy had undeniable talent, only 16, with just 1 year of swordsmanship. Yet he maintained a perfect stance. Even as he swung the blade with ferocious speed, in fact, his tempo was even faster than standard techniques. Did his martial arts still earn him the title of noble assassin? Even if his personality didn't fit. But to master this style, he couldn't do it by training alone. He would need a partner soon. He called his name, and Vector turned instantly, greeting him respectfully. The protagonist revealed that tomorrow he would leave for the castle to train soldiers, likely staying until winter. Vector was confused by this sudden news, until Logan made an offer come with him. After discussing it with his sister, Vector's eyes lit up. He then asked if they could bring Rhea. He wanted to bring a young girl to a training camp filled with men. Logan's voice grew stern. Was Vector certain this was good for her? But the boy insisted, determined to bring her. Rhea giggled. Sensing her brother was about to be scolded,
Logan thought.
He acted so much like an adult, but he became a child when his sister was involved. He sighed, finally agreeing. Vector thanked him, overjoyed. But Logan's voice was cold as ice. If anything happened to her, her brother
Would be held completely responsible. Vector immediately agreed, vowing to take care of her. The protagonist stared, surprised.
Was she really that important to him? Was she his only family? The boy was silent for a long moment before speaking. My parents died because of me. Rhea lost them because of me. So I have to protect her. She's my only family. Logan looked at him with a hint of sorrow, placing a hand on his shoulder. All right, he said. Continue your training. A few days later, they arrived at Zon Castle. Kaisen bellowed, ordering everyone to run 5 laps around the castle wall.
The last 100 finishers run 2 more. The men groaned in exhaustion. What? But Kaisen roared.
Did you come here to play Start Running Now? They yelled, yes, sir, and took off at once. Logan smiled. He enjoyed working with experienced professionals. The role of drill instructor suited Kaisen perfectly. The knight coughed, almost sheepishly. Being treated like a true knight by Logan? It's why he'd renewed his contract. He felt this job was his calling. But he was shocked when Logan offered to renew the other mercenaries' contracts too. The powerful noble replied, We can't risk any leaks about the crossbows, Kaisen whispered. You don't plan to. Start a war in 2 years, do you? Logan chuckled. He wasn't a warmonger. He just knew that sometimes war is simply unavoidable. Suddenly, their heads snapped to the side at a shout. He's a monster! Leading the entire group of runners, Vector was miles ahead, his pace resolute and unyielding. The others were completely exhausted, gasping for air. What is he made of? He's too fast, the second boy sneered. He's a slave, the young master's slave. What a slave. The boy frowned, a fire igniting in his eyes. If even a slave can do this, then he had no excuse. He surged forward with a roar. I will not lose to him.
The remaining boy muttered that he was going to be sick. Kaisen noted with surprise. Vector's presence is having the effect.
You predicted. And right on cue, the guy vomited. Logan was pleased. They didn't just have outstanding physical abilities, they possessed the will to fight. That was enough. Vector continued his run, absorbing some unseen energy. It wouldn't be long now. When he awakens, he'll become the ultimate motivation for these soldiers. But contrary to Logan's hopes, he would soon see those hands covered in blood. Vector, sitting on a man, beating him mercilessly. He was destined to commit murder. Soon, everyone gathered in the Zon Castle barracks. Wonderful food covered every table. The boys ate ravenously, thanking them for the meal. They were in heaven, saying everything looked delicious. Honestly, one said, I'd agree to this terrible training just for food like this. It seems he had gained a bit of weight after a few weeks of proper meals. If he could always eat like this, he'd have no other desires. One of them looked up, stunned. Rhea handed him a mug and wished him a pleasant appetite. She was so sweet. All the boys blushed, embarrassed, but thanked her. When Rhea left, they whispered, She's beautiful, as always. She's an angel, for sure. One of the boys, charmed, asked, Maybe I should try to talk to her. But his friend began to recoil in fear. They saw him. Vector, seething with fury, his dark aura washing over the room. A wave of absolute terror silenced everyone. They sat frozen. Vector's voice was ice. Turn away, before I gouge out your eyes. A firestorm of rage burned within him. The boys could only avert their gaze. Rhea carried on, moving between the tables. Vector's eyes never left her. Had she eaten? But a predator was watching from the shadows. An older man stared, licking his lips with disgusting intent. Vector's blood ran cold. He stormed out of the barracks, food in hand. His eyes scanned the area, desperately searching for Rhea. Victoria, someone said. She went out the back, to take out the trash. A cold dread filled him. Why so far? At this hour? Suddenly, a sound pierced the silence. He froze. The sounds grew louder, coming from just around the corner. He sprinted towards the noise, calling out Rhea's name. But the sight that met him was a nightmare. An older man was brutalizing a terrified Rhea. Through her tears, she cried his name. Vector dropped everything. The man flinched. "Wait, you don't understand." But it was too late. Vector launched himself forward, a knee aimed for destruction. The impact was sickening. The man's face caved in as blood exploded from his nose. A truly devastating strike. He was sent flying backwards, choking on his own blood. Vector advanced, a predator stalking his prey. The bully trembled. My nose. It's broken. Rage replaced his fear. "You bastard! How dare you? You're just a slave, you should know your place." "Know his place," Vector answered with another vicious blow. The man spat blood. "You think you'll get away with this?" A primal fury consumed Vector. He unleashed a storm of kicks and punches, each blow more brutal than the last. The bully's legs were savaged, his face a ruin of flesh and blood. Even Rhea was terrified by this side of Vector. The man could barely breathe. Vector yanked him up by the hair. He was sobbing now, begging for help, but Vector's only reply was a roar, "Die!" His fists rained down again and again, unseen. One of the boys watched from the shadows.
Utterly horrified, he turned and fled. This was a massacre. Vector's vision swam in a crimson haze.
The ghosts of his past returned, the voices of his parents, whispering in his mind. "Vector, Rhea, you have to run. Leave us run now." They screamed his name as he choked and pummeled his opponent. "Your sister," the voices echoed. "You must protect your sister." Lost in his rage, Vector saw nothing, felt nothing, just merciless fury. But then, a voice cut through the madness. A voice that called his name, demanding him to stop. The blood-soaked Vector finally paused. He turned to see a tall, imposing figure. "Master Logan." Logan's expression was unreadable.
"Calm yourself, Vector, and look around." Vector's eyes finally cleared, and he saw them. Kaisen was there, and Rhea, trembling with fear.
He tried to call out to her, but Logan stopped him. "Let her be. She's in shock." Vector could only nod. Logan gestured to his men. "Take care of this?" "Yes, sir." Vector watched in a daze as they removed the body. The discarded food still lay on the ground. He stood before his master, head bowed in guilt. "Master, I apologize." Logan's voice was sharp. "Do you regret what you've done?" But Vector lifted his head, his eyes defiant. "Not one bit." "Then why?" Logan asked. "Are you apologizing?" Vector's expression fell. "Because I killed one of your soldiers without permission." "Close," Logan said, his tone laced with disappointment. "But I believe you regret something else entirely." He looked at the boy, who was fighting back tears. "You regret bringing her here." An image flashed in Vector's mind. Him, standing with a sword to protect his sister. "Because of your stubbornness," Logan stated. "She was almost hurt, dragging her everywhere." "Is that true protection? Will you take her onto the battlefield with you, too?" Vector lowered his head, utterly speechless. "You need to understand, Vector. It is better not to bring her to places where she will need protecting in the first place. I allowed her to come with you so that you would realize this on your own." Logan sighed internally. He hadn't expected this outcome. He truly felt sorry for Victoria. "Do you understand?" Logan pressed. Vector clenched his jaw and nodded silently. Perhaps this harsh lesson would finally sink in and help him temper his overprotective nature. "What is my punishment?" Master Vector asked. "Oh, are you afraid?" "No," Vector replied firmly. "I will accept anything. But Rhea, she is the victim here, I ask you." Logan almost smiled. "Murder is a crime, yes."
"But you worked hard today." The boy's eyes widened in surprise. "Next time, however, Victoria must ask for my permission."
The main character's words were clear. "I will not have your knighthood delayed because of some worthless scum obsessed with pleasure." A wave of relief and admiration washed over Vector. "Yes, Master, I will remember." Later, by a crackling fire, Kalen voiced his concerns. "Are you satisfied? Is this wise? Your slave just killed one of your men. Needless rumors will spread." But Logan's reply was simple. "Vector is my subordinate, not my property."
The main character recalled a rumor he'd heard. That Vector was a violent bully who did terrible things even before arriving here.
His disgusting words were aimed at Victoria. "This is bad," Kaisen said, his voice heavy with dread. The protagonist simply asked, "So his slave killed a vile criminal. What's the problem?" Kaisen explained. "They'll twist it, claiming Vector acted on your orders. They'll make a public spectacle, shame you for his crimes, and hang him from the castle gates. The instructor must warn the men," he decided. He simply replied, "Understood." Then, his eyes fell upon the map. "By the way, what are you marking there?" Logan glanced at the paper, and a sly smile spread across his face. A forest, crawling with newly discovered monsters, and a secret event for the soldiers. The news hit the barracks like a thunderclap. Vector had killed a man. The soldiers stared in horror, asking, "Did he kill one of our own?" But once the dead man's vile crimes were revealed, the atmosphere shifted completely. Anger ignited in the soldier's eyes. He did that to Victoria. How dare he defile the angel of our barracks, watching from a distance? Was a very pleased Logan. The men muttered, "I always knew there was something off about him. We knew he'd snap one day." The incident faded into memory. Time flowed relentlessly. 3 months later, winter had arrived. "The new year is already here," the protagonist noted. "Time flies, doesn't it?" Kais asked. "It's already been 2 years since we met." Indeed, it had been a long time. Night after night, the count echoed as the men drilled relentlessly, honing their sword techniques. Many had now endured for 90 brutal days. Of the initial 1,000 recruits, 12 failed, 1 died. 987 completed basic training. A smile touched both their lips as they watched. Kaisen observed that only the strongest had survived. Only those with true endurance and perseverance remained. Basic training is almost complete. He requested 400 extra crossbows to be made. "It won't be enough for everyone, but it will have to do." Logan then turned. "It's time for joint combat training. Isn't it, Father?" The man looked at them sternly and declared, "Logan is right. The forest at the foot of the mountains will suffice. It is time. Our knights need practical experience." "Father, does this mean they've mastered the iron blood sword?" Logan asked. Patrick answered grimly. "They know the basics, but true mastery is forged only in the crucible of real combat." A chilling grin spread across the protagonist's face. "He's absolutely right," he agreed. "Abilities are sharpened only when they taste blood." Kaisen watched, a knot of worry in his stomach, as the 2 battle-crazed men shook hands. "We're in for a hellish time," he thought. A few days later, deep in the forest, at the foot of the southern mountain, Patrick's voice boomed. "Everyone raise your swords." They were forging warriors in the heart of the winter. "Control your breathing," Logan commanded. The warriors were exhausted, but they dug deep, focusing their minds. "Strike!" he roared. In unison, they unleashed their power against the massive tree trunks. With a deafening crack, the trees fell. Severed by a perfectly clean cut, the knights were drained but ecstatic. It worked. We actually cut down a huge tree in one blow. All those grueling months of training had finally paid off. Is this the true power of the Iron Blood Sword? Logan and Patrick watched, a sense of pride in their eyes. They could see the awe on the men's faces. "You still have a long road ahead of you." They couldn't believe their own strength, felling a tree with 1 strike. However, Logan's sharp voice cut through their celebration. "Don't get complacent." The men instantly fell silent. He reminded them, "This is no ordinary forest." And as if on cue, the guttural breathing of monsters echoed through the trees. They were closing in, and their numbers were growing. "Monsters," a knight cried out. "They live here. They're goblins. Our first time out, and we're already ambushed." In that instant, they charged to meet the threat head-on. The knights became a whirlwind of steel, cutting monsters in half with raw power. Goblin blood painted the snow crimson. "Is this all these creatures have got?" a warrior roared, lopping off a monster's head. He looked on as the goblins broke formation, scattering in every direction. The monsters were truly trying to flee the battlefield, trying to escape any pursuit. But Logan's voice cut through the chaos like a whip. "Everyone ready your crossbows." In perfect formation, the knights formed a line, leveling their weapons for the kill. The main character gave the final command. "Annihilate every last goblin that's running. A volley of arrows whistled through the air, seeking the fleeing monsters.
A terrified goblin tried to escape, but it was too late. An arrow sank deep into its neck. It let out a final, gurgling scream.
And collapsed to the ground. The same fate met the rest. One by one, they were pierced by arrows, and they fell.
A knight asked his partner with satisfaction, "Did you see that I took down 2 at once?"
His partner laughed. They were easier than I thought. Why was I ever afraid? But their laughter died in their throats. When a terrifying, deafening roar shook the forest, a massive paw slammed into view. They drew their swords as a new wave of monsters charged. This time, tension and fear gripped them, but the main character's voice was calm and commanding. "Group up. These are horned wolves." The beasts snarled, closing the distance with terrifying speed. The knights instinctively huddled closer together for defense. One knight's face went pale with horror, as a massive wolf clamped its jaws around his sword. With all their might, the knights fought back. Blades clashed against razor-sharp claws. Kalen screamed for the cavalry to ready their crossbows. Fire, at his command, the knights unleashed a volley of bolts at the charging monster. The wolf howled, shaking off the arrows as more flew towards it, its terrifying advance unbroken. A knight yelled in panic that the arrows were useless, but Logan commanded the swordsman to form a wall, letting nothing pass. He stood behind them, a pillar of calm, while Vector charged headfirst into the fray. He and the wolf were on a collision course. Vector's sword flashed through the air, hitting the beast with a devastating blow that sent it flying. The monster crashed to the earth, but a savage growl erupted behind him. One of the wolves was tearing into a warrior. The soldier screamed in agony, his leg caught in its jaws. The others froze in fear until they saw a brilliant blade slice through the chaos. Logan moved like lightning. With a powerful swing, he vanquished the monster. The terrified knight called him their leader, but Logan's voice was cold as steel. "Focus! Get the wounded out of here, now!" The knight scrambled to obey. Logan had expected this. Most of them crack under the pressure of a real battle. He glanced at the other trainees. The ones from the top 100 were a different breed entirely. One of the boys was dueling a wolf when another lunged from behind. 2 at once, fear flashed in his eyes, but help was already on the way. Vector descended upon the wolf with a furious expression, swinging his sword with earth-shattering power. The beast's head flew from its shoulders. As Vector paused, the second boy rallied and finished his own fight. Vector finally caught his breath, looking at his sword with a triumphant grin. The others, however, watched him with a hint of fear. Logan smiled. Vector had finally broken out of his shell. He could feel it. The boy was tapping into a much greater power. It seemed he would soon enter the realm of the aura users. Just then, another monster was cleaved by a bright, wide blade. The creature fell. Patrick exhaled, asking, "Is that the last of them?" Hanley confirmed their side was also clear. A month and a half had passed since their training began. It had been a long and arduous road. Hanley explained they had discovered 3 monster-infested cities, teeming with thousands of beasts. Looking at the mountains of defeated monsters, the thought of them uniting sent a shiver down their spines. It was a good thing they found them first. Patrick wondered if the young master had predicted even this, but that wasn't the entire plan. The main character was yelling at the recruits to push on just a little longer. He and Here watched the operation. Their mission was now to fell the trees and carefully transport the lumber. The trunks had to be brought to the city's construction site without a single scratch. The knights were exhausted. A month and a half of fighting monsters and chopping trees. One grumbled, "This is killing me." Another agreed he didn't master the iron bloodsword for this. But their super strong leader was practically gloating. He couldn't believe his luck. So many pristine trees, untouched because of the monsters he was training his soldiers and getting lumber for the city. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Patrick stared at his creepy laugh, thinking that the trees seemed to be what mattered most. Of course, Logan hadn't expected this many monsters, which caused some delays. But they also gained invaluable data. Candidates ranked from the top 200 to 500 in the sensory tests. Absorbed power slowly, but after hauling lumber, their strength levels soared. And then there were the fighters, those who swung their swords with a desperate will to survive, those with an overwhelmingly strong survival instinct. Logan smirked like a true villain. Perhaps awakening their power required honing their 6 senses. Their survival instinct? or their fighting spirit. If they could achieve these results before the Grandia Civil War this winter, their strength would skyrocket in time for the war with the Empire. Here looked at him, completely lost. "Sir, why are you laughing like that?" Logan coughed, clearing his throat. "It's nothing. We have enough wood. We must finish building McLaine City. There's only 1 month until spring. Can you have it ready for the planting season? Here?" The dwarf nodded confidently. "Yes, master." Logan was stunned. Was that even possible? He'd only said it on a whim. Hoping there was a sliver of a chance, he never thought the dwarf would agree so readily. Here explained that with the help of magicians and the high morale of the workers, it could be done. After the dam is built, securing their food supply, the rest of the construction would speed up. A brilliant light seemed to shine from the protagonist. He was amazed. Here had always been this reliable. The dwarf's aura seemed to glow even brighter. Logan was thrilled with his progress since the vacation. "Here," he said with a grin. "Don't forget to build a magic tower in the city center, will you?" Clayton began the incantation. A complex magic circle blazed to life as a powerful glow enveloped him. A tremor shook the earth. Before the stunned onlookers, the very ground rose to his command. A colossal wall erupted from the plains. "Stop gawking and gather the earthstones, quickly," Logan commanded. The peasants scrambled, digging into the giant walls. The super-strong warrior thanked Clayton for accepting his terms, though Clayton's expression was anything but pleased. After all, his prestigious magic tower would be built in a small town, not a great city. But Clayton waved it off, saying everything was fine. With the promise of $10 million in annual financial aid, the actual size of the city was a trivial detail. Besides, the tower would be at the very center of the kingdom's largest territory, making it a city in all but name. The sheer scale of the plan was staggering. If everything went according to the master's vision, this new settlement would become the heart of the entire region, dwarfing even Tesron. On such a vast plain, one would normally build a castle. But Logan questioned the need. Is a castle necessary? Clayton, however, pointed out a flaw. A larger city means a larger population, which increases the risk of rebellion. The protagonist's eyes sparkled with conviction. "That won't happen, as long as you don't exploit the residents." The mage was stunned, then delighted, a faint blush on his cheeks. In his mind, Logan was the perfect aristocrat, one who refused to exploit his own people, a city for the common man. He was a reliable young master. He had to have his support. Clayton coughed, declaring he would cast his vote for him. The protagonist asked what on earth he was talking about. The mage then asked, "By the way, are you certain this wall is strong enough?" "What if we're invaded?" Logan calmly replied. "This is more than enough. After all, this place will never be a battlefield. I won't allow it." A cold glint appeared in his eyes. "Because we are planning to invade them first." Clayton watched him, misreading his determination. "You really are worried about the well-being of others," he said. Logan simply replied that his concern was nothing compared to how a magician cares for his students. Later that night, under a solitary moon, the forest was still. The only sound was the wind, and our protagonist preparing his blade. He focused his mind, concentrating his energy for a long time. Soon, he knew the moment was right. With a swift, powerful swing, he unleashed his sword. A massive flash of light erupted in the darkness, growing ever stronger. When the glow faded, Logan peered ahead. There, a huge boulder stood with a clean hole through its center. "It worked," he breathed. Stepping closer, he saw that he hadn't just pierced the boulder, but also the massive tree behind it. He looked at his sword with renewed awe. This was the second form of the divine sword's secrets, the iron-piercing cut, a small but immensely powerful blow, capable of piercing solid steel. Its range was also increasing. He needed to become even stronger. Time passed in a flash. Within 1 month, they had built a city. While Logan handled the estate by the second month, the city of McLaine had truly risen. A woman and her children gazed at the new buildings with pure admiration. They had received a large house in the city. They were surrounded by others just like them, and they were happy. Soon, summer arrived, and Logan continued his work with Dwayne. The advisor reported that the city's development was going smoothly. The only drawback was that they didn't have Enough male labor for such a vast amount of land. The overpowered hero stated that refugees had already begun to arrive after hearing the rumors.
We will take them all in. By the way, is there any news about Heiner? Dwayne shook his head. No, still on vacation.
He's been gone for a long time, he added. It seems it will be a while before he returns, the protagonist asked with a frown. Am I not being too lenient with him, with the city's construction and the creation of additional crossbows? Everything was going well, the financier said. However, I heard that Heiner received a lot of mithril before going on vacation. Is this true? Yes, Logan answered. So that he could study during his rest and make some weapons for the knights. Dwayne asked. So he isn't resting at all. But Logan scoffed. What are you talking about? Getting a rare metal is a dwarf's dream. Dwayne looked at him, disappointed. He tapped his finger and said, In any case, the city's construction is finished.
There are no problems with its development. There is only one thing left. Elsewhere, a viscount slammed his fist on a table and
shouted, McLaine is developing the wasteland. Nothing grows in that harsh land. Max Perron was incredibly angry. In front of him stood a servant, delivering a report. I was curious, my lord, so I went to see it for myself. It seems they drilled a hole through the mountain. To bring water from the Luther River, the Viscount asked. They went to such mad lengths to revive the wasteland. Did they have enough money? The servant answered. There are rumors that the young master made a fortune in business, found a gold mine, or that money simply fell on him from the sky, Max said indignantly. I don't care about absurd rumors. Focus on the facts. What does the manager believe the harvest will be on those lands? His steward's voice was tight with alarm, reporting that according to his calculations, McLain's harvest would be double their own. The Viscount wondered if that worthless territory had suddenly struck gold. They couldn't just stand by and watch this insult. He needed an excuse. The steward's posture stiffened, before a wicked grin spread across his face. There's no need for that, he purred. Some of our own people have fled to their city. That alone was the perfect excuse for an invasion. They could seize their lands, or perhaps the neighboring Teeson Plains as compensation. But the Viscount hesitated. There's a problem, Max stated with discontent. That's right. To move alone is far too dangerous. He ground his teeth in frustration. That thorn in their side, Soto Sylvan, would surely be an issue. Contact Viscount Sylvan, he ordered. With taxes as high as theirs, some of his people must have fled too. A gleam of avarice lit his eyes. The two Viscounties would unite and crush McLaine. The steward bowed low, his voice dripping with false praise. A truly wise decision, my lord. Meanwhile, the leaders Dwayne and Hanko gathered in McLain. The protagonist announced they had handpicked about 300 of their most talented recruits, and were now forging them in secret. They were being trained separately, unburdened by mundane assignments. Patrick's eyes widened. Does that mean they are all worthy of becoming knights? He nodded firmly. Yes, that is what I hope for. Dwayne gasped, exclaiming that there were quite a lot of them. Hanko was shocked. He insisted the number was absurdly high. He worried. Even if I trained soldiers like a madman for 10 years, only 1 in 100 would awaken his power. That meant only 10 knights out of 1,000 soldiers. Dwayne was equally stunned. But Logan said that out of the 300, he declared they would maintain this grueling training regimen and bring in more fresh soldiers to test every single year. They would strengthen their war horses and sharpen their weapons. The 3 of them couldn't believe what was happening. Why waste so much? On an army in such a peaceful era, Patrick argued that their family was now at a stage of significant development. An excessive expansion of their army could easily provoke the neighboring territories. But Logan just smiled. They will be provoked, even if McLain gives them no reason at all. His father frowned and asked what his overpowered son meant. McLain City is fully operational. The wasteland has been transformed into fertile plains. Do you really think greedy families like Sylvan and Parita will simply stay away? He smirked. They have more than enough excuses. Hanko was baffled. Excuses, but we haven't done anything wrong. Then Dwayne shouted, Is it because of the refugees? The protagonist smiled and told them to remember how many people they had taken in, how many of those had fled from Sylvan and Parita. If he were them, he would have used that as the perfect excuse. The indignant manager said if he'd foreseen this, he should have prevented the disaster. Patrick tensed up and asked, "Were you planning on starting a war all along?" Logan replied. "We would have had to deal with those enemies eventually, one way or another." Dwayne and Hanko gasped. "How can the young master say such a thing?" Patrick sighed heavily, covering his face in his hands. He wondered if he'd handed over power to his son too early. Suddenly, Rick ran up to them, calling for the young master excitedly. They all turned around. The houses of Sylvan and Parita had sent ambassadors. The three were completely shocked, but Logan just said, "It seems to have begun." He grinned and suggested they discuss how to deal with their guests, and then move on. There were 2 flags with enemy family crests. Flying on the street, 2 columns with their entourages approached the castle, inspecting the city of McLaine with their own eyes. The managers were surprised. "This is interesting. We have not seen cities like this." The houses were neatly located along a wide road. The city did not have the refined charm of large cities, but it felt fresh and vibrant. He looked closely and thought something more. Importantly, the simple peasants looked unusually clean and happy. Both ambassadors grinned with a predatory gleam. This city was worth capturing. One smiled and said, "This is a good place. I don't know who came up with such an idea, but the attempt is wonderful." The knight heard this and smiled with pride, saying that he was right. "It is all thanks to the first young master," the shocked manager asked. "What? But he is only 20 years old." The knight confirmed the city was designed by the first young master. He answered, "Yes, our young master is more advanced than any other of his age. He always prioritizes the land and its people. He strictly trains us soldiers, but protects us in times of danger. And he also rebuilt this wasteland magnificently." Both ambassadors were getting tired of so much praise for Logan, but the knight continued to speak with endless admiration. He offered them to tell a joke that would amuse them on the way, a tale about their young master during the war. They both felt incredibly awkward. They thought, when will this man finally shut up? The gentleman finally came forward. The protagonist and Patrick were standing on the balcony. The father greeted them and said he thanked them for coming so far. "You look tired. Was everything all right?" The disgruntled ambassador replied that everything was fine. "Your first young master has truly excellent soldiers." He said it with a confused tone. "Yes, thank you." The steward said they could not keep them waiting, so they would get to the point. They demanded the return of the missing refugees, and to avoid another incident, they demanded control of the Tisan Plains, as well as the southwestern part of the wasteland, adjacent to the territory of the Parita. An icy tension filled the hall. Logan and Patrick's gazes were like daggers. Their demand was outrageous. Give up the castle and half their lands. This was a clear provocation, a declaration of war. Logan glanced at his father, a silent, resolute nod passing between them. He gave a stiff nod in return. Hiko watched them, nodding as well. Then, the captain of the knights spoke. "Do the houses of Sylvan and Paro intend to declare war on us all at once?" The knights murmured in displeasure, whispering that the viscounts were... The sheer audacity of their demands was an insult. Seeing the rising hostility, a flicker of fear finally appeared on the ambassadors' faces. But their fear was quickly masked by contempt. With a sneer, one of them spat. "You can't intimidate us. If McLaine doesn't want a war, then you will recall your knights immediately." But Patrick's voice cut through the air, cold and hard as steel. "You are the ones declaring war, and McLaine is not afraid." Ambassador Sven scoffed. "Only dust will remain of McLaine. Do you truly wish to be annihilated?" Logan's face twisted in disgust. "How dare you use refugees fleeing tyranny as bargaining chips?" He turned to his father, his voice filled with contempt. "They have forgotten their duties as nobles." In an instant, the ambassadors were surrounded. The sharp points of knightly swords closed in on them. Logan's voice was ice. "Negotiations are over." The ambassadors' eyes darted around in panic. "Is McLaine really starting a war? Are they insane?" Just then, a powerful aura descended upon the room. Logan stepped forward, his presence overwhelming. "McLaine, crazy?" he asked, his voice dangerously low. "How dare you point your fingers and use such foul language against the lord of this territory?" His hand moved to the hilt of his sword. "It seems you are the ones who have lost your minds." The two men flinched in terror. "No, it's them!" they cried, pointing at the knights. Logan's aura intensified as he roared. "What are the guards doing? Stop the young master at once!" But Logan merely frowned, raising his blade high. With blinding speed, he brought it down, striking one of the knights. The man coughed a spray of blood and collapsed. Then, one by one, the other knights began to choke, as blood erupted from their mouths. Logan moved like a shadow between them, a blur of deadly steel, cutting them down without mercy. He turned his cold gaze to the ambassadors. "If you draw your swords in another's territory, you should be prepared to die." They stumbled backward. "Don't come any closer. Do you think McLaine will be safe after attacking us?" But Logan, his blade already stained, was beyond listening. He swung his sword in a brutal arc. The man screamed, "I am an ambassador!" But his words were cut short as blood sprayed from his neck. And he fell. Sylvan's steward watched in sheer horror. He immediately dropped to his knees, his body trembling. "I understand your will. I will deliver your message to my master. Please," he begged, "forgive my rudeness." Logan looked down at the pathetic man. "A wise decision," he said, his voice devoid of warmth. The steward trembled uncontrollably. Logan turned to his father, who gave a firm nod of approval. He then raised his voice, shouting for all to hear, "McLaine knights, prepare for war." As one, every warrior raised their sword to the sky, letting out a thunderous war cry. On that very same day, McLaine sent a magical message to the two viscounts. In his castle, Soto slammed his fist on the table in a rage. "They killed my ambassador," he roared. "Are the people of McLaine insane?" A servant reported nervously. "They insist on compensation for the damage caused by the ambassador's insolence." "My lord?" Soto's eyes widened in disbelief. "Insolence have those peasants gained a sliver of powers. And now they act so fearless. They don't have the strength to fight us. We must show them their place." The servant bowed. "Yes, my lord." Meanwhile, the Zack, Karma, and Tisun families also watched the situation unfold through a magic orb. Sylvan's ultimatum had been clear: return the peasants, 10 million gold, and cede the Tisun plains. And McLane's answer was to march their army. As their forces advanced, Patrick questioned the speed of their attack. Logan replied, "They may not know it yet, but McLaine now has the strength to crush their viscounty.
We need to take Sylvan, and we need to do it fast. The more power we display now, the less will be provoked in the future."
We don't even need to mobilize the entire army. If we take Sylvan quickly with our regular troops, Paro won't dare to make a move. The most important thing is speed. Just then, a knock came from the door. It was Kaizen, who entered and bowed deeply. He began his report. 1,389 regular soldiers are ready, including the 100 stationed at McLane's main fortress.
313 mercenaries also stand ready, as ordered. Logan nodded in approval. Excellent work. And what is the state of their equipment?
They have all been supplied with new armor, spears, crossbows, and horses. I am confident no other force can match them. Logan mused internally. The crossbowmen were now 5 times stronger than they were during the war with Tezra. And thanks to the Iron Blood sword technique, his father and the knights had all leveled up significantly. Sylvan and Paro, even if both viscounties united against them, McLaine was unlikely to lose. Still, it wasn't wise to provoke both at once.
Once he absorbed their territories, McLaine would control 5 fortresses. Their domain would become comparable in size to that of a Margrave.
At that point, the first and second princes vying for the throne would surely try to pull McLaine to their side. But now wasn't the time to attract that kind of attention from the central factions, because his ultimate goal
was to make the third prince, currently an outcast, the new king, and reshape the future of the entire kingdom.
In his past life, the Shadow King saw the first prince take the throne, only to exploit and abandon McLaine. His tyrannical rule left the kingdom in ruins. The second prince was just as worthless. That left only one true option. The third prince, though third in line, he was the queen's son, and his family's bond was strong. The boy was young, but his prodigious talent made the king see him as the true heir to the throne. However,
fate was cruel. The king died suddenly, leaving the prince vulnerable. Now, Logan is the only one who can prevent the tragedy
that once consumed his past. To do so, He will win this civil war and crown the third prince himself. For now, he must remain a shadow, quietly holding enough land for 3 fortresses, a territory rivaling a large viscounty.
Kalen approached with a hopeful smile. "I have good news," he said. "Vector has awakened his power."
He insisted on telling you himself. A thrill shot through the main character. "Finally," he whispered. "Bring him to me." Of course. Vector soon appeared, apologizing with an embarrassed flush. He began to explain, but Logan cut him off. "Don't tell me," he said with a knowing smile. "Show me." Vector nodded, closing his eyes. A moment later, he was engulfed by a whirlwind of strange gray aura. The others stared in shock. His power! It's gray! But Logan's eyes shone with pride. Just 2 years. The boy's talent was identical to his past life. He remembered the adult Vector, wielding this very same power. "You've done well, Vector," he praised. A wide grin spread across the boy's face. But his smile vanished when Logan presented it a document. "This was your slave registration," he declared. "From this day forward, you are a knight. You will no longer need it."
Patrick was stunned. "You've been carrying this with you." Logan nodded. "I had a feeling his awakening was close."
"However," he added, "your official promotion will have to wait until this war is over." Vector looked confused. "But why?" Logan's voice turned stern. "I won't have a newly freed slave be looked down upon by the other knights. I will burn this document myself, right now. Be patient, Vector." The boy nodded, understanding. "I trust you, Master." "That's not it at all." Logan grinned, knowing the boy's true frustration. He held the paper to a candle flame.
"You're simply starving for a real battle. A chance to test your blade against a worthy foe."
"Don't worry," he continued. "I have an opponent prepared for you. When the time comes, you will fight Rian to your heart's content." "Now, send Sylvan our response," Kalen asked. "And what should our message be?" "Question the legitimacy of their protest," Logan commanded. "And inform them their ambassador's conduct was an unforgivable insult." Patrick scoffed. "Enough with the formalities. Get straight to the point." Logan's lips curved into a smirk. "Agreed."
"The time for empty threats is over. Let the battle begin." Soon, a wave of horsemen stormed the castle gates. A roar echoed.
"Soto Sylvan. Come out and face us." The knights on the wall gasped. "Is that a burning flag?"
"Report to the Lord, now." Soto strode forward, his knights falling in behind him.
"McLaine dares to attack us," he sneered, gazing at the army below. "These madmen are mocking me." One of his knights stepped forward. "My lord, let me lead the charge. I will crush Patrick McLaine." "All 120 knights of the Sylvan Order are ready. 2,512 soldiers also await your command," they roared. But Soto hesitated. He thought, even though McLaine has more men than expected, we still hold the advantage. Callian is a high-ranking knight now. Patrick McLaine is no longer the only one with such power. Still, a seed of doubt remained. "Any word from Parita?" "They remain silent, still in negotiations," his man replied. Callian spoke up. "Even if Parita sent aid, they wouldn't arrive for half a day. There is no need to wait." But Soto trembled. "That's not it. What if we defeat McLaine, only for Parita to betray us? Isn't it strange they declared war the instant we sent our protest?"
"They rushed here as if they were waiting for this, while Parita stays silent." Callian looked unconvinced.
"That's unlikely." But Soto's paranoia flared. "No, those bastards have joined forces. There's no other explanation." "How dare those filth!" Suddenly, a booming voice interrupted his thoughts. "Soto Sylvan!" Patrick roared from below. "You can keep cowering in there like a dog. I'm coming to take your head myself." Soto's face twisted with fury. "Callian, contact Beos," he commanded. "Inform them that after we crush McLaine, we will offer them half of our spoils."
"What?" Soto's voice was a furious scream. "Just do as I command. We have to."
"Prevent those vermin from House Parita from making a move. McLaine must be annihilated before they arrive." The knight bowed. "Yes, my lord." Soto gritted his teeth. "You dare stab me in the back. After McLaine, Parita is next." Below, the McLaine army waited. Heinle turned to his commander. "Wouldn't it be better to provide covering fire before we advance?" Patrick responded grimly. "Not yet. We cannot allow Viscount Sylvan to pass? Logan agreed, his eyes sharp. Father is right. Their pride and their strength will be their undoing. They will move soon. A man like Sylvan cannot stomach such a blatant insult. Hanko listened, his mind reeling.
How could Master Logan, who never left McLaine, understand that man so perfectly just then? The castle gates began to groan.
The earth itself trembled from the thunder of 1,000 hooves. With a final, unified screech of war horses, they stopped. A massive Sylvan army materialized before McLaine. 3,000, Patrick muttered. A full regular army. That's 1.5 times our own strength. At their head, Kellyan roared with contempt. McLaine, you have no honor. But Patrick cut him short. The battle begins now. The ground vibrated once more as McLane's forces surged forward. Kellyan's face twisted in annoyance. Such ignorant fools, a knight scoffed. Can they not read the situation? Look at them, a rabble of peasants in mismatched armor. Though, their equipment does look surprisingly new. It seems McLaine somehow scraped together some coin. In contrast, Sylvan's knights stood at the vanguard, with cavalry in support.
A flawless, standard formation. A formation proven time and again on the battlefield. Today, McLaine will learn why.
Suddenly, the McLaine commander, Kaizen, gave the order. Ready, in unison, the front line raised. Crossbows. Kellyan's eyes widened. Crossbows. On a battlefield of knights. He felt a flash of disappointment in Patrick. Then he roared. They're firing raised shields. But it was too late. Fire, Kaizen commanded. The sky went dark as a torrent of bolts screamed towards the Sylvan army. Kellyan raised his shield just in time. One bolt, glowing with immense power, slammed into it. Cracks spiderwebbed across the steel. The bolt shattered a piece of his shield before exploding on the ground behind him. He stared in disbelief at the gaping hole. He bellowed, unleashing his aura. This is no ordinary attack. Everyone, group up. Reinforce your bodies with your power and charge. But as the knights cried out, the volley of death rained down, piercing their defenses. Kellyan watched in pure rage. How could mere crossbows possess such devastating might? Even his elite knights would have perished had they been a second slower, enveloping themselves in a protective aura. The Sylvan knights prepared to charge.
Forward, a captain screamed. So McLaine was hiding this power. I'll slaughter them. I'll slaughter them all.
They advanced like a raging storm. But then, Kaizen gave a new command. Spread out! Kellyan's eyes shot open. What? McLane's forces galloped with impossible speed, splitting their formation in two. They moved to flank Sylvan's narrow charge. In a blur, the enemy knights rushed past him. Crossbowmen! Kaizen yelled. Ignore the knights. Aim for the infantry.
Kellyan's face contorted in a snarl.
You scoundrels! Should I use this chance to pull back? But suddenly, Patrick McLaine turned to face the Sylvan knights alone. They halted, sensing an immense pressure. If you have any courage, he roared, then fight me. In an instant, his body was enveloped in a terrifying aura.
Kellyan gasped in shock. The blade of power. He desperately threw himself from his horse, narrowly dodging the devastating attack. Scrambling to his feet, he watched in horror. Patrick was a whirlwind of destruction, cutting through his knights with ease.
They were being slaughtered. It can't be. Kellyan thought, terrified. Patrick has reached the advanced rank. He stared at that overwhelming figure. When did he achieve such power? By then, Patrick had returned to his line, blade held high. Brave knights of McLaine, he bellowed. Destroy the enemy. With a unified war cry, his warriors charged, their swords thirsty for battle. The clash of steel and aura erupted instantly. Die! A McLaine knight roared, while a Sylvan knight cursed them as cowards.
Kellyan stood frozen. How is this possible? Both sides fought, unleashing their inner power. But something was wrong.
The McLaine knights were dominating the fight. Their powerful swings shattered defenses. Stained in blood, they fought on, unstoppable. Hanko, battling several warriors at once, felt it clearly. Just 6 months ago, they were on par with the Sylvan knights. But now they were on a completely different level. Some had even broken through their limits during this very battle.
Patrick fought with a brilliant aura, a beacon of strength. Attack, he commanded. Hanko watched with immense pride.
The master's grueling training had not been for nothing. Lord Patrick and young Master Logan were now true powerhouses. He refocused as two knights charged him. "Let's see how long Sylvan's arrogance lasts," he roared. Hanko concentrated his power, then exploded into motion. He weaved between the two warriors. They cried out in agony as their swords clattered to the ground. When Hanko stopped, their hands were useless. "My wrist," one groaned. "The commander. He's also a high rank. But that speed?" A grim smile touched Hanko's lips. Thanks to the iron bloodsword technique, he had finally shattered the wall he'd been stuck behind for so long. He, too, was a high-rank knight now. Mid-rank knights were no longer a threat to him. His gaze swept across the battlefield, finally landing on Kellyan. The only real danger left is him. But the knight had no time to worry. An immense aura erupted beside him. It was Logan, who immediately charged forward.
Callan braced himself, preparing a devastating counter. A sense of dread washed over him. He had mastered the second form of the divine sword secrets,
a feat that brought him to the very brink of the high rank. But that final wall, the one he thought he'd shatter with ease, had stubbornly refused to yield for months. It was a time of gnawing anxiety. Just when he thought he could finally see beyond that limit, he was so close to surpassing that wall. Yet this upstart knight, unlike the proud lineage of the steel bloodsword, this so-called main character seemed poised to break through his defenses. Logan's menacing approach forced Callan to react.
With a flash of unease, he turned to meet the charge. Steel screamed against steel, showering the field in sparks. The powerhouse instantly disengaged, covering a vast distance,
only to strike again. This time, the impact was heavier. The aura more brilliant. Callan grew frustrated, cursing him inwardly. This brute, he thought, he fights with nothing but raw power, no finesse, no technique. Logan's fierce expression was a terrifying sight. He unleashed a massive arc of pure energy that slammed into the captain. A horrifying thought crossed Callan's mind. Was I just pushed back by this mere mid-rank knight? The main character simply leveled his sword at him. Callan sneered. "You've been too relaxed. I won't be giving you any more chances." Disdain flickered in Logan's eyes. He knew it was an empty threat. But then, his gaze shot upward, his eyes widening in surprise. A sword of pure aura materialized above Callan. No, not one, but three. 3 ethereal blades hovered over the captain as he scowled. He then burst forward, closing the distance in an instant. The main character readied his blade, thinking, "It doesn't matter. The real sword is the one in his hand." But then a doubt surfaced. Wait, isn't this feint a bit too obvious? As Callan roared in fury, one of the aura swords struck. Logan dodged, but not cleanly. A trickle of blood ran from his ear. They were all real as they separated. Callan smirked. "You were lucky," he mocked. "I was aiming for your neck." The main character simply replied, "All of them are real. An interesting trick." In response, Callan summoned even more blades. "Then enjoy the show, while you still can." He charged once more, a storm of steel closing in. Our powerhouse spotted yet another sword materializing. But suddenly, it was Callan's turn to be shocked. A blade of pure aura streaked past his head. In a flash of fear, Logan spoke. "Looks like I have a few hidden techniques of my own." Callan thought, "What is this bizarre aura? My swords. They're trembling. The closer he gets, the more chaotic they become, as if he's scrambling their very trajectory." The main character just stood there, his aura pulsing. Callan bared his teeth, roaring, "Stop playing games with me." His own aura flared, becoming vastly larger and more potent.
But our hero simply stated, "You're creating more swords." Even while being pressured by the blade of power, Callan unleashed a massive torrent of power that slammed into him. The captain grinned. Excellent. His aura thrummed as his blades descended in a flurry, delivering countless strikes, while he himself landed a solid blow to Logan's thigh. For the first time, our main character felt a pang of concern. Bruises bloomed across his body, as if he were fighting 5 men at once. Callan pressed his advantage mercilessly, forcing Logan into a steady retreat. The air was filled with a shower of sparks from their relentless blows.
The protagonist analyzed the situation. If I can just neutralize one or two of those blades, I can create an opening.
He took a few careful steps back, a slow grin spreading across his face. Is this it? He taunted. This is so pathetic. I'm getting bored.
Callan's face tightened with fury. Enraged, he swung his main blade while directing the aura sword straight at Logan. The main character's heart pounded in his chest. He waited, watching the storm of blades converge on his face. Then, he closed his eyes. Deep within him, a core of energy flashed brilliantly. A third core had awakened. In the next instant, he moved with impossible speed, flashing past Callan and inflicting a massive wound with a radiant blade of aura. He came to a stop a great distance away, waiting. The captain stared down at the gushing wound in disbelief. I saw it, he thought it. I saw everything, but his speed, it suddenly transcended anything I could follow. The main character spoke. I should thank you, Captain. You've given me some valuable experience. Callan's face contorted in rage. He turned, only to see the powerhouse raising his sword to the sky. A powerful torrent of light erupted around him. Callan whispered in shock. High! Rank! At that very moment, Logan leaped. He soared high above Callan's head, blazing with a brilliant aura. Logan brought his sword down, descending upon his foe. He told the wounded captain, Thanks for the warm-up. But the captain could only stammer, Impossible. The shift in power was undeniable. The morale of Logan's soldiers surged as they watched in awe. But their enemies fell into absolute despair, their faces pale with fear. 3 radiant cores blazed within Logan's body. Divine sword secrets. First style. Burst of cleavage. He plunged his sword downward. The moment the blade touched the earth, a cataclysmic explosion of light erupted. Devastating waves of energy radiated outwards, hurtling towards Callan. It was like a scorching hurricane, ripping him from his feet. He tried to resist, but the power was overwhelming. He was thrown back and engulfed in the blast. The enemy knights cried out in horror. The commander has fallen. Our main character stood amidst the swirling light and dust, his sword held ready. The enemy forces broke, beginning a full retreat. Logan took a deep breath, and his voice boomed across the battlefield. I have slain your commander! And at that exact moment, another voice rang out from the castle walls. It was Patrick, holding the captured Viscount Sildane. We have your lord. Throw down your weapons and kneel surrender now, and you will be spared. The main character muttered awkwardly. Huh. When did he manage that? On the Sylvan side, the losses were catastrophic. Kellen and 42 other knights. Slain. For McLaine, 123 soldiers had fallen. On the opposing side, Fess and 5 more knights were dead. The rest of their soldiers, however, were alive, roaring in victory. The battle, which started in the afternoon, had ended in just a couple of hours an overwhelming victory for McLaine. A victory that would surely ignite a much larger war, Patrick declared. I am giving Soto Sylvan one chance. Apologize for your sins, surrender your property, and leave this land with your family. His sword hovered threateningly over Soto, who knelt before him. The Viscount spat. The central government will never tolerate this outrageous seizure of power. The ruler of the Southwest, Bayos, will not stand for it. Patrick's face darkened. Logan knew. No words could have been more terrible to his father. While McLane's fall was due to mismanagement, the one who instigated the rebellion, the one who profited from the ensuing chaos, was none other than Bayos. He had once been a vassal of McLaine. Their formerly rich lands now belonged to Bayos, making him the new ruler of the southwestern region. Of course, thanks to the government's interference. Bayos forced McLaine into servitude. They gained little, as their remaining lands were barren, but the mere mention of that name was enough to unleash his father's fury. He roared, Soto, are you begging for death? The Viscount tried to speak, paralyzed by fear, but the powerhouse didn't listen. With one mighty swing, he severed the man's head. As the body fell, Logan approached his father. You have fulfilled his wish. To die with honor and without pain. Patrick simply nodded. You did well. The protagonist thought to himself. They had tried to give Sylvan a way out. He prayed the other nobles wouldn't. use this as a pretext to attack. Especially Beos. They had to be cautious. An enemy of that caliber was still beyond them. A few weeks later, they were inside Sylvan Castle, Logan reported. We've continued our surveillance, but Parita has made no move, Patrick questioned. Do they have a reason to? The protagonist then asked. What about Tesrin Castle? His father replied. Clayton is there. No matter what happens, he will protect us. Logan frowned. Wait, they didn't conquer. Sylvan through brute strength alone. The Viscount had fatally underestimated them. They brought everyone they could, holding back only one hidden trump card. Their goal was to remain untouchable in Tesron, where a giant golem, controlled by Clayton, stood guard. But they couldn't hold 3 castles like this. A complete reorganization was necessary. The protagonist addressed his father. Perhaps we should move the center of our domain. If we build cities in the central territory, managing all 3 castles will become far easier. The manager agreed. He's right. We cleared the forest of monsters, so we only need a minimal force. In the clan's main territory, we'll station the knights in the new cities, ready to deploy to Tesron or Sylvan at the first sign of trouble, Patrick approved. Yes, a wise decision. Logan sighed in relief. Now he wouldn't have to orchestrate it himself. Patrick asked. Did you say we captured 75 knights? The protagonist confirmed. Yes, they are all in the dungeon. Among them, 8 are mid-rank knights. Can you convince them to serve McLaine? Logan smiled confidently. It's no problem. None of them swore absolute loyalty to Soto Sylvan. His father was pleased. It was almost unimaginable. To gain so many knights in a single battle, it was far more efficient than recruiting talent. But if Sylvan had been more cautious, he mused, we would have suffered losses. We only managed to capture a quarter of his knights. In the future, such an opportunity will not repeat itself. We must not grow complacent from this victory. He knew he had to keep his father vigilant. Patrick declared, with such
forces, even House Perro no longer seems so fearsome. This is all thanks to you. Logan, embarrassed, he blushed, deciding to let his father
savor the victory for today. Suddenly, a servant burst in, shouting for the master. A letter has arrived. From Beos. The mood instantly tensed. The servant unfurled the scroll and began to read. As the ruler of the Southwest, I am experiencing great displeasure due to the wars initiated by McLaine. Indignant, Patrick shot to his feet, bellowing, Ruler of the Southwest. How dare he call himself that? The servant continued reading. At the request of Viscount Sylvan's heir, Parita.
Cease this pointless battle at once, Patrick demanded. McLaine shot back. They drew first blood, and now you ask us to stop.
That shameless Soto Sylvan clan. The protagonist urged them to listen. In stunned silence, they watched as Barros rose to speak. He then admitted the shocking truth behind the endless conflicts. It was all because he had failed his duties as a true ruler. He could not forge a lasting peace between the great houses. Therefore, Roger Barros declared, on my 50th birthday, in 1 month's time, I summon the heirs of every family in the Southwest to determine the future of this region. The fiery McLaine roared. What utter nonsense! His voice alone forced Logan to cover his ears as the servants had their clothes ripped to shreds. One shocked man was left with nothing but a tiny piece of paper. He invites the heirs, Patrick shouted. To discuss our future, he yelled, believing McLaine should submit to him. Our hero watched, stunned, as McLaine's own aura shredded his robes to pieces. With a trembling voice, the servant explained the message. To be absent from the party is to refuse any negotiation. Father's face twisted in indignation. What a cowardly way to threaten us, he boomed. McLaine will not bow to such tactics, but Logan simply said it sounded interesting. The room fell into a stunned silence. His father questioned him, but Logan continued. Perhaps a visit wouldn't be such a terrible thing.
Patrick was aghast. He respected Logan's will, but he slammed his fist on the table, his voice a roar.
We will never bow to Barros. I will not allow it, even if I must die. The letter was sent flying, and the servant cringed to protect his body, ignoring the message completely. Logan, displeased, picked up the fluttering page. Do you wish to be buried here and now? The servant grabbed his shoulders in a panic, pleading, "No, my lord." Patrick sighed. He finally relented, saying he would hear him out. Logan looked at him with serious eyes, brushing the dust from his clothes. "No matter what we do," he began, "we cannot defeat Barros as we are now." Patrick had to agree, though his pride was wounded. 2 supreme rank knights and 15 high rank knights, a force of 300 in total. And that is only the power we know they have. The messenger's voice cracked with fear. The second attendant confirmed he was well informed, having studied their forces in detail. "Exactly," the main character said. "Our current position is a fragile illusion, now that Sylvan and Tian are defeated. Barros is watching our every move. If we make a show of defiance this close to him, it will only end in our destruction." Logan's expression was grim. "We need time," he continued. "Time to win over the Sylvan Knights, reorganize our troops, and for me to master the third form of the Heavenly Sword's secret art. The other knights also require training." Patrick stood up. "The Southwest is different from other regions," he stated. "Unlike other rulers, Barros cannot rely on the absolute loyalty of the nobles here. The reasons are complex, but it's a fact. If Barros tries to enforce his authority, the other lords will surely turn their backs on him." But Logan shattered that hope. "No. While I was in the capital, Parida and Lerman, both north of Barros, swore their allegiance to him." Patrick was stunned. What? This was knowledge Logan possessed from his past life. His father asked when this could have happened. He sighed in disappointment. "It shames me that our family possesses so little strength." He apologized to his son, but Logan simply smiled. "Excellent. Then I have your permission." His father finally realized the depth of his son's capabilities. Everything would be fine. He would use this as a chance to see how their ancestral lands had changed. A short while later, as he was preparing to leave, Hyder called out to him. He approached and asked bluntly, "Is it true? Have you really been sold out to the enemy?" The main character was puzzled. "I just returned to the city." "Where did you hear such a rumor?" Hyder just mumbled. If you die. Logan chuckled. It seemed they were now close enough to worry about each other. But Hyder pressed on. "What of your promise? Regarding the dwarves' freedom, will you keep it?" There was a light smack. "Annoyed," Logan replied. "I'm not going to die, and I have not been sold. You should learn to ignore such foolish gossip." Hyder, who had been hit, shot back. "But most of the rumors about you turn out to be true." "Fine," Logan said. "Take this with you, wherever you go." A cloth-wrapped object dropped to the ground. Hyder admitted he didn't have time to decorate it. "But it was made for you, my lord. I can assure you of its excellent quality. This sword is forged from pure mithril." The main character gazed at the beautiful, shining blade, the McLaine crest gleaming on its surface. My. The carriage arrived at the gate. A voice announced they had reached Castle Barros, and that they should wait to be met. Pla Parida, the heir of House Parida, replied, "Very well." Then, his eyes caught a figure in a nearby window. It was McLaine. The guard asked if that was Lord McLaine. He was told to let him pass. Pla was shocked. He actually managed to capture Sylvan. He doesn't even have an escort with him. It must be true. His house suffered great losses in that war. If Barros hadn't stepped in, they would have been forced to bow their heads to the House of Parida. He stepped from his carriage, demanding, "What is the meaning of this? Why am I being treated like some worthless peasant?" A guard called his name excitedly, but Pla snapped, "What is it?" He could barely hear the man over his own indignation. "If it weren't for the Count," Pla sneered, "your family would be on its knees before me, begging for mercy." He assumed Logan was too stunned to speak. He strode forward and extended his hand. "Pla Parida," he announced, "I've heard much about you. They say you killed 6 knights single-handedly." His eyes darted over Logan's form. His weapon was sheathed, and the hilt of his sword was pristine. Perhaps the rumors about him were just empty gossip. The main character took his hand and stated his name. McLaine. Pla noted he was younger than expected. The rumors were definitely exaggerated. With a smug grin, he squeezed Logan's hand with immense force. The super-strong one was briefly surprised. Then he grinned, returning the pressure so hard that Pla's grip was shattered. Pla choked back a cough, his face contorting in pain. Such power. The main character released his reddened, trembling hand. "My apologies," he said calmly. "I thought you were attempting a test of strength." Pla held back tears of rage and humiliation. What a monster, model.
What a scoundrel, he declared Logan impudent and vile. Then, before the entire crowd, he drew his sword, its tip aimed squarely at McLaine. Pla shouted for all to hear, vowing to teach the son of the despicable McLaine family a lesson in manners, the worried.
Guards warned that personal duels were forbidden within Bayo's territory. But our protagonist simply retorted that he keeps spouting. Nonsense he won't be able to back up. How could the heir of a noble house not know his place, Pla was? Stunned? And then his entire body trembled with pure rage. How dare Logan insult him? He ordered his knights to seize him immediately. As his guards rushed toward Logan, a Bayos warrior wondered where his own escort was. But our hero simply drew his own sword. In a flash of light, all three guards felt a searing pain from the brilliant blade of power. A single, overwhelming attack. He moved with lightning speed, and then stopped. The warriors, unable to process what just happened, remained frozen in place. A moment later, their swords cracked. Pla stared in utter disbelief, his face pale with fear. Their blades were sliced clean in two. The guards also looked at their shattered weapons in shock. Logan then rested his sword on Pla's shoulder, who hadn't felt a single ounce of force. He'd done it all with pure swordsmanship. To Pla, Logan looked like a demon, but now he simply sighed and grinned. Pla hadn't sensed any magical power either, which meant Logan hadn't used an artifact. One of the guards exclaimed that it was an amazing sword. He hoped it wasn't rude to ask where he'd bought it. Logan's reply was blunt. It is. The furious noble threw his own broken sword aside, convinced that Logan was just lucky to have found such a fine weapon. Suddenly, footsteps approached. A guard looked up in surprise, his voice filled with excitement. Logan and Pla both turned to see Sir Plants, the Moonlight Knight, had arrived. A murmur rippled through the crowd. The Moonlight Knight himself, he came in person. For the highest-ranked knight to personally greet someone was unheard of. The protagonist and Pla stared at him in absolute shock. He was one of the two highest-ranked knights of Bayos, the silver hair and eyes. Just like in the stories, he truly stood out. It was astonishing that such a legendary knight was sent to greet mere village boys. This meant that either Bayos held their families in high regard, or something far worse was at play. Pla excitedly announced that it was an honor, introducing himself as the heir of House Parida. Sir Plants acknowledged him with a nod, then turned his attention to our protagonist. If that was Parida, then the one before him must be McLaine. His aura was heavy, menacing. He was trying to put pressure on him. Logan barely endured it, forcing a smile as he introduced himself. The knight's eyes sharpened. That explains everything, he said, surprised that someone so young had already reached an average rank. Pla and his guards were floored. An average rank. They thought Logan was only strong because of his superior sword. Our protagonist clenched his fists, satisfied. The plan had worked. After obtaining a high rank, knights emit a uniquely sharp energy that can only be detected by other knights of the same rank or higher. Since he had reached a high rank and earned 3 stars for his power core, he could control the strength of that energy. It was better to reveal only this much while within Bayos. To lower their guard, the knights were already stunned, unable to comprehend his strength. This was why he hadn't brought any guards with him. He smiled and thanked Sir Plants, saying he was working hard to become a great knight like him someday. But the knight replied that he shouldn't stop there. With his talent, he could at least become a superhuman. He was glad to have met them and would now lead them into the castle. With that, the massive gates swung open. They stood in a grand square, surrounded by servants. Sir Plants explained that this was a building for distinguished guests. The heirs of Loman and Paral had already arrived, so he asked them to wait here and rest until the evening feast. Our protagonist nodded in understanding. Now that he had escorted them, he asked to be dismissed. The super-strong hero thanked him again, then glanced away. Surprised, Pla sneered. What, are you embarrassed? It was unlikely someone who came without servants had proper attire for a feast. Should I lend you my pajamas? He taunted with an evil grin. Logan just looked at him as if he were a clown, then turned away, and began to walk on, asking a servant where his chambers were. The servant quickly asked him to follow. Logan thought to himself, when Pla allowed his knights to attack despite the ban, he'd seen all he needed to see. The fool didn't even realize the situation he was in. If this was the level of the heir of Parida and his knights, then it wouldn't be difficult to deal with them. As Pla fumed, a servant tried to calm him down. Logan had no intention of taking off his armor. He looked carefully at the map. These were the lands his ancestors had lost. He could not let his guard down for a second. He found himself in a vast hall. Before him, sitting on a throne, was B-Rose himself. He greeted Logan McLaine with a grin and told him to immediately disarm. But the protagonist knew better. No one knew what could happen here. The beautiful hall, filled with sparkling nobles, was a viper's nest. Logan introduced himself as a proud member of the McLaine family. It was an honor for him to greet a representative of the Bayos lands. He bowed deeply and congratulated him on his birthday. The other nobles watched him with keen eyes. They jeered at his armor. What's with this country boy absolutely no manners? The powerful lord merely frowned, his gaze fixed only on Roger Bayos, sensing a potential rival he might soon have to face. Days before his arrival, Logan had scouted the surrounding castles and towns. He anticipated finding the same despair as in Sylvan and Tesron, but the people here were surprisingly friendly. The peasants praised Roger as a fair lord. His taxes were low, and because his own wealth was so vast, he had no need to bleed his people dry. Roger greeted Logan. Your presence here. Does this mean... McLaine has agreed to my will, Logan replied cautiously. If it maintains the peace, McLaine will follow. The old lord laughed. He admitted he'd expected more resistance. Such a wise young man. But our hero thought to himself, this is for the fate of the country, and you're just a scheming old fox. Roger simply told him to enjoy the banquet. In any case, Bayos truly commanded the power of the Fifth Circle. In his past life, rumors swirled of Count Bayos' incredible might in the heat of battle. The common folk whispered tales of his power. Bayos had backed the losing second prince, so Logan hadn't paid him much mind. But the fact remained, he was a Fifth Circle mage, a level of power equal in strength to an advanced rank knight. These magicians were forces of nature, capable of flight and devastating explosions, especially in wartime, when that power stretched far beyond single combat, becoming a weapon of mass destruction. And to top it off, Bayos also had 2 advanced knights under his command. What could Logan do? Just then, the Count was announced. A hush fell as he rose to speak. He began by thanking them for celebrating the birthday of a humble man like him. He insisted that he himself was unimportant, but he had to thank His Highness, the second prince, for gifting him the tears of the sun. His respect for the prince was endless. At those words, the noble ladies swooned, a gift from the second prince himself. They knew the two were close, but not that close. Bayos continued. For too long, the aristocrats of the Southwest had been divided, unlike the other regions. Logan's mind raced. Is he just going to repeat what was in the letter? Roger raised a fist passionately. It is time we leave behind these meaningless traditions and unite His Highness, the second prince, who is destined to inherit the throne, wishes to support our region. Logan frowned. What a clever way to tell everyone to shut up and serve the second prince. Bayos smirked and declared, and so tonight, we will end the southwestern conflict that has raged for 200 years. In the presence of the heir of McLaine, all eyes snapped to Logan in surprise. He was the great youth who had distinguished himself. When McLaine secured 2 recent victories, a genius, only 21 years old, and already a mid-rank knight, even the advanced rank. Knights he knew weren't such masters at his age. Logan was annoyed, forcing a smile. Is this supposed to be a compliment? What is he scheming? Roger claimed he wouldn't force or oblige the talented young man. He only wanted to make a proposal. He called him forward. The lord then awkwardly announced that Count Walter M., the grandfather of the second prince, was searching for gifted youths just like him. If Logan didn't mind, Bayos would like to recommend him. What do you think?
Shock rippled through the guests. That legendary warrior. The sword of sweltering heat. Our hero's mind.
Instantly focused. With a perfect smile, he replied, "Your offer is a great honor, but I already have a master," Roger asked. "Is it not your father, Patrick McLaine?" "No," he answered smoothly. "I was fortunate enough to train with a great man, so I must refuse." Everyone fell silent. Roger's gaze turned grim, the pressure in the room rising. The powerful lord quickly changed his tactic. "But the sword of sweltering heat. We'll be visiting in person. Why not learn from him for a while? This offer is not only for you. I want to offer it to all the heirs who came today to serve me. By the way, can you name this master of yours?" Logan seethed inwardly. Serve him? He slipped that in so smoothly, as if McLaine were already his subjects. He wants to bind us. At any cost, that is his goal. Refusing him again now would be a grave insult. Fortunately, he had come prepared. He bowed his head slightly. "I am grateful for your beautiful words. If your desire is so strong, how could I refuse? I will wait for the opportunity." Beos beamed, thanking him for his acceptance. McLane's choice will be the first step to uniting the Southwest.
But first, my old friends, Peril and Loman, have agreed to unite under the flag of Beos as a token of my gratitude.
We'll personally present gifts to their heirs. A large table was brought into the hall. Everyone began to whisper.
Artifacts. There lay a sword and a hammer. Their auras so potent they had to be at least class 3. Of course.
Given the Count's status, he spent tens of millions of gold on these gifts. Just what you'd expect from a famous treasure collector. An artifact is a magical tool, a vessel that contains immense magical power, almost always granting them incredible properties. These artifacts, created by their magic department, are far more versatile than what mages can create. With their circles, Clayton can create scrolls or use magic, but not artifacts like these. Because of this, artifacts are divided, based on the magic imbued within them. But the cost of these items is astronomical. The most basic material used to forge them is pure mithril. To avoid wasting such precious resources, they are crafted with at least third circle magic. But to forge a third-class artifact, a fifth circle mage is required. A D-rank artifact is merely ordinary. But an S-rank third-class artifact is a true masterpiece. It's no surprise their prices reach for the heavens. And he's using something like this. As a mere gift, Beos summoned Ronan Paral and Eric Ilman to step forward. He demanded they swear their loyalty. Both young men knelt, and Ronan spoke first. On behalf of House Paral, he swore absolute allegiance to Beos. The second heir followed, pledging the loyalty of House Elman as well. The head of the house nodded. "Very well. I, Roger Beos, accept your oaths." He then bestowed upon Ramon Paral the sword, Rampton, and to Eric Ilman, the hammer, Jackson, overwhelmed. They roared their thanks for this incredible honor, Roger declared proudly. "I do not skimp on gifts. Those who serve me faithfully will be rewarded in kind." As Logan handed his glass to a
servant, he felt Beos' gaze lock onto him. Suddenly, a drunken Pla stumbled up from behind, slurring. "But isn't Lord..." Logan's sword even more impressive. Attendants rushed to silence him, but it was too late. The main character was just as shocked. Wasn't this the fool from House Parita? The oaf continued. "In my humble opinion, the Count is exaggerating," he sneered. "It seems to me that Logan's sword is far superior." Roger's eyes narrowed, his expression turning cold. Pla blabbered on. "To think he cannot even recognize true talent." Just then, a servant clapped a hand over his mouth, pleading, "The young master has had too much to drink." Logan's body went rigid. That idiot Pla. He just dug his own grave. The sword forged by Hyger is a work of art. It is named Lux, which means twilight in the ancient tongue. Its power is easily on par with most artifacts. The master blacksmith crafted it for him alone. A weapon like this possesses a soul. It's not hard to acquire a fine item from a dwarf. But the greedy nobles would never understand. In the worst-case scenario, if his plan failed and the Count cornered him,
He intended to use this sword to negotiate, or at least buy some time. But Pla shoved the servant away. That drunken fool interfered and ruined everything. Roger's voice was dangerously calm. Is that so? Is the sword of Logan that great? He replied carefully. I was fortunate to receive it from a dwarf.
"Oh, from a dwarf, you say?" Roger's curiosity was piqued. "If so, can it truly compare to an artifact?" "May I examine it?" The main character could.
Bet his own hand that if he gave it up, he would never see that sword again. He spoke firmly. Though I am young, as a knight, it is difficult for me to hand over my companion to another. Roger smirked. Your companion? Is it so young, yet you speak like a seasoned veteran? Very well. Then how about you demonstrate those knightly skills in an exhibition match? His eyes glinted. It would be a fine opportunity to compare you to these gentlemen who just received their artifacts. Ramon Persal, you are a mid-rank knight as, well, are you not? The young noble nodded. Yes, I achieved the rank a few years ago, though my skills are still lacking. Roger smiled. A normal match would be dull. Let's place a small wager. If Ramon is victorious, Beos will claim that dwarven sword. And if Logan wins, I shall reward him with an artifact befitting his skill. The protagonist was stunned. The smug noble pressed on. How do you like that offer, Logan McLaine? His voice was a command. Draw your sword. If Logan agreed, a grin spread across Roger's face. Everything had taken a surprising turn. But he saw no reason to refuse. In that instant, he drew his blade.
With a swift flourish, Lux sang through the air. "I accept your terms," he declared. The two men took their places in the center of the hall. Ramon spoke to Sid.
Your elder, I shall grant you the honor of the first strike. But Logan shook his head. I don't need it. He wouldn't allow anyone to claim he won because of an advantage. He was utterly certain of his victory. Ramon just chuckled. The recognition of your genius has only added to your arrogance. For your own good, I will teach you that there is always a sky above the sky. The young noble tightened his grip on his sword. A brilliant aura of power erupted around him. The watching ladies gasped. How cool do all artifacts give off such a beautiful light, Logan thought with disdain. Is he trying to put on a show? He's making himself a perfect target? Roger had deliberately given him an artifact that was more flashy than functional. That was just Beos' style. In comparison, the light from Lux was far more subdued. But it was perfectly balanced, razor sharp, and unbelievably durable. This sword was made for one purpose to cut. It wasn't made to be called beautiful, Ramon taunted. Will that pretty little sword of yours even be able to withstand a real artifact? It seems this fool isn't bright enough to see the truth. He's even worse than that. Idiot! Plah! Ramon lunged forward, closing the distance in a blur and swinging his blade down. The main character's eyes darted to the side. Plants! The Knight of the Moonlight was also here. He couldn't hide his strength from him completely, but it was far more crucial to hide his confidence. It was best to play along, at least for a while. The super strong knight put on a look of surprise as their blades crashed together. The plan was simple. Stumble back a few times. Allow himself to get scratched. And then, at the perfect moment, unleash a devastating
counterattack that would send his opponent flying. He focused his aura into the blade, preparing to demonstrate just enough of his true power.
After disarming Rayon, the defeated warrior claimed Logan won by sheer luck. To sell his act, he needed to use his power core to work up a sweat.
Panicked, Ramon stammered that it was just an accident, claiming he wasn't used to the sword.
But Roger's voice cut through the air, sharp with disappointment. That is enough. Ramon had utterly failed him. He tried to blame his gift for the loss. No, Ramon quickly corrected himself, apologizing to his master. Beos then stepped forward, bowing in apology for such a shameful display. His people had been unfair. He admitted, as compensation, he would open his treasury, allowing Logan to choose any artifact. Logan thought, so he intends to keep me here. At any cost. He was certain the Count expected to get the treasure back, but Logan wouldn't play his game. Suddenly, a servant burst into the hall. He announced that Roger had been contacted by the Duke of the Sword himself in honor of his birthday. In a flash of surprise, the magic ball shimmered to life. It was Duke Felix, congratulating the Count, one of the kingdom's most trusted pillars. He apologized for his absence, but was certain the guests were enjoying the Count's famed kindness. Beos laughed with glee, thanking him profusely. He never expected the Duke to contact him personally. The protagonist saw right through the Count's obvious flattery. Then, Felix's gaze in the magic ball shifted. "Isn't that Logan over there?" Roger and the guests snapped their heads toward him in utter shock. A smile played on the protagonist's lips. Felix's timing was perfect. He might not be the best actor, but he was following the plan flawlessly. As Roger glared daggers at him, Logan spoke up. "It has been too long since I've seen my mentor." A wave of shock rippled through the hall. Did he just say, "mentor"? Whispers erupted everywhere. That country boy is studying with the swordmaster.
So that's why he refused the Earl. Felix feigned confusion. What a surprise to see my own student here.
He never even contacted me. "When will you arrive in the capital? I told you I would throw a banquet in your honor." The nobles murmured, awestruck by their close bond. Logan apologized. "Due to certain issues between our houses, I may need to stay. Here in Count Beos's castle. He made me an offer I couldn't refuse." Felix's voice hardened. "Is that so?" Count Beos began to sweat nervously.
That's not quite true if you wish to meet Logan. We can postpone everything. The protagonist was pleased. He had made the right choice. Asking for his master's help was a masterstroke. While politically neutral, Felix was a titan of power.
His influence reached the royal family itself. Not even the Count could dare refuse him. Felix winked through the ball and said, "Then I will see you in the capital. Logan?" He smiled and replied, "Yes, my lord. Thank you." Beos was seething, but said nothing. The next day, the main character stood before the treasury in awe. The guard informed him he had 1 hour to look around. He could choose a single jewel. He examined the many shining objects, about 30 in all. He must have removed the most important ones. So stingy. Still, any one of these was worth at least 10 million gold. He would try to choose something good. His senses, strengthened by his core's development, allowed him to feel the energies within the artifacts. This was how one could judge their true power. He would skip the weapons, his own sword. Lux was more than enough. A single glance confirmed that nothing here could compare to what was shown at the banquet yesterday. He spotted armor reinforced with fire and lightning magic. It would roast alive whoever put it on. The items were all quite ordinary. But then, something called to him. He extended a hand, shrouding it in his aura. All of the power in the room seemed to converge on a single spot. He approached the object and said in surprise, "Are these boots?" He looked at the shoes with suspicion. Magic pulsed from them. Was this even an artifact? But they began to absorb his power. As he continued to supply them with magic, his hand glowed brightly, directing a stream of energy into the boots, which absorbed his every flow. Logan felt an unsettling drain as his power was pulled away. He held his hand steady, but soon tried to stop the flow. This was dangerous. He could take damage. Then he steeled himself. "Let's see who gives in first." He began to channel even more power. His aura flared with blinding intensity. The boots absorbed it all. And then the protagonist witnessed something strange. The boots themselves began to exude the same powerful aura. He staggered back as his power flooded back into his body. "These boots." He was shocked by his guess. Meanwhile, Roger was furious. "Logan McLaine has already left. He took the artifact. He truly intended to make a fool of me," he raged, slamming his fists down. "Go after him. Bring back that artifact and his sword. You can do anything, but do not kill him." In the dark forest, a fire was burning. Logan was sitting alone. When he suddenly heard a sound, the protagonist was on his feet in an instant, sword drawn. He could feel it. The intent to kill. So, Beos sent his pursuers. A man emerged from the bushes, his voice distorted. "You have a heightened sense of smell." Logan realized the man was hiding his identity. He and his 3 assistants began to advance. They walked towards him menacingly. The protagonist smirked. "Isn't it stuffy walking around like this? You must have had a difficult journey." At that very moment, the assassins blurred into motion. Their leader's voice echoed, Capture him! Do not kill! They swarmed Logan, blades drawn for the attack. But he met them with a cold, predatory grin, his own sword flashing into his hand.
With a powerful swing, he met their charge. The assassins recoiled in shock, a deafening clang of steel, and one of them staggered back, coughing blood.
Our hero moved like a phantom between them. They couldn't believe their eyes. How can a mid-rank knight be this fast? His blade was a dance of deadly light. He weaved past two attackers, striking at the third. Sparks flew as their swords met, a glint of steel, and a confident smile. He had definitely made the right choice with these boots. Their hidden power was finally awakening. He'd thought its power was an accident at first. But after putting them on, their true value was revealed. Their secret was absolute speed. Lightning-fast reactions, a triple jump midair, and swift climbing. And on top of all that, they repaired and resized themselves automatically. This was an artifact of at least the 4th class. Boots of the Wind God. A fitting name, indeed. One of the killers tensed. He begged, "Sir, let us aim for his vitals. We cannot win otherwise." Their leader sighed. What a disgrace. He then moved, a shadow appearing directly behind Logan. A sudden, chilling aura swept over him. Sir Plant's silver blade of power ignited. He swung, unleashing a wave of severing energy blades. The impact was devastating. Though our hero blocked with his sword, a blinding flash erupted from the powerful collision. He was pushed back but held his ground, his own aura flaring. "So," he said, "I didn't realize Sir Plant earned the title of Moonlight Knight." Through pure cunning. The man stopped and lowered his hood. "Logan, you're not the only one hiding his true power. Or an amazing artifact." He revealed his face, and our hero frowned. He'd decided to reveal his identity. After unleashing the legendary silver power, there was no longer a point in hiding. "I will take your artifacts," he declared. "Payment for this lesson," Logan scoffed indignantly. "A lesson, aren't you embarrassed, with your title of Lord?"
"As the Moonlight Knight," Plant replied. "That is precisely why the lesson will be harsh. Thank you for coming this far."
His posture was strange, as if he were holding a whip. Countless streams of energy gathered on Plant's sword as he swung. Long, destructive streams rained down on our protagonist with devastating force. He was now truly afraid. His blade of power, it really moves like a whip. Plant surrounded himself with immense silver streams of power. They were huge. Logan gritted his teeth, enveloping himself in aura. He fought back, but the blows were merciless. His own blade of power couldn't break through. It could only reflect the attacks. His sword was being overwhelmed by streams of enemy power. "If it's come to this," he thought, "I have to use everything I have." At that same moment, our super strong hero slammed his sword into the ground. Long, bright streams of energy erupted from the earth, delivering powerful, sweeping blows. The warriors were stunned. What Sir Plant's power is as strong as ever. But the protagonist was tired, breathing heavily. This is bad. He hadn't felt any effect. Even after using his first and second forms, Logan was completely stunned. Suddenly, he bent down just in time. A blade of energy flew right past his face. He scrambled backwards, his heart pounding. Plant smirked. "That was close. Relax for a second, and you die." How did he do it? It can't be just the artifact. Are these the secret arts of the Sword Duke? A defiant grin touched the protagonist's lips. He was still completely unharmed. His blows hadn't worked. If it weren't for the enhanced abilities of the boots of the Wind God, he never would have dodged that last blow. He didn't have enough strength to defeat Plant. But it was impressive he could hold his own against an advanced knight. Logan slapped himself hard across the face. "Of course not." The protagonist spat on the ground and declared, "Give me time, then I will show you the secret arts of the Sword Duke." He still hadn't fully mastered them yet. Plant was surprised. "Wow, of course. You must show me the abilities of the young heir." If he's inspired, Logan thought, this will be easier. I just have to believe in myself. His secret arts. He'd only just learned them. Even after a month as a high-ranking knight, he needed to concentrate. He knew that if he lost this fight, he would lose Lux and his boots. And Plant would make sure he could never hold a sword again. The protagonist began to glow with a brilliant aura. Concentrate, he told himself. But when he opened his eyes, he saw the knight right in front of him, already attacking. Plant screamed. You trust your enemies too easily. His sword was almost at Logan's neck when a huge explosion occurred. It raised a massive cloud of dust into the air. When the dirt and wind finally cleared, Plant was still on his feet. He knew Logan couldn't remain unharmed after that. But suddenly, he saw a bright blade. The protagonist stood before him, wielding a giant blade of pure aura. He was already injured, but he had used the third form of the secrets of the divine sword. Plant saw a vortex of sword energy swirling above him. He was in shock. A huge fire explosion appeared in its center. As stones scattered around the battlefield, the warriors cried out for Sir Plants. They had to find him. He lay on the ground, coughing up crimson, his life force draining away. He gasped that he had dodged, now lying among the massive scars the sword had carved into the earth.
With his last breaths, he declared it would be better if they died together. Meanwhile, the so-called super strong was already on horseback,
making his escape. He cursed himself for letting his guard down when Plants attacked. He glanced down, seeing a coin-sized hole piercing the right side of his chest. It must have been from that moment. Plant's crazed expression and grand speeches were all just a diversion, but in the heat of battle, he failed to see the deception. Still, he knew his abilities and treasures should have overwhelmed any high-ranking knight. A tremor ran down his leg. That attack alone was... Suddenly, he let go of the reins, slumping over before falling from his horse, which galloped on without him. Rick screamed for the young master, while Dwayne covered his ears in shock. What just happened? The grimy protagonist muttered awkwardly that he must have dozed off in the saddle. Logan's return sent ripples through the McLaine household. After all, the heir had returned from Bayos 2 weeks later, looking utterly defeated. This was more than enough cause to lodge a formal complaint, but doing so could spark a war under the guise of slander. And so, the incident was buried. Patrick lamented that they had to endure this shame because their family lacked power. He couldn't even meet Logan's gaze, but Logan's eyes burned with resolve. He promised they would soon pay for this humiliation. To do that, he first needed to reorganize their forces. A bright blade sliced through the air. Ronan cleaved the logs before him into splinters, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He remembered his brother's words, dismissing him, saying this war would end quickly and he wasn't needed. Ronan had to train. He refused to be treated like a child any longer. He too was a sword of their house. His brother had faced disgrace at Bayos. Suddenly, he heard his name. Ronan, you're working hard. He turned in surprise. It was his brother. Logan told him to rest, saying it was time to introduce him to his new training partner. Before him stood a grown man, Vector, who introduced himself as their new knight. The protagonist asked if his armor was comfortable. Vector shyly answered, "Yes." Ronan stared. Were they really the same age? Could he wield aura too? Logan explained that Vector had recently awakened his power and was just now getting used to it. "You're the same age," he said. "He'll be a great motivator for you." Ronan asked what he meant by training together. Logan's answer was simple. "Sparring. What else?" A challenge hung in the air. "Want to try it now?" Both boys were stunned, and a palpable tension grew between them, Logan declared. "Attention, begin." In that instant, Vector erupted with power, leaping forward and pressing his sword to Ronan's throat. Ronan's eyes widened. He recognized it immediately, the iron bloodsword technique. Had this boy truly just awakened? The formidable Vector stood before him. Ronan tensed. He had to respond. Now Ronan poured his own aura into his sword, making it glow. Vector's eyes widened in surprise. Ronan unleashed a wide swing, leaving a bright arc in the air, but his opponent was gone. He looked up just in time to see Vector descending on him from above, a move that left Ronan completely shocked. Vector frowned, driving his sword into the ground with immense force, barely missing Ronan, who leaped back. They separated again, breathing heavily. Ronan scowled. "You're a monster," he declared, admitting he couldn't react at all. But Logan just burst out laughing, asking who he was, calling a monster. "It's so cute," he teased. Ronan flushed with embarrassment. Then his expression hardened. He had to give this his all. Vector smiled, and then so did Ronan. The battle began anew, as Logan watched with deep satisfaction. They possessed incredible synergy. Vector had not only mastered the Iron Blood Sword, but had already adapted it to his own unique style. And Ronan, who could already surpass a mid-rank knight with his limited training, moved with unbridled freedom.
A wild and cruel blade against a clean and precise one. Their styles would sharpen each other through their clashes.
Suddenly, one of them shouted, "You can't hit there!" But the other shot back.
"All's fair in a fight, you scoundrel." Logan smiled, telling them not to get too rough.
The spar had turned into a fist fight. There were still 7 years until the Empire-wide war. These two would be ready in 5 or 6 years. It would be perfect if Vector could learn the secrets of the Divine Sword. But the problem was trust. Could he be entrusted with such a secret if only there was a catalyst to bind him to their house? Later, in the office, Clayton asked Logan, "Do you mean this child can truly see mana?" He was with a young girl named Rhea, and answered yes. He had told her before that when she truly focuses on something, she will find a way. Rhea then asked, "So, can I learn
how to move the clay dolls with that yellow chain?" The protagonist paused. "Wait, what?" Victoria looked disheartened nearby, and
he had wanted to cheer her up, but this was a shocking development. The powerful mage was ecstatic. He'd had his suspicions, but he never thought she could actually perceive mana with her own eyes. Clayton approached her and said, "I am now directing my mana in a specific direction. Can you tell me where?" Rhea looked at his hand and traced the flow of energy with her eyes, pointing. "It's going into that uncle." "Is that him?" Mana whispered. "The uncle." When Clayton asked again, she simply pointed toward the mage. The mage smiled admiringly. What a beautiful child. Not even all great mages, he mused, could perceive mana with their own eyes.
Our main character was stunned. Is this ability really that incredible? If word got out that he could also see mana, the chaos would be unbearable. He turned to Victoria. "Are you
absolutely sure you want to study magic?" Her eyes lit up with fierce determination. "If it means controlling giant dolls, then yes," Rhea declared confidently. "With a doll, there's so much more I'll be able to do." Logan acknowledged her ambition. That's a worthy goal. He tried to entrust her to Clayton, but it was too late. No one was listening. Rhea had already marched right up to the mage herself. Clayton remarked, "We don't have any robes for children." He knew they'd have to contact a tailor. "Bring me a measuring tape," he ordered. "Right away," came the swift reply. As Rhea was being measured, Logan realized something profound. She had the innate talent to become a great mage. This meant both twins were geniuses. The mystery surrounding their parents deepened, raising even more questions. With them growing stronger, it was time for him to depart for Granda. He'd made a promise to his master, and he knew he could travel much faster alone. Any companions would only slow him down. A few days later, however, a knight's booming voice shattered his plans. "It is an honor to serve the young master." An entire group of knights echoed the pledge. "We will serve you with all our hearts," as they formed a tight perimeter around him. The protagonist could only watch in utter displeasure. Just when would he be able to leave suddenly? Commander Henderson of the 17th McLaine Knight Squad appeared. "I have arrived to serve you, master," he declared. For Henderson, this was the chance of a lifetime. Serving Logan now meant serving a future legend. He vowed to do everything in his power to become one of the young master's most trusted confidants. Logan's dry response cut through his ambition. "Bring me some firewood." And so, a confused Commander Henderson found himself gathering sticks. Logan was seething. He wanted to go alone, but his father insisted he take an escort. To refuse would be an insult to the Duke. So he'd agreed to a couple of nights. But why was he here, Rick, feeding a horse? Asked in genuine surprise. "What do you mean? Why?" What would people think of an heir to a noble house traveling without a personal servant? Logan's eyes narrowed. "Are you sure this isn't just an excuse to visit someone?" Rick's composure broke. "Okay, you're right. No one in our fief will even talk to me. They think I stink," he whined. "Besides, I need to get married, and a lord should take on at least a little responsibility." Logan covered his ears, his patience worn thin. They were just slowing him down. This journey wasn't merely to meet his mentor. It had two critical goals. First, he had to identify any changes to the future he knew. Second, he needed to establish contact with the third prince. The current ruler, Samuel von Granda, had remained without an heir until he turned 40. Desperate, he took 2 concubines from powerful families, and his first 2 sons were born. But 10 years later, the queen, also at 40, gave birth to a son. This third son was a prodigy with a sword. His refined manners and potential for the throne far surpassed his older brothers. Even the king held high hopes for him. However, the families of the 2 older princes conspired to stop the third prince from gaining any more influence. Logan recalled the future he was trying to prevent. This winter, just before the third prince's coming of age, a devastating civil war would erupt, and the king would die under mysterious circumstances. The first prince, Juan Douglas, a 6th circle magician, would gain the full support of his grandfather. Meanwhile, the second prince, Jovamel, a young superhuman, would do the same. The third prince, without any political backing, would be cornered and nearly executed for treason.
Only a declaration from a neutral noble house, claiming it was the king's will for the third prince to become the new king's blade, would save him.
That single statement was all that stood between the third prince and death. In the aftermath, the first prince would seize the advantage, but his reign would drive the kingdom to ruin within 5 years. Just as the empire launched its invasion, that future king would use Ronan as sacrificial bait in the war. Logan's resolve hardened like steel. He would not let that man become king. And the second prince was just as dangerous. Logan had to see for himself, to judge with his own eyes if the third prince was truly worthy of the crown.